Good morning and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, Thursday, September 4th. And for all you football fans, happy football day. Football season is
Yes.
back today. Uh, this is the opening call. I'm Coach Jay. We got Coach Ray here of the Mindset Hunters and John the Goat Hoagland. How are you guys feeling this morning?
Feeling good,
Feeling
man.
good.
Happy Thursday. Still feels like a Wednesday, but it's actually Thursday. We got some numbers coming out right now.
We have the poll up in the chat for the gold opening range trade. Are we taking a 1, 3, 5 minute opening range, or are we buying lottery tickets for Saturday? The Powerball is over $1 billion, but we do have, and if you need this information for your vote, we do have some numbers out. ADP employment change just came in. Actual was 54,000. Forecast was 67.5 thousand. Prior was 104. Prior revised was 106. But we have a U.S. trade balance coming out. Forecast there is negative 77.9 billion. We have initial jobless claims as well. Forecast there 230,000. We also have U.S. labor costs revised coming out. S&P Services PMI, that's at 8:45 Central Time. We have an ISM Services PMI number at 9 a.m. Central Time. Crude oil inventories, they're pushing it back a little bit today, 11 a.m. Central for crude oil inventories. I think it's because of the short week. We have gasoline inventories as well. Fed Williams speaking later in the day. Goolsby speaking tonight. Trump hosting a dinner. So a lot on the economic calendar. We do have some 7:30 numbers coming up. We will remind you of those when we get closer to them. But if that does influence your vote at all, Hogue, I don't think it does. Chat still voting for the 5 minute. We got 174 votes in there. Let's make sure we get our votes in. 39% for the 5 minute currently. Gold is trading. We saw a little bit of spike in gold after that ADP number came out. 3608.80 last trade in gold.
Pretty dismal number.
Yeah, that's not good. Not good. We know that there was the discrepancy with the jobs data. What came out from ADP and the Bureau of Labor Statistics. ADP ended up having the right number a couple of months ago, and that Bureau of Labor Statistics number had to be adjusted. So that's not looking great for the job market, but we shall see. We have more jobs data out tomorrow. Of course, non-farm payroll coming out tomorrow. That should give us some more information. We got gold opening up in about a minute and a half. We saw a sell-off last night in gold. Dakota and I were both looking to buy it during slow markets last night. And it dipped a little bit before we could. I took a loss there on gold on a sell-off, but it looks like we found some basing again. And this is a market that is pretty strong to the upside. I'm okay losing money buying gold if it's going to continue to make all-time highs. Coach Ray, you laughed. How are you looking at gold?
Yeah, no, I think that would be kind of the general sentiment for everyone, right? Is to think
Yep.
with all this negative news out there, it's expected that you would be looking for bullish opportunities in the gold market because it is strong. It is strong. So that's why I was kind of sometimes we get in sometimes we let our biases kind of we don't let the charts kind of tell us, right? So
100%.
yeah,
100%. I think that's what it was. You're just like gold just goes up, right? And
just exactly.
we're day trading here. So if we were swing trading, yeah, I could just buy it and just let it work. But
Right.
timing it and location definitely matter for us
Right.
as day traders. We got gold opening up here in just about 10 seconds. We are going to be taking that 5 minute opening range trade. Hogue went through the economic calendar, but do you have any news that you want to go over? Any earnings that we should be thinking about?
There's really nothing important coming out before the open today, but after the close, Broadcom's earnings are due out after the close, and that's a $1.4 trillion company. Could be an interesting earnings, but other than that, I mean, really, we're kind of at the tail end and at the very beginning of next year's earnings. But yeah, nothing really important, other than Broadcom coming out after the close. No earnings tomorrow. We had some retail earnings this week. Nothing was really all that impactful. So we are kind of at the end here. We'll take a little break in earnings, or at least important earnings, for a little while, and till we get to the next earnings season.
Awesome stuff. 1 minute opening range, getting ready to close here in gold. I am seeing a pretty small, about a 25 tick opening range for the 1 minute. But we are looking at that 5 minute opening range. Remember, there are some numbers, some 7:30 numbers coming out, initial jobless claims, and U.S. trade balance. 1 minute just triggered a short here in gold. If you guys had a preference for this trade, this 1 minute opening, this 5 minute opening range trade, is it to the long side?
I would say shorter term. I would say to the downside, to be honest. But
Okay.
just gonna say that, Ray. We ran into some profit taking yesterday. Makes sense. It's all time highs. It was kind of a zombie rally at the end of the day there, or through the day yesterday. We did see some pretty good profit taking, and we did see another increase in open interest. The one major difference, we had positive delta yesterday. I think we've probably trapped a lot of the laggard longs, the last to the party. Soon as we sweep those out, then we start looking for longs. But we're just open right where we opened yesterday.
We did have gold is on a 7-day green streak. I had asked somebody in the chat yesterday to take a look at the last time we've had a streak that long, and it ended in March of 2025. We had an 8-day green streak in gold. So not surprised, like you said, Hoag, to see some profit taking in a market that has been, making all-time highs, really strong rally. You have to see some profits, but there is a pretty big wick, and we'll take a look at this when we get to the charts. Pretty big wick on that downside. Gold would have to get back above 3620s to end the day green, but 7 days in a row to the upside for gold. Take a look at some news really quick before this number. We are, again, taking that 5 minute opening range trade. Gold news. Gold prices fell, facing some profit taking, like Hoag just said, after the yellow metal touched record highs as the dollar steadied ahead of more cues on the U.S. labor market and interest rate cuts. Those are the numbers that we're looking for coming out in about 7 minutes here. Bullion hit a series of all-time peaks this week amid growing conviction that the Fed will cut interest rates at its September 16th to 17th gathering. Fed FOMC meeting on September 17th. Safe haven demand for gold was also supported by fears over stretched government debt levels in the developed world. Spot gold fell 0.5% to 35.40, while gold futures for December fell a percentage down to 35.75. Last night we did see some selling, and we are back up over 3,600 here.
Right in the opening range from yesterday. Right there.
Right there. The 1 minute triggered a short. The 3 minute, no trade yet. And we got another minute to wait for that 5 minute opening range trade to play out. And there are some 7:30 numbers. We were expecting some volatility. And do we know how the markets are going to move? We don't. But we're expecting some volatility in gold, in the equities, pretty much all the markets that we trade. So when those numbers are coming out, just if you want to be in a position, make sure you know where your risk is. And if not, make sure you hit that flatten all button a couple times. Hit a couple times.
Oh, man.
What's going on, Hoag?
I'm just watching. The opening range was the dead ass low yesterday, and we're just opened right at it again. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
ooh, ooh.
No, I know. I've got to stop ready to go in here in 2 seconds.
There we go.
Right,
5 minute opening range is now closed.
All right,
I have a low.
All right, the price actually got below the stop. So I'm going to put the stop in just a little bit lower now. I'm going to put the stop in to the long side again. Stop buy. So we are not in yet. There, now we're short.
All right, we are short.
That was
What price did we
that
get
was
there,
a weird
Hoag?
one.
All right. Short 5 micros. 50 3606.
House account short 5 micro gold 3606 even, Hoag.
Yes.
Nice. 66% long tilt in gold currently. Again, we do have some numbers coming out. Where's your CY on this one, Hoag? Looking at of that 5-minute range, somewhere above 10.
Yeah. Just going to give it enough room to sweep any stops that might still be hanging around up there. So I currently have it at 36.10 half, $225 in risk.
36.10 half. I think what does help for this trade, we see all time frames triggered the same trade, right? The 1 minute triggered a short. The 3 and the 5 did trigger the same as well. I'm looking at this ADP candle here. The range of that ADP candle, 36.14. 36.14.30 at the high, 36.06.60 at the low. So if we can hold below that ADP candle, I think this is a pretty good looking trade here.
Got to sweep all those laggard buyers yesterday.
Yeah.
What price would you be looking at to confirm that? Cool.
We've got a long way to go till we get to the overnight low. Take a look here.
Is that below 3,600?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if these are really, weak hands, longs, they're probably swept a little bit already. Overnight inventory is short. We do have a gap between the sessions from Tuesday to Wednesday. I would think that we could sweep out the majority of the suckers down around 35.80. What?
No, I just reacted to the word suckers.
Well, I say that with the utmost respect after being a sucker myself a lot of times.
Right. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I think 3,600, visual target would seem pretty reasonable for this move right now. So
you got the 20 session moving average there. You've got VWAP, overnight VWAP right there. You got the 200 session moving average right there.
There. They must have heard me
there.
I wish I could have that effect all the time.
Right.
Little selling here. 36.04 last trade in gold. We got about a minute until these numbers come out. If you're asking what numbers, we have the Canadian trade balance, U.S. trade balance, initial jobless claims, U.S. labor costs, and U.S. productivity in about 45 seconds here. Hoag, we're holding through this number?
Yeah. We know the risk. We're already a little bit in our direction here. Domes are looking pretty thin. NASDAQ's got, 2 or 3 ticks between bids and offers. S&P is looking thin. Gold is looking thin. So, yeah, we're going to see a little bit of volatility here. We'll see what happens.
15 seconds. Remember, if you are in a position, know where your risk is. As Hoag just said, the domes are pretty thin. If you don't want to be in a position, hit that flatten all button a couple times. 5 seconds to the number.
There it is.
Seeing some volatility. Gold here.
Ooh. Stop was
just
far enough away.
I was going to say, it's close.
All right. First person to get the numbers, let us know if you see them.
Well, we've got jobless
all right, we got US.
clams.
Go ahead, Hoag.
Initial jobless claims, 237,000. They were looking for 230,000 after the last week's release of 229,000. or the last release, I should say. We've got labor costs up 1%. Productivity's up. That's probably a good thing. Was revised. They were looking for 2.7%. That came out 3.3%. Trade balance, a little worse than expected. They were looking for 77.9 billion. That came out at 78.311 billion. A little worse than expected. Continuing jobless claims. Where is that? Okay. They were looking for 1,959,000. That came out 1,940,000. So a little drop in continuing jobless claims, and a little bit of a jump in initial jobless claims, which kind of makes sense, especially with the ADP. That's private sector new jobs coming in much lower than expected.
No real market reaction there. I am seeing in the NASDAQ up at 23,519. There's 1,000 lot offered in the NASDAQ up at 23,519. So just pay attention to that there. But no real reaction here. Is the market waiting for non-farm?
I'm sure.
Is the market waiting for non-farm? We are in this gold trade. Coach, go ahead, Hoag.
I was just going to say there may be some, adjustment as the regular trading hours open up in about an hour for the equities, but no real knee-jerk reaction in the equities on this. Kind of a knee-jerk in the gold. It got real close to our stop. That was just far enough away, and I think we are still holding the opening range at the DAH, the dead high. So it's still a valid trade. So we're in it. Let's see what happens.
Awesome stuff. House count is short 5 micro gold 3606. Coach Ray, Hoag, you guys were saying you would prefer this trade to the short side. We are short. Let's take a look at the charts. Where are you guys seeing gold have the potential to trade to today?
All right. So GC, we're going to go to the GC chart. We are in the micros. You can see it on the dome right here. So we'll watch that on the dome. We're going to check the GC charts here on the daily. Let's have a look-see. All right. So another new all-time high yesterday, 36.40.10. We were long on the way up there. We got out of 4 of them. We did still take a profit on the last one as that fade came in late in the day yesterday, but price, open interest, still pushing higher. Volume fell off a little bit yesterday. That doesn't really surprise me that much. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight up days. A pullback is necessary in any market. It's not you can't go one direction the entire time. So we added 3,500 contracts. That's the estimate from yesterday. That is, I think, the 7th or 8th day in a row where we saw open interest increasing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. So that would be the 8th day yesterday of open interest increasing. And the majority of those days had a delta divergence. In other words, at the end of the day, there were more aggressive sellers using market orders to hit bids than there were aggressive buyers using market orders to lift offers. That is something that I look for when I'm looking for the market to continue to push to the upside. So when we were talking earlier about possibly trapping some weaker hands, late to the party longs, laggard buyers, that's usually when you're going to see the market just kind of peter out in that direction, and you're going to see the pullback. You're going to see all those laggard buyers bailing out of the market, similar to what they did yesterday. So the one big difference yesterday, volume, was okay. Price moved higher, open interest moved higher, delta was higher. Laggard buyers were coming in at that point. Kind of tells me, a pullback is probably in the cards here. There's no major market state change here at all.
No,
we just looked above the weekly kickoff high, brought in the last of the available buyers. They're currently taking heat. Ray, what do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I think I'm spot on. I mean, I think right now this is perfectly normal kind of price action I would expect to see. Like I said, no market is going to go vertical I've kind of did a little bit of a retracement on that swing, and I'm kind of looking at that 50%, area as kind of an opportunity here on the daily chart. It's kind of marked. It's always good to have some daily levels marked up on the chart, because you know that those daily levels kind of act like a brick wall if they should come to them, right? They offer us kind of a little bit of some bounces. So I got this 3401.7 kind of as a daily level. That would be the 50% of that swing that we're currently in right now. And what's nice about that, that's also in line with some of the resistance areas that we're seeing to the left, right? So that's a little bit of confluence that I have there, that 3401, 34. I just call it maybe 3400. I said 3400? No, 3491. Sorry.
Okay, I was wondering where you were
3491.7.
going with that.
Yeah.
3491. Okay.
3491.7 is kind of that 50% retracement that I'm seeing. So,
All right.
yeah.
So I'm gonna
And then
I'm
that's
gonna
in
put
line
that.
with kind of what we're seeing on the left-hand side. So that would be kind of a nice area, I think, and it's always nice to have kind of weekly and daily levels, kind of serving that weekly kickoff levels as well. Having these kind of levels on the charts, you could expect certain bounces away from them. And that's kind of how I use these kind of when we're getting these major swings. These are kind of these levels that I added in my chart.
All right, I'm gonna put this in there as raise level.
Yeah.
All right.
3491.7, somewhere in that range.
All right. I've got it here at 3. I'll move it up to 7 here. Hang on just a second. Yeah, right. That's 7. There's raise level. All right, we'll watch that. That could be a pretty decent target for our trade right now, too, right?
Yeah.
3491. All right, we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ray.
Sure.
Let's take a look at this on the 30. If you were done, Ray, if you're done there.
Yeah. No, absolutely. That's pretty much all I have.
Okay. On the 30, since we're at all-time highs, most of the weaknesses in structure are going to be below the market. Of course they are, because we don't have anything above yesterday's high, these all-time high. We got raise level right there, pretty much Tuesday's settlement price. That would kind of help us close the gap to that level. So, all right, where are we here? Overnight inventory. What do we have? We have just maybe a little bit of short overnight inventory. There's the overnight open. A little too short. Maybe still a little bit short. We've done a pretty good job, I think, of evening out inventory in this consolidation area. This box that we've got is the gap between Tuesday's regular trading hour range and Wednesday's regular trading hour range. We have opened at the low from yesterday, which was the opening range, was the dead ass low yesterday. So far, it's the dead ass high today. It makes sense to me, possibly, because we've traded to the upper end of the previous day's regular trading hour session gap, to trade to the lower part of the gap, which is right down near raise level. So it seems to me that a plan may be coming to fruition here. Now, on the 30-minute chart, we've got, all of the moving averages right in this neighborhood. That's, it's a little consolidative, if you will. You got the 50, you've got the VWAP, you've got the 20 session, you've got the 100 session, and they're all wrapped up in this nice tidy little area here. We've got some space to get down to the 200, but all of these moving averages pretty much inside of that gap from yesterday. Maybe one of those days where we're just going to kind of find a range and stay in it, waiting for the new information coming from tomorrow for the non-farm payrolls. I don't know. All of this is just attempting to put context over the market, remembering risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. What do you think, Ray? Do you think we could? I mean, we could certainly see rolling over and checking you down to your level and filling in the gap from Tuesday to Wednesday. I like that idea. It makes sense to me. What do you think, Ray?
Yeah, I mean, again, we do multi-time frame analysis here. I mean, on the higher time frame, we know that we're in bigger structure to the upside, right? So we know that the tidal wave is still to the upside, right? So, I mean, our job is to find the best areas to be part of that wave, right? So Right now, in the 30-minute chart, we're seeing that we're in some sort of bear side structure. You mentioned some levels here around VWAP. We're kind of hanging around those. Doesn't seem like it's really interested in going in any one direction so far right now. It's kind of hovering around this area. So I'm with you on the storyline about, maybe we just hang around until tomorrow, hanging out in this range, and then maybe that non-farm payroll could cause us to drive maybe a bit lower. That's kind of what I'm seeing right now on the 30 minutes. Seems to me more bearish structure to me. That move up to the upside wasn't all that impressive to me. This seems more kind of a grind up to the VWAP area. And I could see us easily maybe making another leg lower. If it's not today, certainly a news event like tomorrow, non-farm payroll could cause that to happen.
Okay. All right. Well, the profile yesterday, the initial balance was the low of the day. We extended above the initial balance. That's a normal variation day. Was looking, we took some profits near value, IB high. I think the best profit we took on the long yesterday was right up near the highs here. It was right at like 36, 38. We had one left on. I'd moved it to, pretty deep into profit. So it did come and take out that last one on our stop. But all in all, a pretty decent trade. We're still holding this one. We are basically right in the middle of the regular trading hour session range right now. We're still in a valid short according to the opening range. We're going to see how this plays out. All right.
Yeah.
Any movement in the equities yet? Jay, what do you think? What are we looking at as far as any news in the equities are concerned?
As far as the equities go, futures inch up. U.S. stock futures hovered just above the flat line on Thursday as global bond markets stabilized after a bout of selling earlier in the week. By 4 a.m. Eastern time this morning, the S&P futures contract had added 8 points or 0.1%. NASDAQ futures had risen 36 points or 0.2%. NASDAQ kind of hovering around that 23,500 level. Bond markets were calmed by comments from several Fed officials, including Christopher Waller, which further bolstered wagers that the central bank will resume slashing interest rates at its next meeting later this month. I just checked the FedWatch tool, 97.6% probability of a rate cut on September 17th, 25 basis point cut. Meanwhile, an auction of longer dated Japanese government debt saw tepid demand, but take up was still enough to prevent fresh anxiety from gripping bond markets. Country's 30-year bond yield had earlier spiked to an all-time peak. Yields tend to move inversely to prices. On Wednesday, the benchmark S&P and the NASDAQ both ended higher, boosted by a jump in shares in Alphabet following a court ruling which spared the Google owner from having to break up its operations. Google is allowed to keep Chrome for now. That's what we got. Hoag, what are you guys seeing in the charts?
All right. Thank you, Coach Jay. Well, we've had a little scare on Tuesday. Wednesday was an inside day. Where we remain in balance. We remain in range. No changes in market state. Yesterday, we added 7,800 in open interest on a push back to the upside. Open interest, however, continues to waffle in the equities, and a large part of that is because, don't forget, we are at the front end of rollover. Yes, that favorite time of the year or your product when the current front month is going into expiration. All of that open interest has to move into the new front month, which will be the December contract. We're talking about December here already, ladies and gentlemen. December. We're not switching yet. Volume is not moved. We will let you know when that happens, but it does kind of blur the open interest in some of the volume studies until rollover is over. So with open interest waffling, it also makes sense because we are largely in range and waiting for new information. Non-farm payrolls tomorrow. There's always something to be looking forward to when it comes to futures trading. What's the next big thing, right? And sometimes they're all big things, but they all offer opportunities. We're in the middle of it again. We're last week's high 65.23, last week's low 64.30, weekly kickoff low 63.91. We looked below it on Tuesday. right back in the middle. Our little tennis player is right back in the middle of the court waiting for whatever the volley comes next. The volley comes lower, volley comes higher. Our little tennis player is right in the right position to get to either side of this market. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, I was looking at this. I'm kind of, seeing that we're kind of, narrowing toward that apex, right? So for that move, maybe that we're going to be, we all are waiting to see in these markets, right? So it's grinding right now to the upside, right? And we're seeing a lot of in the way of overlapping candles. Any attempt that we've seen so far to go lower has been bought up, right? So it's maybe kind of a buy the dip kind of market. I know that's been kind of socialized in TopstepTV on occasion. So, but I mean, I'm not, obviously on the daily chart, I'm not really overly impressed with the way it's going about moving higher. It's a little bit of a grinder, right? Seen a lot in the way of overlapping candles, but until we start to see some structure, until we start to see some candles break out of these structures to the downside, we have to kind of entertain the upside move, as painful as it may look. Up here, right?
Well, it's the market's job is to inflict as much pain as possible.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, a natural inclination. Yeah, I was going to say the natural inclination is to sell this, right? That's the natural inclination.
For like traders, especially floor traders, they loved shorting.
Right.
All right. So now we get to 30. Now this big box we're in, we're still inside the Powell bar. That's what I'm calling it. That's the Jackson Hole Chairman Powell's speech. That's the whole bar from it. We got to halfway, found buyers there. Got to halfway, broke it, back to halfway, found buyers again. I think that the short time frame trend is to the upside here. This longer time frame trend line, it's a little bit loosey goosey, but it does seem to be capping off activity as we speak right now. Not seeing too much going on here in our gold trade here, but short time frame trend higher. We added 7,800 in open interest yesterday. Now the move was to the upside. The whole day was spent pushing to the downside. Now we finally, by the end of the day, closed the session gap to Tuesday's high. This is the regular trading hour high, not the extension that occurred after the 3 o'clock close. So we saw, a whole bunch of selling, not doing a very good job. You look at all of these wicks down here. They kept trying to sell this, kept trying to sell it, and it just would not go. We did not, however, have a delta divergence. Well, I guess we did to some degree. I mean, the delta was always positive through the day yesterday. So we saw kind of a divergence because the delta was positive, but we weren't able to really push price higher until very late into the session. Finally, we squeezed out a lot of the shorts that were coming in at the end of the day yesterday, putting in the highest volume bar at the end of the day yesterday. So that halfway from that last day of the last bar, as Jay has pointed out to us, that halfway of a high volume bar can be an interesting level. So I'm going to put it up here on the chart so we can see it. There's that halfway mark. We're going to call that 64.45. Back to our entry in our gold trade. Do we open with a gap? Do we have any overnight inventory in the S&Ps? Well, not necessarily. I mean, we opened here. We are trading here, so there is a degree of overnight inventory that might be sitting long. Gap rules could apply here. If we open with a gap and we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Or do we pull back into the range? Do we come back into this halfway of this bar right here? I know this is really hard to see, but it's 64.45, which basically is the volume point of control from yesterday. I like that target. we do open above range and come back into value, the move lower could be a little bit deeper than that to value low, 64.37 approximately, perhaps. But again, I think we're in a short time frame trend to the upside. Until we find out if we can open with a gap, if we can't close the gap, I like the longs. Any sign of reacceptance and value pushes us back to the downside. Ray, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, again, I agree 100%. I think, I mean, as buyers, we want to buy at the best possible location. I think the point of control serves as a very nice location, maybe to look for an opportunity along those lines. We've been kind of barcoding, I guess, to some degree of late. I mean, a lot of overlapping candles here up on the right around the VWAP. VWAP is really not giving us a good sense of the direction that they are looking to take this. But we're seeing wicks on both ends of these candles, right? So is it going to be to the upside? Is it going to be to the downside? Maybe back to a level before we continue this march to the upside? Right now, it seems to me, I think we need to wait for more information from the market to really decide on which direction we want to take this. And waiting for some of these levels, like the 50% of the range, I think is a good starting point for this. So, yeah, right now I would say, I'm not really anxious to do much of anything, given what I'm seeing of the last, I don't know, 2 hours or 3 hours worth of candle progression here.
Right.
And up there on the top end of the range. So,
yep. Profile yesterday was a neutral day, traded above and below the initial balance, high and low, neutral day. I was in a coaching session yesterday, and Andre was asking me, about Delta, and I think he was recognizing that there was a possible Delta divergence in the NASDAQ, and he's slacking me. He's like, I think there's a squeeze going to happen. I think there's a squeeze going to happen. And boy, was he right. At end of the day, pop was a lot of volume, a lot of squeeze going on. So I don't know. Try and be patient. If we do open with a gap, can't close it, then I could see us continuing to rotate back to the upside, because I mean, really, we looked below weekly kickoff low, rejected almost to the bottom of the Powell bar. Well, what's the target for that? Probably the top end of the Powell bar, if you will. So those are the thoughts for the S&Ps coming in, getting closer to the opening range trade in crude oil. We are down 7 ticks on our gold trade right now, not getting a lot of cooperation, but that's what markets do. They're never going to go straight to your profit target.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We have a poll up in the chat for that crude oil opening range. Crude oil does open up in just about 7 minutes here. Are we taking a 1, 3, 5 minute opening range trade, or are we taking the Eagles and the points? I'm thinking Coach Hoop is doing these polls. 42% for the 5 minute. Make sure you get your votes in there. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already as well. What do we say we get into the crude charts? But some news on crude first. Oil prices extended losses ahead of the weekend OPEC Plus meeting, where further production hikes for October are on the table. At the same time, U.S. inventories rose by nearly 0.62 million barrels, surprising markets and fueling bearish sentiment. So a little bit of a cross current in the oil markets right now. We know JD a couple weeks ago talked about that very heavy institutional short position in gold. I think it's the biggest short position since 2009, JD mentioned. And we also heard the president speaking about, looking for oil under $60 a barrel. We have that OPEC Plus meeting this weekend. When I look at these crude oil charts, I am seeing range. What about you guys?
No.
What are we seeing over there?
Yes. Range, balance, consolidation, whatever you want to call it.
It's stuck.
It has been a tough market, but I actually a really good opportunity in crude oil if you just find the right direction. Yesterday we did not find the right direction for the house opening range trade, which is fine. But when I'm looking at this daily chart, I mean, obviously there was an attempt above this area of balance, very short time frame area of balance, and a much longer time frame area of balance on Tuesday. We saw this market rally. We saw it close higher, close above the weekly kickoff high. Failing to hold above that yesterday takes price all the way to weekly kickoff low. Yesterday's low, last night's low was 62.87. Weekly kickoff low 62.90. Do we just go ahead and buy this thing? Because it's obviously in a rotational mood, in a rotational market state. Do I suggest doing that? No. Make sure you're looking for your opportunities. Make sure you are looking to limit risk, which is number one. But this is what rotational markets do. If the breakout fails, it rotates to the lower end of the area of balance, which we have right here for the weekly kickoff low. I don't know, Ray. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, if I'm going to be a buyer, let it be at my price, right? I mean, I think looking at this chart, I'm not really enthusiastic of buying this market. But if it's low enough, if I get down below around 62, maybe a little bit below 62, maybe I might be willing to nibble, right? Because that's kind of a last known area of stronghold that we've seen here of on the buying side, right? So 62 might be an area I might want to nibble. I'm still kind of bearish on the whole, I would say, on the crude oil based on the daily chart. But again, if I get down to the 62 level, maybe even down to even below that, right? I'd like to mark maybe a level around 58, 58 to 57 range. That would be kind of another level that I would want to kind of keep an eye on over the course of the next, few weeks here, right? Not something immediate, but having that level in that area, again, is kind of that brick wall that's going to serve as a potential bounce. It's always nice to have these higher time frame kind of areas to kind of serve as support, right, against maybe the overall trend, right? Because these levels are just not going to, we're not going to plow through these levels. If we get some bad news, that's it. That's exactly where we're going to go, right to that level, right? So 62 right now is that level for me in the shorter term. 57, 58 is kind of on the, I guess, more of a swing later kind of level. So, yeah. That area right there.
You got the 62s, you got
62s and 58s. Yep.
And you got negative 40 below that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go at the 30. Let's take a look. All right, do we have any overnight inventory? Yes, we most certainly do. We are overnight shorts. Here's the open. Here's where we are now. All night long, shorter time frame, weaker hands traders have been pushing price lower. Where to? Weekly kickoff low, went naked point of control, and last week's low. A lot of confluence right down there at that level. And we've seen a bounce coming off of it. But again, we were opening with gap rules. There are weaknesses in structure on both sides of this market. Visual targets aren't that hard to come by. The majority of them are, however, higher. So the session gap would close if we get all the way up to 63.72. That would be the session gap close. Settlement, of course, yesterday was 63.97. If you're looking for a settlement gap close, I think there's a pretty good probability of that. But just because we've already been to an important inflection level, last week's low, weekly kickoff low, we were unable to continue that move last night. If we are unable to continue to push below that, I think all of these overnight shorts will eventually get nervous. They will crumble. They will come close the gap again to the sessional low, possibly 63.72, or even higher than that, back up to settlement at 63.97. So this area, this weekly kickoff low, is going to be really pivotal for anything that I would be doing outside of the opening range trade today. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the visual target is 63.97, 64 seems like a natural progression. Really, I'm not super interested in selling in the hole, so to speak, right here, right? I mean, right? I mean, if anything, I want to maybe take an opportunity to the upside, but again, I want it to be my price, so something where I don't have to take a whole lot of risk, because I do see that I have a lot of kind of downside kind of pressure, downside kind of structure in this market, right?
Mhm.
So, but yeah, a move back up to 64 doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility, especially given the fact that we have some news to kind of shake up the markets. And obviously there's people meeting around production on that very fact. I'm sure they're not certainly happy having any prices down at these levels, right? So they're going to do what they can to prop this up. So yeah, I'm kind of keen on maybe looking for an opportunity back up, right? If and then maybe look at maybe selling some strength, but I'm not really interested in selling in the whole, I guess is what is
Right.
my.
We do
I'm with you
have
on that.
crude oil open here.
Yes, we are open.
Crude oil is open. Looks like the chat, we are going to be taking a 5-minute opening range trade again here in crude. 1 minute just triggered a short.
Really? I'm so surprised.
Surprise, surprise, Hoag. Surprise, surprise. 1 minute just triggered a short. 63.11 last trade in crude oil here. A pretty big opening range, about a 20 tick opening range in crude, but we are going to be waiting for that 5 minute.
Wow. Gold took out the high of the opening range by 2 ticks.
Mm.
Did it get us, Hoag, or are we still in?
Oh, we're still short. That's why we move it.
That's why you set your stop a little bit higher. Let all the suckers get out first, right, Hoag?
Right. Right.
House is short 5 micro gold from 36.06 evens. Last trade in gold 36.0440. Were you guys done with the oil charts? Anything else we want to cover there? I know we were looking for some downside.
No, I think we're good. We're just
$58. That'd be nice.
Get in this chart or get in this trade. I mean, I think we're good with the oil chart. Were you good with that, Ray?
Yeah, I mean, right now the only thing I would add is that I'm looking at the 4-hour chart and we seem to be at a a level of support here. But no, I think we're pretty much done. I think, like I said, I think I'm not really keen on selling in the whole, but if the opening range tells us to do that, well, that's exactly what we're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Kind of
1 minute.
hoping for a recovery here.
Yeah.
At 2 minutes.
The bounce. Sitting right at that 200 daily moving average. Right below it. 63.44.
Seems like a logical level to go long.
Yeah.
Folks, the Topstep X daily levels indicator has been updated. Just refresh your platform. You want to get those on your charts.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hoag. And remember the Topstep Daily Levels webpage as well. Make sure you have that bookmarked, and all of our coaches submitting their levels and what they're looking at for a bunch of different markets. We have cattle levels, Bitcoin levels, NASDAQ, S&P, gold levels. Check them all out. Make sure you have that page bookmarked. You'll hear Andre talk about it again during fast markets. But if you want to know where your favorite coach is looking at the market, make sure you take a look at that page. 36.0170 last trade here in gold. House is in profit here on this trade. Let's see if we can get some selling below 3,600. 63.14 last trade in crude oil. We still got a minute before this 5-minute opening range closes. The 1 minute did trigger a short. No trade on the 3 minute so far. I got a high of 63.32 Hoag and a low of 63.06 in the minis.
Mm-hmm. Just
see some comments in the chat. I'm not sure why you guys allow the charts to dictate the trade. Ultimately, that's what's going to happen, right? The market is going to move the way it wants to. And I think the one thing I really like about this opening range trade, and Hoag, when you and JD started taking this, you would say it's a low probability, low probability trade. Is it going to win most times? It's probably not, and you're accepting the fact that that's the case. But when it does play out, we've seen the opening range be, the extreme of the trade for the day. So in this case, it's a mechanical trade. You don't have to overthink the entry. You allow the market to decide, and ultimately the market decides what happens with all of our trades. Regardless of what we think, the market's gonna do what it wants to do. Oh, chat, not chart. There you go, Sean. Sean wants to know why we're letting the chat determine the trade. For crowd participation, right? We're doing a TV show here. So for crowd participation, we want to make sure our community feels involved.
At least we're not asking the cat.
Yeah.
don't ask your cat for trades. All right, we got that 5-minute opening range closed here. 63.06 is the low, 63.32 is the high.
Did we trigger short?
We are short.
Oh, yeah, minis did not trigger a trade.
You're right.
Micros did.
Micros did.
Yeah, chat, I definitely read that wrong.
The octopus.
Well, we're short 5 MCL, 63.06.
Mm.
63.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not yeah.
Not a fan, Coach Ray.
Well, no, I'm just not a fan given the price location and given the 4-hour and all the other things that I'm seeing on the higher time frame. That's all.
Yeah,
it does.
I hear you. I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
It's feel a little short in the hole here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
54% long tilt in crude oil, 59% long in gold. House gold trade is looking pretty good still. 36.02 last trade there. We are short 63.06, 5 micro crude oil. Let's let this trade play out a little bit. Go ahead, Coach Ray.
No, I was going to say, just reading the comments, is chat decides because retail is right.
Retail is always right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Retail is right. All right. So we've only got $145 worth of risk on this without slippage.
Not bad. Not bad. Let's give the people what they want, Hoag. I see some people. What are our thoughts on the NASDAQ? What are our thoughts on the NASDAQ? Real quick, some news on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ revamps listing rules for small IPOs and Chinese firms. NASDAQ Inc. is revamping rules that companies pursuing small initial public offerings must follow to list and continue to be traded on its exchanges. The proposed rules call for 3 changes to NASDAQ's current listing standards, including raising the minimum company public float and accelerating the process for suspending and delisting companies. NASDAQ would require at least $25 million public offering proceeds for new listings of companies with operations based in China as part of its effort to protect investors from wild swings in the market and improve liquidity. So if you're looking to take a company public, the rules are changing just a bit in the NASDAQ. But what are you guys seeing in the charts? I think I lost your audio there, Hoag.
Balance remains.
There we go.
Thank you. So balance remains. We looked below it on Tuesday. Rejected it. We're waiting for new information. Again, open interest is waffling. Volume, nothing tremendous. We added 1,800 in open interest yesterday. Again, we're going to take a look at that on the 30-minute chart and decide what direction that came in. But we'll take a look at that again very shortly. And we're right in the middle of the range. I mean, we looked at the halfway point of the Powell bar. We found buyers, looked below, rejected, found buyers below there again. Are we going to rotate back to the upside, back to the downside, or are we going to range today? Laying in wait for the unemployment numbers tomorrow is really kind of my question. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that 23,200 level seems to be kind of a supportive area. Every time we've kind of dipped our toe in that area, we've kind of found some buyers. So, again, it seems like it's a kind of buy the dip kind of market, so far. So, yeah, I mean, really not much to say other than that. I mean, I'm not seeing a whole lot of follow through on any sort of downside move. It seems like a lot of people want to take it down, but it's always met with some sort of buying. So I think until that changes, we need to look to buy the dip.
BTFD. Let's take a look at the 30.
BTFD.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, very similar. I mean, we're kind of aligning with the S&P now. Of course, they're not trading exactly alike. We looked below the Powell bar on the NASDAQ here. We had a little bit of a session gap from Tuesday to Wednesday. We were unable to close that gap. It makes us looking for possible longs. Overnight inventory. What do we have here? We don't really have much to discuss. There's the open last night. Here's where we are now. Relatively flat. VWAP relatively flat. We've got the 200 and the 50 session and the 20 session and VWAP and the IB high from yesterday, all very tightly packed here. You got the 200 session just below settlement. There's not a lot of overnight inventory. We're in range. We're in value. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. Patience, folks. Patience.
Yes.
We just saw some big selling coming into Crude here. So I know we're talking about the NASDAQ. Crude just sold off about 25 ticks in the last 20 seconds or so. Seen it pop a little bit, but I don't know if we want to manage any trade at all. But low in Crude there, 62.72.
Nice.
All right.
It's pretty big.
We're not going to Lenny it. We haven't Lenny'd anything yet today. Although I'm kind of getting nervous on this gold trade. But all right, back to the 30-minute chart. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, it seems like the market is looking for some additional information to decide on which direction they want to take it. VWAP's not really offering us much in the way of the kind of direction. We look below, we see, areas like point of control that could maybe serve as supportive. On the 30-minute, I see that maybe this 23,350 level might be an interesting level, maybe to, kind of entertain kind of more on the long side. The fact that we're up on the upper end of the range kind of leads me to believe that we should be looking maybe a little bit more short. But otherwise, if I'm long, I'm looking at maybe the lower end of the range, 23,360, maybe as low as 23,350. That would be kind of the area. Allows me to manage my risk. I see evidence of support in that area. Gives me a little bit more confidence in entertaining long trades around that zone. So
okay, yeah, gotcha. Just kind of APB low. What the heck is that, Hoag? It's an afternoon pullback low. This afternoon pullback low comes from the 27th of August. I mark these because they can be obscure levels, but somewhat important, and we don't know they're going to be important, of course, until they are important. But looking back in time, I mean, the market found resistance once it closed down below that level. Found resistance there. Found resistance, yesterday as we approached it. Resistance again last night. Now twice. Coming back into that, the profile yesterday was a neutral day. Traded both sides of the initial balance, just kind of rotational after that. But if you had to pick a direction to where the open interest was increased by 1,800 in the NASDAQ yesterday, Ray, which way would you say it is? This is a trick question.
I would say up.
I think you're on mute there again, Hoag.
Settlement from Tuesday. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Maybe my wire is touching it or something. But we get we have. What was I saying? Oh, settlement
Open
from
interest.
Tuesday to Wednesday. It was higher, so you could say that the move was to the upside, adding that open interest. Makes sense to me.
Yeah,
I'm going to be patient today in the NASDAQ. There will be opportunities. We have yet to see how the regular trading hour traders are going to treat the information that has been already come out this morning. In my humble opinion, I was not pleased with those employment numbers, and employment is a major focus for when they are going to cut rates, and I think that's going to probably increase the probabilities if you can.
Yeah,
if you can. There's something else that we haven't really touched on is, the courts have they're trying to block these tariffs, and apparently it's going to go to the Supreme Court. And does that? I mean, when we started talking about tariffs and putting tariffs on, it knocked the market down hard. If they start taking the tariffs, if they call these tariffs, unconstitutional, and we're not able to do them, what does that do to the markets then? It is going to be a very kind of a unique situation. Got to see what the Supreme Court does with these decisions about these tariffs. Because we've been collecting tariffs. The market hasn't fallen apart. If we have to give them back, what does that do to the markets? Kind of an odd question, kind of an odd thing to think about, but something we're going to be dealing with as traders. Okay, we are back to entries absolutely. In our opening range trades here. Ray, are you done talking about the NASDAQ?
Yeah, I think pretty much. I think we just kind of have to kind of sit and wait and let the market tell us what direction it wants to move. I think we need to. I think that's probably the best advice I can give for those folks who are kind of interested in the equities side. Is that we need additional information. Right now, we're kind of in this kind of range without no clear direction, and when I have that, I need more info. So,
all right. Well, here we are. Got 2 trades on. We had some money in them. I'm still not comfortable being short the crude. I'm not that uncomfortable being short the gold at this juncture. But I mean, look what the gold's doing. I mean, here it's all bunged up here. You got VWAP. We're unable to close below that. I think we might be in trouble in both of these. But hey, they're mechanical. We're well aware of the risks, and we take them every day. There it is. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
That crude oil selling got bought up pretty quick. Crude is back up. 50 ticks from that quick sell-off that we saw there. We do have the house count short 63.06 in crude oil and 36.06 in gold. That's weird. Both of those trades have the exact same numbers in them. Just they're moving around a bit.
That is weird.
I had to make sure I was reading the right one. I got one more piece of news here. We talked about it. NFL season is starting today. We got the Cowboys playing the Eagles. The NFL opener is expected to be the biggest bet game for opening week thus far. By the time the last bet is placed on Thursday's opener, gambling experts estimate that hundreds of millions of dollars will be on the line across the nation, just with U.S. sports books. That is not including how much is in play at daily fantasy sites, prediction markets, offshore sports books, and with local bookmakers. Got a comment. The excitement of football returning really ignites bettors, says Joey Fiesel, who oversees football odds for Caesars Sportsbook, adding that the company nearly tripled the betting options for football in preparation for the NFL season. Eagles Cowboys is lining up again to be the biggest bet game of the opening week. I thought there was a funny comment in here from Ed Salmons, who is a Las Vegas odds maker with the Westgate Sportsbook. Says, let's just say they have more money to start the year in the beginning. So,
true.
If you think this is your year betting on FanDuel or DraftKings, the sports books are looking for you to give up your money early. What do you guys think? I think I'm not going to bet on the game, but I'm going to go Eagles. Go with the Eagles to win this one.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think Eagles look better to me.
Yeah, much better team there. Much better team over there. The Cowboys got to figure out what they got going on. Not a betting man, Hoag.
Nah.
Enough risk in the markets.
I haven't done my scouting just yet, so nothing for me on that.
There we go. Speaking of scouting, let's talk about who we have on trading with us today for Fast Markets. We got Andre, Jack, Hoag is going to stick around. We got Doom and Dakota, a repeat. They were on yesterday. Again, Doom and Dakota trading it up again with us on Fast Markets. After that, 11 a.m. Central Time, we have Hoag doing the morning recap. 11:15, I'm coming back with Andrew A. and Coach Hoop to trade with Topstep. Then 12 p.m. Central Time, we have Jack and Ben for the shoulder tap. Lunchbox trading. It's going to be Hoag, Cena G, and myself of the Lunatics. Cena is a new trader in the Topstep VIP program, going to be joining us for Lunchbox trading. After that, Topstep X API, myself and Coach Robert. And to close it out, we got Andre, Mo, and Jack to close out the day for Power Hour. So ton of tradertainment for you coming up. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't done so already. And Hoag, let's get to that checklist before we get into fast markets. Got to do your homework before you can play, Hoag.
That's right. You don't go out to go out to play until you do your homework. Pre-market research. What we just did. Context. It's all about context. The markets you're trading. Levels. Previous day settlement. Always on my charts. What about volume? Open interest. Are those part of your daily research? What about your levels? Your reference levels? Moving averages. Previous swing highs. Previous swing lows. Daily highs. Daily lows. Moving averages. Once you've gone all through all of that and you take care of the rest of the checklist, your routine, market research done, you get some exercise, you get your coffee, you get your water, you get something to eat, that's done. Trading plan review, test your platform, strategy review, journal review, prep your workstation. Have you checked your mental state? Are you okay? Are things good? Is your dog okay? Is everything all right at home? Is everything all right with work? If you're working, if anything's bothering you, you certainly want to know about it. We got the trade entry checklist. Is this an A1 stop? Is this an A1 entry for you, or is this a secondary or even lower case, if you will, entry level for you? What about the profit target and stop price? Reward over risk ratio. Hey, what's that look like for this trade? Well, what about the outcome? How is the outcome? Did you journal through the trade? Did you pay attention to what was going on emotionally and physically and mentally during the trade? What about after the day? You're going to review the trades. You got to check things out. You got to make sure that you kind of review the trades, feel your way through them, take a look at things. Maybe there was something that you missed that could have created a better outcome for you. Update your trading journal. Get plenty of rest. There's always another trading day coming down the road. So we are able to play today. Looks like we have been stepped out of our gold trade, 247. There's one. All right. One swing and a miss. Still short. Crude, pretty much right at our entry point. We'll see how that plays out.
Thank you for that, Hoag. That 3,600 held up pretty strong there in gold. Big fat round number. Not really seeing any selling below it. Still in this crude oil trade, house is short 63.06, $63.06 in crude oil. We did see that quick spike to the downside, get recovered pretty quickly. Last trade in crude, 63.11. We got fast markets coming up in just a little bit. I see the guys in the green room getting ready. Coda and Doom with matching hats, looking like a real trading duo in the room, ready to trade it up. Let's bring us into fast markets. Coach Ray, you got anything before we go for the day?
Yeah, I mean, I just same advice I give it my mindset hunters. Shout out to my mindset hunters out there, guys. Remain patient, disciplined, and wait for your levels.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
For me, what I got, Hoag, shout out to Coach Ray, teaching America's youth how to count, teaching America's youth math, and teaching them how to count their profits as well, trading the markets. Trade well, everybody. Manage your risk. Enjoy what we do here, and then go do something fun. I'm looking out my window right now, and the sun is still shining. Winter is coming around the corner, so don't spend all day at your desk. But put TopstepTV on your AirPods while you take a walk outside, enjoying some time outside, touching grass, and enjoy football season. The start is today.
All right, guys.
Over to you, Hope.
Have a good one, guys.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Jay. Jay, be back on screen with you at Lunchbox Trading, looks like. Always looking forward to that. Top of the chat this morning, Rich, Quaz, Shubham, Bashir, Anastasios, Gorillionaire, Dozer, Rich in Bed, Stewie, Tom, Nick Nichols, my good friend. Always good to see you. And a big shout out to David Z and his grandson. Hello there, grandson. You're going to be a heck of a trader one of these days. All right, folks, it is time. It is fast markets coming up here. Very excited. Opportunities are abounding. We have some information that came out earlier today. We're going to see how the longer time frame or regular trading hour traders treat these markets. It's always exciting to see. Let's go. We are ready for fast markets coming up here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Oh. Good morning, everybody. I won the Powerball last night to the tune of $7, albeit I spent $10 on the numbers. Dre, hopefully we do better today in the markets. What's up?
Oh man, you still show up to work though. I love it, Jack. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. Lower left-hand corner, we got number 82 on the big board. Doom in the house. Lower right-hand corner, star of slow markets. Also, Pop Squad, process over profits. Dakota in the house. Let's get right to it. Coach Dakota, how are things going? Thoughts coming into this Thursday?
Good. If I won the Powerball, I would still show up for TopstepTV. I do this because I enjoy it. Nothing more, nothing less. Let's take a look at these markets. Tomorrow's non-farm payroll. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to be surprised if today's just a choppy consolidation day. I'm looking at this on the hourly chart. The downside, I could see this market maybe returning back down to the middle of the range from yesterday, maybe these 23,400 level. So 70 points lower. I could see this market headed that way. On the upside, I mean, these 520s has been a major resistance lately. But if we can break through that, I was talking about this yesterday, I do like these lower 600s. So that's my game plan going into fast markets today. Looking for this market to return down to these 390s or break out if we see it, maybe these 620s. But non-farm payroll tomorrow. It is Thursday. Stocks right now are mixed. It's a mixed bag. I'm not expecting too much of a move, but ACH, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Doom, happy Thursday. Thoughts coming into this open. We got about 2 minutes till the bell. Doom, what's happening?
Morning, gentlemen in chat. Nothing. What we got now is what I was looking for yesterday. Trading above 474 into the 531s, and now wait for a breakout on the next level, either upside or downside. I completely agree with Coach Dakota. I can somewhat see just consolidation on the day. Yesterday, the chart drew a not so pretty middle finger, fell V-shape at the end of the day, and we closed where we started pretty much. I'm glad I missed all that. And back to you, man.
Love it.
See how it goes. A lot of news. I'm a little sketched out. A lot of news.
Yes, there is. There's a lot of news. We'll talk about the schedule coming up here, but the bell's about to ring in 90 seconds. Jack, take a look at the ES. Last trade, 64.63. We've had a pretty decent read on the ES last couple days. Thoughts coming on in here, Jack?
Yep. First support I'm looking at is around 64.60. Tested it twice overnight, then below down around the 45 area. And then between 30 and 20 is where I'm really getting interested. 30 and 20. Number is still spooky. Soft employment. I think CPI is going to be pretty wild.
Let's talk about that. We had ADP come out about an hour 15 minutes ago. A little softer than expected. We saw Fed speakers yesterday kind of alluding to that, Jack. Precursor for tomorrow. We got non-farm tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Big number everyone's waiting for. But thoughts on ADP coming into this open?
Well, it came in soft, especially compared to last month where it was over 100 down to 50. The Fed has been jawboning that maybe 75K jobs a month for like the monthly report is the new replacement level. 1 second here. Sorry, we're just a few seconds from the open. I'll wax philosophic after that.
All right, sounds good. Non-farm payroll is expected tomorrow's 75,000. 75,000. That's for private payrolls. Anyways, we are now open. Let's get ready to rock here on TopstepTV. Let's get after. Again, house account is short 5 micro crude from $63.05. Last trade 63.12. Right out of the gate, saw a little bit of a pop here in the ES. Nothing wild. Just we're trading 64.65. Take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ right up to overnight VWAP at 23,486. Rejection there. Pushing lower here, 23,460 for now 458's trade. Gold, again, making new all-time highs yesterday. I got about $30 or so to go to the upside to get there. Last trade in gold, 36.12. Take a look at the tilt. Nothing on the tilt just yet. See a little bit more selling here in the NASDAQ. Dakota, those prices in the NASDAQ you're looking at, you had your eye on 390s perhaps to the downside?
Correct. Yeah, 390s, right around 400. Last night I did pass a combine, so I am in an XFA right now. This is back at it, man. Back at it. This grind is real. Grind is always real, never stopping. But yeah, looking for 390s, right around 400 for the downside. Maybe we go back up and test the 520s for the long side. Like Doom was saying, we do have some numbers coming out this morning early. After that, right, was 9 a.m.'s the last numbers. We have headline risk always. Non-farm payroll tomorrow's the big one. So I'm expecting kind of chop.
Look at the buyer step in. Dow selling off. NASDAQ pushing higher here. ES pushing higher here as well. Heard Dakota talking about those numbers. Yes, in about 14 minutes or so, 45 after the hour. U.S. S&P Services PMI final. Top of the hour, U.S. ISM Services PMI. All the PMIs are out today. We'll have some speakers later on in the day as well. And expect the unexpected as it's the day before non-farm, right? Jobs report. We'll be looking through that throughout the day. Here we go. Bit of a muted open. Let's take a look at the ladders here. ES, nothing really jumping off the page on the ladder for size. NASDAQ, not too much either. NASDAQ closing in on 23,500. You can get a little rejection there, but Dow is selling. NASDAQ trying to pump higher here. Tilt 50-50.
I'll sell on micro here. Risk
right.
577.5.
Okay.
What price did you get?
I'm trying a little early VIP entry. 3 hours giving me somewhat of a continuation down setup. My outlook is bearish. Size is right for the potential incoming volatility, whip up, whip down. Thanks for playing. And I would chill.
I like that. What price you short from there, Doom? We had Dow selling off.
I'm sorry, 492 even.
All good.
And I was thinking about you mentioning news and people talking, and I'm a lot like Travis B, or he's like I am. I don't need any of that. Just you, Dre. Tell me what's up. That's fine with me. Like you're my news source.
Oh no. Oh no, that's dangerous. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that, but I'll keep you locked in here. I'll keep you in tune. We got 23,519 trading in the NASDAQ. Dow continue to sell off. Printing new lows there, 45,248. Yes, getting stuck in the middle just a bit. Yeah, we got a number here in 12 minutes. 12 minutes, and we got another one at the top.
520s. This is the top of that resistance level. This could be like looking at an hourly chart. This could be a bearish flag or bullish flag, right? This is resistance, and we were making higher lows. We just put in a higher low this morning. If we break through this, I mean, can we run? Can we run up to those lower 600s before a number? I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, Amazon's up 3.5%. Tesla's up 1%. The rest is kind of just barely in the red. It's nothing too crazy.
Besides, Meta's up 3%. Sorry, Amazon's up 3.5%. Meta up 2.5%. We'll see. Big number tomorrow. First, I believe, non-farm payroll since they fired the old leader. So we'll see what happens there. We've now fully priced in the rate cut for September. Fed watch is like 97.5% or something like that. So
all that
we are cutting. That's why I'm so interested to see the CPI when it comes out later.
If it comes in hot. If it comes in hot, good for predicament. Out, Doom?
No, I'm still in. I gotta stop. I kind of widened it a little bit. Was Big Kukumba.
Big Kukumba. New highs print in the NASDAQ. 22,538. 544. Stop just went off there. ES closing in on session highs, about a point and a half from that. The buyers in the house right now out of the gates in the first 5 minutes of the New York session. New highs printing in the ES now. 64.74 a quarter. Buyers are stepping in here. We on the tilt. 69% long in the NASDAQ. I'm sorry, the ES. 75% long in gold. Gold trading 36.14. Right now, buyers in control.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Had a chance to buy those 61s pre-market, but nothing since the open.
Yeah, waiting for a pullback.
Wait for a pullback to get long. Dakota, any particular price you got your eye on? Or you just like Dakota, when you're looking for a pullback, you like to read the market flow. They like to read the price action, not necessarily get in a specific price or target for that matter.
Correct. Yeah, I mean it's support and resistance, technicals. Like I said, I was looking for these 520s. This is an hourly chart. I was looking for this 520s to be major resistance. We're kind of just breaking through that right now. And so the question is, can we hold this breakout? We have some back on like August 30th where we sold off these 45s, these 40s. Looks like we're seeing some resistance here. We have those numbers coming out here like in 10 minutes. So I'm going to just wait until those numbers come out and then maybe we pick a direction. Like I said, it's a mixed bag, slightly bullish because of Amazon being up. We're almost up 4% and Meta being up 3%. The rest is just not very directional.
Well, Nvidia's up slightly after being down for, I believe, 5 straight days for the first time since March. Google down a pittance compared to what was up yesterday. Just yeah, so it's down 0.5%. Well, it was up like 8.5% yesterday.
Taking a breather.
They're doing okay.
Yeah. Taking a breather. All right, we're seeing a little bit of a sell-off here in the NASDAQ. Like Dakota said, saw some resistance up at 23,548. Trading right back down to 23,500. Call it ES saw some rejection as well up at the 74 level. Now trading 64.70. Dow did turn around. Gold trying to grind higher here. And new all-time highs made yesterday around 36.40, call it. We're trading 36.16 right now. Look at that turnaround in the NASDAQ. Beneath those,
I was willing to add it 560 even, and it didn't came that much up. But it's all right. I'm back to pretty much break even. It's down 15 points. See, is it going to continue to a new low?
Doom, what's your downside target on this? We got about 8 minutes till the number.
Maybe 373. I will move my stop to break even and target 192 or under. Who knows? I'm a bear. I'm a bear. We see if it passes or gets at 373-ish. I'll consider evasive tactics at that point. Maybe add
Thanks, my guy. Beneath those 500s
this is the VIP entry. I get in with one. If it gives me fruition, it moves in my direction.
In the money now.
Yeah, a couple of bucks.
Look at that.
I'm crushing out this for Starbucks.
Beauty of micros right there. Some risk.
Yeah, try to hold that heat on a small account with a mini. Jesus.
Oh, I know.
No, you can't.
Watching that realized P&L just red.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,480s. Got about 4 minutes ago. We were trading about 70 points higher, trading 23,548. And sellers did definitely step in. Saw that 1,000 lot flash up at 23,560 on the NQ on the ask. And the market ran away from that right away and continue to sell off
Andre,
here.
As a reminder, a feature that I used this morning, which in case people haven't yet, I set the contract limits in Topstep X for the ES. The reason why being we're looking at a lot of stuff and bouncing back and forth between micros and ES. And I'm sad to say once or twice I have had 5 micros loaded up and then switched back to ES and then suddenly in the market for 5 when I meant for 1. So I just set it to 3. That's something to do if you trade both micros and minis.
I love that.
Just a little tipperoo.
Good stuff. Got that 1,000 lot in the NQ up at 23,509. Offered 1,000 times. 20 points higher. Good stuff, Jack. Yeah, we saw Mandy do that yesterday in Power Hour. Yes, that's a good way to use some of the TopStep X risk features, contract limits. Good stuff, Jack. We're closing on that 1,000 lot to the upside here in the NQ. Offers 1,000 lot offer 23,509. About 10 points to go. Ooh, actually get filled. Will the market continue to run away from that? 1,000 lot did come in at 23,560. Market sold off right away. And now we're kind of basing around 500s. Number in 5 minutes. Continue to run. Continue to push lower here. 2,489. Before that number comes out, we're going to start rocking and rolling. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour. There's some TopstepTV on the X. Let's see. Well, some of those trader wins, trader station setups. Let's see some people in the we saw some cockpit pictures a few weeks ago. Love to see those. Make sure you're staying safe. Love to
Make
see
sure you're
people
parked.
watching. Yes, see where people watching from all across the globe, watching TopstepTV right here, right now. Also, into the top of the chat, Topstep daily levels. Click on that link. Have a little real estate on the screen. Those levels are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. You don't have a real estate on the screen? Do you one better? Click on that indicators tab, top of Topstep X. They pull that top of Topstep X indicators. Type in Topstep daily levels. Have those levels slapped, overlaid right there on your charts on Topstep X. Doom in the money with this trade, 23,492, about 20 points in the money.
Look at
we
that.
Go run for those lows.
Yeah, we are.
If it wasn't you, Andre, I wouldn't even notice. I was thinking about something completely different.
Look at that.
We're going.
That's the beauty of small size and conviction.
100%.
I'm sure somebody fainted when their trade went up like that, and when they kind of shook off and got up from the floor, it was in the money, and they were super happy at one point in their life. Somebody, somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Nice turn around there. House account stopped out on crude. House account flat.
3 minutes.
Man, I wish I had one up there. I was looking for the 60s. There was 200 lots at 555 on MNQ.
All
right, I was looking for.
Let me get the levels master in here. Mr. Hoagland, Rick Hoagland's brother. Come on in. Hoag, what is happening? Happy Thursday. Thoughts on the NQ and this price action in the NQ? Looked like we were shot out of the gates, and now we just
Did you
turned
see
right
him
around.
today? Is he here?
No, I didn't. I just love saying that. To mess with you.
All right.
2 minutes the number.
We were, we're kind of in a brief uptrend here, but we're up against an important kind of obscure but important inflection level that has proved out a couple of times. We're just talking about this at the end of the opening call. This afternoon pullback low. Once we broke back down below that afternoon pullback low, it's been resistance here on the 31st. Yesterday, we couldn't get to it overnight. 2 times we tried to get to it, couldn't get to it. We got to it in the regular trading hours, and sellers just started coming in. So that level, 23,542, our current session high, 23,548 and a quarter. Just looking for this market to kind of overlapping to higher value by the end of the day. S&Ps are a little bit stronger, even though the opening range in the NASDAQ still remains the dead ass low. Even the S&Ps opened, closed the session gap, but is showing signs of rejection of yesterday's session high, which was 64 and a quarter. Still looking for opportunities to buy weakness in both of these markets. It's just what they do. But we do have some important numbers coming up here in just a couple of minutes, and more coming at 9 o'clock.
Sounds good, Hoag. Yep. 30 seconds. 30 seconds till the number. What is that number? US S&P Services PMI final. Inflation gauge.
Market mover.
Is that inflation gauge, Jack?
One more time.
Is it inflation? Is this an inflation number PMI?
Honestly, I don't know too much about PMI.
I don't either. I just know if it comes out higher.
I mean, services PMI is
good.
It's not that big of one, but
look how thin that NASDAQ ladder
can
gets.
move these markets.
Number is out. Yes? Question mark. Expected
It's
55.
Purchasing Managers Index, so it's another like survey data.
Oh, your favorite types. Number actual in line, pretty much in line, 54.5. Expected 55.4. Pretty much in line. Got another number here in about 15 minutes. It's 1,000 still there in the
Still there.
NASDAQ. 23,000.
Sitting at 509.
509.
You shall not pass.
Not pass is right.
We'll see. We're a few ticks away from it. They're not moving it. It's gone.
Oh, they pulled it. What do they push it up to? They got close. Up to 529s. All right, they're playing games.
Somebody's yelling in their office, "I'm the bid."
Where is it? 20,529. Gold did not like it. Gold selling off 36.05 last trade. Hoag, we got more room to the upside in gold. We saw all-time highs yesterday, and
yeah, we needed this. We needed a
Yes.
pullback. We needed a pullback,
Definitely.
Andre. Look at where the market kind of started yesterday and rallied for the better part of the day. We came off a weekly kickoff high, 36.16 still seems to be an important number here. We looked above it here after the open. This is pretty much where we got stopped out on our short. I did not really like the short this morning in gold or the crude oil, but we looked above it and we're showing signs of rejection. We have a failed upside auction. It looks like we were talking this morning in the opening call. I'm looking for the market to sweep below these lows back into, well, just to kind of close the gap from Tuesday's regular trading hour session to Wednesday's regular trading hour session. We had a pretty good jump in open interest. It's been increasing at higher pricing. That's good for the auction process. But yesterday, Andre, we did not have a delta divergence for the first time in 6 days. That tells me that we finally trapped in all of the laggard buyers up here, and those laggard buyers are now taking heat. When we sweep those out, then I think we can start to push this market back to the upside. Technically speaking, fundamentally, who knows what's going to happen? But Ray came in with a nice level today, which I think would be a good sweep of those laggard longs yesterday. 35.91.70 is the area that he's looking at. I was looking at just closing this gap. So we get a gap down to this level, then we'll just take a look. You can't just dive into it. You got to find some structure to lean on. But I think, eventually in the longer time frame, yes, Andre, there is space more to the upside in gold.
4,000s, Hoag. 4,000s. End of year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe end of month. 4,000s. Last trade 36.04.
I'm long 511 for a nice scalp.
I'm considering reversing, keeping an eye on how much disconnected ES and NQ are, and ES is still up there.
We got Doom short for 492. Dakota long for 23,511. Last trade 23,500 in the NASDAQ. We got another number coming up at the top of the hour. What's up? I'm sorry, Dakota.
I'm long from 511. I thought I was in freaking micros, man.
We just talked about
I was in micros, but I'm not.
We just talked about the contract limits. All right, we'll see if we
one of
those.
those. All right, gotta make sure I'm in micros now. I'm in micros now. Dang it!
As we're
again
thinking about the leaders in these divergent, let's keep in mind though, on the day, ES, NQ, and RT are almost up the same amount. Switching a little bit now, but ES up 0.15%. Now it's falling off a little bit.
Back to micro. My first trade in this XFA was a freaking mistake. That's all right. That's okay.
Hey, Coach, I feel you, man. I'm still recovering from fat finger 5 mini ES.
No, I got out quick there, Andre, but the market sold off like fast. I'm in micros now. I'm not in a position.
Okay, you're flat. Very good.
I'm flat. Yep. I'm gonna wait till this number comes out. I was looking for a long back up to these 520s. We didn't get it.
We get there yet. Dakota, I respect that though. Fat finger air trade, get out right away and don't hope or wish that it does turn around because eventually that will even out. If you do happen to catch a winner.
No, I mean, if I would have held on to that one, waiting for it to turn around, I mean, that's what 50 points. That was 50 points sell off right there.
Yeah, you don't want to be the accidental trader.
Accidental trader, that's right, Hoag. Yep, cannabis. We've all done it. Here we go. Kind of basing out here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ trading 23,482. ES trading 6470. ES, much tighter range, about 10, 12 point range since the bell rang here in New York 20 minutes ago. We're kind of finding it's balanced right now, 63.23. And like we're talking about gold trading 36.05. 36.05, last trade there. What we got for headlines? Headlines hitting here. We got a number at the top of the hour. The Department of Justice issues subpoenas into a probe of Fed's Cook. Sitting on the wire there. She gonna speak? You know, all these other Fed speakers on the speaking tour. Hear her have go to the microphone. Maybe she's not allowed to. She is a Fed voter. We got a 500 lot up here, 23,499, offered 500 times in the NASDAQ. Getting closing in on that about 2 points to go. We're gonna get there.
9 minutes. 9 minutes.
minutes.
We're seeing more volatility coming in.
See if we get that 600 lot filled. Again, 600 offered and pulled. Lovely. They are playing games with us here on Topstep TV. Where else are you going to get this live market action? We got this number top of the hour. ES trying to make another run for session highs. 2 points to go. 2.5 points to go. 64.72. Last trade in the ES. We got E 50-50 across the board on the tilt. On the way.
You want to see the greatest leading indicator of all time?
Oh, yes. 100%. What do you got?
More than anything, the Fed and their jawboning, they're looking at like the 2-year. Take a look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that red line is the 2-year yield. This is a monthly chart going back to 1997. And the blue line is the effective Fed's funds rate. All right. So what we can see in this, especially, is how many rate cuts we're expecting in the next year or two. Right now, the 2-year is yielding 3. What are we at right now? 3.6 or thereabouts, while the Fed funds rate is still effectively like 4.33 or something like that. So they're looking for maybe a point of cuts by 2027.
A point of cuts.
Full point, 100 basis points.
Meanwhile, we've had some weird, funky action. Let me get off the month here.
Oh, there's my chart. There is my chart. That beautiful
the jobs number this morning. I did not want the second in there. Look at this wash right here between ADP, jobless claims. A lot of movement today in the bonds.
What that spike to there, Jack? What was that spike up to?
4.9. Oh, you're talking about my friends, the beta bonds?
The beta bonds, yes.
Yeah. It wasn't last night. They spiked it up to 4.9 off the number. And now we're down. We're not down too much. These aren't huge moves. We're on 15-minute candles right now. But one last thing to show, if I go to the old weekly chart here, you can really get an idea of how big this 5% number is, right? I mean, going back, we've touched it all the times here, but there's even resistance in that going back to 2007, 2006.
Oh, those are the years.
2004. They don't like to be above 5%.
That seems to be the line of the sand. We got close. We kissed it earlier this week, I do believe, and they retreated from that right away. All right, Doom. I call it 6 minutes. 6 minutes till the number. Top of the hour. What's the number, you ask? U.S. ISM Services PMI.
Question is,
right where we are.
Will the Powerball move the market?
Well, it depends on if the winner just dumps it all into SPY calls.
SPX zero expiration?
No winner yet.
No winner. Rollover. Oh, boy.
They don't give the money at once, I believe.
What's it at? What does the winner take?
It's hard to know because it'll be much more. As I said, it'll be $7 less because I won $7 last night. But it was already at like 1.4 or something, so it'll probably be 1.7 at least.
2
billion?
Billion.
Bill dogs.
Billion. Yes. Man, you can really move markets. You can move some
Wow.
markets with that kind of money, man. That would be fun. 5 minutes
Wow.
till
I got
the
JD.
number.
Billion with a B, trillion with a T.
Said it, dude. I
It's
love
in
it,
the
dude.
book, man.
It's in the book. Also, we've got Myron. Stephen Myron is testifying before the Senate Banking Committee. It begins at the top of the hour as well. Well, who's Myron replacing? Who bounced?
Oh, Kugler.
Kugler, thank you.
Resigned. It's weird we still
Right.
don't talk about that.
Yeah, I think I swept under the rug.
No reason's ever been given there. To put that Powerball in the context, though, that's only a 5-cent move in Nvidia market cap wise.
Wow. Thank you for that. That is perspective, Jack. I like that. Stat of the
Yes.
day right there. Stat of the day.
Well,
Closing in on the
Well,
lows
for
here
sure.
in the NASDAQ.
Pushing the lows.
23,464. 5 points. 5
4
points
minutes.
from session lows.
Come on,
If I
send it.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've seen buyers step in around here for the last 25 minutes or so, right around this 23,460 level. See if the buyers want to step in. And we're talking about a 100-point range. The first 30 minutes of trading in the NASDAQ, both 13-point range since the New York bell rang, and Dow staying strong. Dow closing in session highs, 45,385. 12 points off the highs there. Buyers are going to step in the NASDAQ. In the ranges.
In range. 3 minutes.
Duncan Harless. Boycott NFL Red Zone. Yep. Commercials.
Yep, I'm with you.
Not 7 hours of uninterrupted football anymore. Yeah. I know. It was just more of a when, not if. 3 minutes. Market Wiz. Couldn't say it better myself. Topstep. You guys better never fire Jack. This man adds a lot of value to the channel. Hashtag Jack Pelzer.
Danger?
Did you know you are hashtag Jack? Hashtag Jack Pelzer. Absolutely.
Better hope he doesn't win the lottery.
Yeah, I mean, it's not our.
Right.
If he wins the Powerball, we're all. I mean, we're
Well, I'll be
toast.
here.
You'll still be here, right, Jack? You love this.
Hashtag
Yeah.
Jack Pelzer. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV.
If we need a bid in the market, then you could provide it for us. Then
I could, or like give out $1 million for top quiz or something. That'd be fun.
Love-
That'd get some real haters.
Love love that. New highs now. 45,402. Sam Biggle. Jack is the best. Jack got them AI bots well programmed. Look at this. Hashtag Jack Pelzer. Yes, hit us up at Topstep TV with your favorite Jack Pelzer moment.
Damn.
Yeah, look at this.
All right, enough of this.
Okay, all right. Back to the markets. Back to the markets. Number at the top of the hour.
I'm Midwestern Catholic. I don't love it. All right.
Let's see if we get this going here. Nothing. We'll talk about it a little. Oh, let's not forget EIA crude oil inventories number. If it wasn't a holiday or a shortened trading week, it would typically be on a Wednesday and at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Since it's a holiday, it's a shortened trading week. It's going to be today, but it's also at 11 a.m. Central Time for all you crude traders out there. Speaking of crude trading $63.18. But in about 60 seconds, we got U.S. ISM Services PMI. Expected 51.
Drum
This
roll.
might be like yesterday, where we
Boom. Yeah. Still short.
It's coming. I was just thinking about exactly what Coach Dakota just said. It looks a lot like yesterday, rejecting multiple wicks in the 5 minute, 15 as well. Scary stuff if you're short, ask me, but here we are.
Yeah, you're still short there, Doom.
Here we
Short
are.
Doom.
Hey, I'm not stepping back from this. It's too soon. It's too close. I have a stop. It's still a valid and good trade. It actually starts to look a little bit better than it did when I entered, but I'm not adding into this just because of the news event. I don't want to get whipped 50 points up and down.
Oh, here we go.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. Expected 51. And where's Juice. Look to 51. Hoag, you got to read. Actual 52.
Yes.
52. What do you got? I've seen 52.
Okay. Above 50s expansion.
Yeah. 52. Yes. Services employment, though, 46. That's that's contraction. Services price paid better than expected. Well, yeah, the main one, 52. Expansion.
Okay. All right, we got those numbers out of the way. Look at gold. Gold taking a peek beneath those 3600s. 35.98. What was that level Ray liked, Hoag? Coach Ray? Mindset.
35.91.70. Basically, the session gap closed between Tuesday and Wednesday's regular trading hour session gaps.
Okay. Well, if we get down those
Market's
91s.
holding these lows. Market's holding these lows really well.
Fourth time we're bouncing off of them. It's either now or never on the break or on the legit bounce.
Could this
Off,
be like yesterday
460?
where we just hold these lows and then we just rip higher? Or are we going to at least break through them? Can we test through these lows?
I'm looking for that airplane action.
Airplane action. What is this airplane action you speak of, Doom? Airplane action.
Go down, reverse, go up.
Airplane action.
I'm not willing to buy it yet. It's somewhat
heavy.
building up in the background on the volume SPD indicator I have, and VIX is somewhat downtrending. This is bullish, but it's not there yet.
Dow making new
Not
highs.
there yet.
NASDAQ feeling heavy. NASDAQ about 6. We see buyers. Every time we get to those 460s in the NASDAQ for the first 35 minutes or so of the New York session, buyers do step in and try to hold the 23,460 level. Currently trading 23,470.
Buyer.
We got some selling. Someone hit the sell button in the ES. Someone hit the sell button in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ just made new lows, 23,446. Doom short from 23,490.
I'm looking at ES here. I want to see ES push through 66 down to 56 and potentially under to 64.50 even. And then maybe I'll take it out on NASDAQ and look for longs. Maybe if a lot of ifs.
Yeah, it could have been the run where we break the lows and then reverse off of it. Let's see. Let's see if we reverse or if we find momentum below these lows.
Gold still selling off here. Hoag gold trading 35.95. Keep an eye on those 35.91 level, but we just did print new lows in the session lows, I should say, in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ just printed 23,446. Back up about 15 points from there. ES still in the opening range.
We do have the Stephen Myran confirmation hearing going on in the background. That should be underway now.
Is there any question they may? Hold on, we got more new lows. NASDAQ, new lows. NASDAQ here. 3,439 just printed.
Got Nvidia back in the red now, just a buck. That would be 6 straight days, I believe.
Wow, discount prices.
On
4,100
sale.
people watching all across the globe right now on TopstepTV. Click subscribe on the march to 180,000 subscribers. 180,000 subscribers. Click subscribe. Click thumbs up. Click the bell as we're selling off here. New lows in the NASDAQ. 23,431. Dow just did print new highs. But NASDAQ selling off. ES still being a little more hesitant to go lower. Pretty much trading at the lower end of that opening range.
Let's see if we could go to those 390s, Andre. That's my downside
390s.
target when we started this session.
We're cooking here.
Looking for 75.
Boom.
Hey, I get lucky, bro.
Trust up to the risk. That's the beauty of micros. The beauty of
Yeah,
micros
it's
right there.
awesome. I mean, I held about $100 of heat, and I'm up about $100 now. If you look at the dollar value, and you know your kids are in kindergarten, you're home, you're done with your housewife work and stuff, and you want to make a quick dollar, this is it. 1, 2 micros, just chill, what's your favorite TV show or whatever. Topstep
Topstep
TV.
TV is your favorite. Fast Markets
Topstep
is your favorite.
TV, baby.
That is your favorite TV show.
Hey, we got it all, man. You have the sophisticated analyst, Jack. You have me that I explain ranges with my hands. You got Coach Dakota.
There we
New
go.
lows.
There we go.
Mo with so many years of experience. You got everything you want from a trading show. And
I'll take
more.
profit on that one.
We're
I
2
have a
points
runner.
from closing the gap to the close in the SPX right now. I mean, very similar thing happening in the ES.
Dakota, you're short, my friend. Sorry, I didn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
Short. 463.
463. Break to the downside. Short for 463. Boom, short for 492. Last trade, 22,436. Yes, 460s or 6460. ES is whipping around right now.
Andre, we got within 5 ticks of Ray's level in gold, 35.91.70, and we've got a nice little pop coming off it right now.
Look at that. Nice call. Shout out to Coach Ray. Man. If we got to the 91s, Hogue, would we have, well, easier to say now, but if we get back down there, would we take it?
I mean, I was looking at the gap close between the Tuesday and Wednesdays to look for some structure to begin to build there. But we've traded both sides of the initial balance. When that happens, which we just extended the initial balance, we're back inside the initial balance. Probabilities are the market is going to pretty much remain range bound the rest of the day. So if we get down there, it's not a bad idea if we can get a cheap long down there.
All right, cheap long would be around those 91s again.
Yeah, 92s, 91s.
Let's see if we can get that. See if we get
I'm looking for those 390s.
Yes, you are. I like it. Looking for 390s. Doom. Looking for around 373 still. Doom.
Yeah, that's about right. We right at pivot here. If it pushes through 427s, we could see a rapid move to that 373 mark. Could. Let's see. It could be one of those, let me sound fancy, liquidity grabs. Where we
that fancy.
We start running up and, you know, I'm kind of looking for a deeper dive on that airplane action. Like we have the highs.
That's fancy. That's fancy. That seems to be the heavier one right here. 64.61 half last trade in the ES. Look at that ladder. Let's jump in.
What targets are you guys looking for on these shorts?
I'm looking for 390s. 390s, 400. That was my target from this morning, saying if we break down, I could see us, going down to this level around 23,400. What about you, Doom? You said 370s?
373 and under. I'm somewhat taking a trade based on the 3-hour chart for continuation downside. If it will play out, it's going to be big. But first take, I'm looking at 373s, and I'll figure out from there. I might take it, might add. Win the money. I'm chill. It's not yet the time for me to put it at break even yet. So just letting it play out. I want to see it go lower.
600 lot here in the ES to the upside. Offered 600 at 64.65. 4 points here to the upside. 600 lot. Starting to see some size jump in. Will the market go fill that order? Will the market run away from that? We got the Dow selling off. Remember, we saw that 1,000 lot come in at 23,560 in the NASDAQ, and market just took a nosedive from there. And currently trading in the NASDAQ 23,440, 442, call it.
Right around my first support level here in the ES. We're at 64.50 on the dot in the SPX. Overnight lows are down here. Settlement. All sorts of good stuff. And a decent amount of volume has been traded in this area recently.
See that.
Yesterday's value high at 57, Jack. We're already in value from yesterday in the NASDAQ. So I'm kind of looking for their targets.
So you're looking down that way too, then, Hogue?
Yeah, we're in value in the NASDAQ, and I've got two different values. I got volume value low 428. We just traded down to that. It's also the point of control from yesterday, in the neighborhood from the point of control from yesterday. So that's a point of chill. If we get TPO value low, I like Doom's target, which is 373. TPO value low is 372. We got to get through this point of control if we're going to see that continuation.
Yeah, we're not seeing much momentum or follow through right now, which is
I love
a little
how
concerning.
Watch the ES here.
I love
Watch
how
the ES.
Hoag has a completely different method, but it lines up with what I see. And I'm using
Yes.
simple pivot prices and the 200 MA on the 15-minute chart for targets. Usually I use MAs for targets and direction. And it tends to play out. But
Yeah,
we
it's
gotta
crazy.
we do have to break through that pivot. We bounced off of it at 440, 427-ish. And it's now or never. It might wiggle here for a little bit till the market participants make a decision, either, oh, okay, that's probably going to continue down when we sell it, or this is our buyable dip on the day, and they storm the front.
600 on the offer, and the S&P's at 465.
Yeah, that's been chilling. We could get
Yes,
down to
feels-
445s. I'd be very interested in perhaps getting long.
ES feels heavy right now. Buyers are trying to hold the line here. 64.62. Got the 600 lot up about 300 points. Or 3 points to the upside. NASDAQ trying to put in a base here as well. 23,443. About 20 points off the lows just printed. 50-50 on the tilt. Go fill that. Go fill that 600 lot. Close in at about 2 points to go on the ES. Come on. Doom and Dakota both short the NQ, MNQ, I should say. David Woodson says, ask, what's the delta, what's the delta ES and the NASDAQ? That order was pulled. What do you got for Delta right now? They still trying to take that positive in the ES? ES been positive for...
I'm flat.
Okay.
All right.
Well, made up for some of that mistake. Down $200.
With 2 deviations up, 2 deviations down.
Pretty much.
And I won't be surprised if we finish this right back in the middle where my entry is. It's the market, man.
Well, that 61 area that tested twice overnight held up again for now.
Yeah.
Delta in the S&P is negative 4,200.
Really?
Delta in the NASDAQ, negative 600.
Yes. Okay. Interesting. There you go, troops. Troops all over it. Look at that thing turn around.
What did we say when we started the fast markets? It could be a choppy range day.
For now?
And we're right where we opened almost.
I'm going to be very interested. Very interested to see. We got Williams scheduled to speak, Fed Speaker Williams, at 11:05 a.m. Central Time. I'll keep a close eye on that. If you remember yesterday, the Fed speakers that came out, we had Boston come out, some of the other cast of characters. 700 lot to the upside here. 64.66 offer 700 times in the ES. We had those Fed speakers come out yesterday. They were alluding to a little, maybe lighter jobs reports to be expected. I feel like they're massaging the message or what's expected to come. Tomorrow, non-farm payrolls. Make sure you're here. 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Opening call. They'll be all over that. Huge jobs report. Last one before FOMC policy decision 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, which means we're almost entering the blackout period. So the Fed is trying to get them words out.
They have a word quota for the month.
They get
oh yeah,
for it.
Like high school Microsoft Word. your
word count.
Word essay. Yeah, word essay. You just say a whole bunch of stuff to get to the word count. Get your word count up.
Is that a double spacing?
Yeah, ours were still on paper, so it was 1.1 spacing and make the font just a tad bigger.
See, I always change my words to white at the end, and then I'll just type the number.
Tricks of the trade. I like it.
Everyone has their own.
Yep. Feel a little heavy here. Feel a little heavy here. NASDAQ might want to make, okay, new lows. Oh, man, we got tug of war going on here.
Send it. I like that phrase, massaging the message. That
What do you
sounds
mean?
good.
Yes.
That sounds good. I'm stealing that.
Is that in the book?
It's not yet, but it's worth for me to
They do.
keep. They're massaging the message.
That's what they do. That's what
TopStep
they do,
TV,
yeah.
man.
Yes, yes. Yes, grind low. New lows. Stops just went off
Hey,
there.
here we go. Here we go. We're breaking through
57.
that
You heard
pivot.
doomsday.
Let's see
I'm
that
joining your
quick
first
action to
scalp.
73. Let me zoom out so
What is
the
it?
candle doesn't break my monitor.
Yeah, I joined you. I jumped back in from 34.
34. Yep.
Yep.
4, 3, 4. They're not gonna make this easy, are they?
No, never.
72% short, 75% short in the NASDAQ tilt right now, too. 75%.
Oh, come on.
My bad,
I'm
man.
gonna
I
quote
have
code
to.
J. I'm gonna quote code J. Get up the
I
trade.
have to do it, man. I have to, but yeah, 75.
Hey, it's good stuff. The tilt is good stuff. Very good stuff.
Now it's back to 69%. Nice. 70% short in the ES.
Hey, everyone you're trading against wants to make money too. It's never going to be easy.
Nope. Let's see if we could get that momentum down to 400 or no.
It's not gonna make it easy.
Never easy.
No. White House official, here's that line. Trump also emphasized that European leaders must place economic pressure on China for funding Russia's war efforts. Yes, still see some move to the downside here. NASDAQ as well.
Let's see it. Get that 400 target. Those 390s.
Send it.
Send it. I'm with you.
They're holding. Yeah, it's
We're not getting a lot of momentum breakdowns. It's like we hit lows, we bounce.
We
We
hit
hit
my price
lows.
on ES.
Yeah. It's like dropping a piece of paper.
Good
right.
example. Hoag.
That's just like
I love
pulling
that one.
teeth.
Dropping a piece of paper.
I got the boss. The boss says, let's get this done today. Let's get this done today. Let's get to 180,000 subscribers. Less than 200 to go. Please click subscribe. Please click thumbs up. Please click that bell in the upper right-hand corner. Then we'll get fed. They'll feed us. We get to 180,000 subscribers today. How'd I do, Danielle? I think I did okay there. It's the boss. Orders from headquarters. Right now, we got the Dow turning around. All right, Jack, come on, and we'll see if
460.
Yeah.
Okay.
60s, right back to 60s. They're gonna. It's like pulling teeth right here. Come on in, Jack. I love your nuggets and tidbits. What do we got?
Nuggets and tidbits galore. Also, I was laughing with that picture. I got Hoag. I got the pictures from our little photo shoot. They're great. They're pretty funny. Did you get yours?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
They're
think we're
really
allowed
good.
to show them yet, but they're pretty fun. I do have a behind the scenes photo I'll share at some point. But let's get down to it. Let's talk ADP. So, 4-month average down to 42K, the low of the cycle. These are the ADP numbers going back to 2021. We can break this down further. I thought this was an interesting graphic online.
EDP.
They give you the breakdown of employment added in the private sector by the size of the company. So if we go to the next slide here, we can see where the jobs were added. Mid-size and large companies, not exactly surprising, added 18,000 each of the jobs. Small firms 10, 20 to 49, not so much. But I'm going to keep an eye on this going forward to see where the jobs are getting added. But this is a fun piece of information to have around. Why don't we take a look at inflation?
I like that.
This is a weird measurement. The Beige Book, Andre's favorite scavenger hunt item,
I'm looking for it.
mentioned inflation mentions are at their highest since the post-pandemic surge. Other than that, at the highest in history. The word inflation was mentioned 219 times in the Beige Book this month. Take from that what you will, but obviously it's still a concern for them. Well, you can see here.
That spike.
I mean, it used to be hardly mentioned, back when we weren't dealing with it at all.
That's a good
down
stat.
120, saying 12.
I like this.
Yeah, fun to look at. And lastly, we're almost done with earnings, but I found this pretty much sums it up right. Who are we? CEOs. What do we want? AI. AI to do what? We don't know. When do we want it? Nah.
Just say AI.
Speaking of
AI.
inflation mentions in the beige book, I'd be interested to see AI mentions in corporate earnings report, because everything from I bet you the Cracker Barrel has AI worked somehow into the system at this point. So that's the
made that
big
correct.
trade. That's what's keeping
like
us alive in the markets right now. So
Jack, really quick, with that
go
ADP
NVIDIA.
breakdown, it was the smaller companies or the bigger companies that did the most hiring?
The bigger companies, what I got to figure out though, Andre, is I don't have the stats for what percent of private payrolls each account for.
Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me if, a lot more people are working for these small companies than you think. So I will get working on that.
Who's that?
What's that?
Who's in?
That was not me.
Oh man,
Doom?
no, it wasn't
Google?
me. It wasn't me, but I got a.
Dakota?
No, I don't have Hoag's voice for that reason. I mean,
I have not bought a mini on accident. Yes.
Hey, I'm flat. I'm up $480. All right,
Nice turnaround,
I'm gonna
Dakota.
go ahead and I'm gonna click this button. I'm gonna lock myself out
Solid.
for at least the next hour or 30 minutes. Just let things settle down. I went from
What are you
down
gonna
1,300 to up 480, and fat finger evaluated, or it wasn't really a fat finger. It was just a mistake. The difference between micros and minis on that one trade. So we're good. I'm good. Feels
What
good.
will you be trading now? What account? You just locked out your XFA. Will we be switching over to a combine now?
Correct. Yes. Yep. Because we could have 5 XFAs, and I'm just going to do this nice and slow, one by one, not in a rush. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I'm doing this the old-fashioned way. I know we Topstep announced the back to funding level, but I have the confidence that, to me, the cheaper route that I want to do is going to just go through combines to get to XFA if I need to.
All right.
Okay, we got the bottom of the hour here, about 8 minutes or so. What do we have? Net gas number at the bottom of the hour. Again, we got crude oil inventories about an hour and a half. That's 11 a.m. Central Time. Still got ways to go. Take a look at some of these prices. Go around the horn. Gold still staying beneath 3,600, 35.95 last trade there. Coach Ray got their eye on that 35.91, 35.92 price level, so about $3 away from there. See if we get perhaps a long. I've seen a bit of a push higher here in ES trading 64.65, bottomed out about 10 points lower. Buyers right up to overnight VWAP and NASDAQ. Dude, you still short this thing?
Yeah, man. I'm
My
a
man, dude,
statue.
this whole
I ain't moving.
I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving. Still staying short. I like it.
This still has the potential. One thing I might fail at is add to it.
What price?
I don't know. I don't. I really
Where else do you get that kind of analysis? But
it really depends what it does now. If we get that violent takeoff from 440 and 430s, I ain't adding to a loser for sure. So
yeah,
just gonna chill. It's still in between my levels. It's still trying Asia low yesterday, somewhat highs, and it's at price of interest. I am personally pretty much waiting to see who's gonna prevail, buyers or sellers.
That was a lot. 1,000 ES offer 1,000 times 64.70, and the orders 1,000 on the ask, about 3 points higher from here. I wonder if this one's real. 64.67 last trade. 64.68's now print, or is the market going to run away from this 1,000 lot? Interesting price they picked here. 64.70 and the orders.
Right?
1,000 lot
Why?
offer. It might get filled. 2 points to go.
I've been watching that 600 contract flash on the ask here in the NASDAQ, but they just keep pulling it and they're not getting filled. Buy the dip, man. This NASDAQ.
Go fill that thing. Point to go. Trade 64.69 quarter closing on this 1,000 lot on the ask in the ES. It looks like it is filled. They just lifted that offer 1,000 times. 64.70.75 filled 1,000 times on the ask.
Pretty much the point of control.
Is that
Volume
filled
point of
today?
control right there.
I'm gonna write that down. Take note of that.
Well, you know what we did
Look at this
yesterday?
market.
Yesterday we ran the highs, then we ran the lows. Today we ran the highs, we ran the lows, and we were right back in the middle.
Welcome to rollover.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. The day before non-farm as well.
Yep, huge non-farm payrolls, jobs report tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Make sure to stay tuned into opening call. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage of that massive number. All of eyes will be on that. We got into the blackout period, like Jack said. Fed speakers, FOMC policy decision in 2 weeks from today. Again, we just had 1,000 lot off filled on the S 6470.75. 3 quarters. Watch that be the fill of the day. Who got short with that? If anyone did. All right, with that being said, tip of the week. Had a huge one this week. What is the tip of the week this week on TopstepTV? Oh, yes. Educate yourself. That's what I'm here to do for Doom. Educate Doom. No, understand the financial markets you are trading in. Learn about different trading strategies and styles. This is one of the most important ones. Stay informed about economic indicators and events that can impact the markets. Tomorrow, non-farm payrolls, massive number. Gotta educate yourself. Stay in tune. Stay tuned to TopstepTV.
Never stop learning.
Nope.
Never. I mean, can we ever learn enough?
Never.
I mean, how Hoag, Jack, you, Andre, the whole team here that went through, got their Series 3. I mean, you can never have enough education.
No.
I was going to ask Hoag. I remember a couple years ago, I was really starting to dig in, get your hands dirty with VWAP and trying to understand VWAP a little bit better. You've been around, you've seen some shit, and you're constantly learning, constantly evolving, and just adding a new tool to your arsenal. Hoag, a couple years ago, really getting full grasp, understanding. Was it VWAP? I think it was. What was it?
Yeah, it was a Brian Shannon's VWAP book.
There it is. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I'm always reading. There's even books that aren't very good. You're going to get something out of. That is a good book, though. But I'm always reading.
Crude popping here a little bit. $63.40. Let's trade there up about 25-cent pop here. Markets are taking a bit of a breather. Did see 1,000 come in the ask in the ES. Again, 64.70.
Yes, rejected value from yesterday. Touched it and got a nice little bounce off it. We got through volume value low in the S&P and the NASDAQ on a different platform. Saw some buyers come back in. I mean, it's still buy the dip here, isn't it, guys?
I'm short one MES here.
Doom, are you still short your NASDAQ?
Instead of adding to it, I'm short one MES here.
Price Doom.
And see how this plays out.
Do you get short from those 70s?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm good.
64.69.5.
Thank you.
One MES, just one micro.
Short one MES, short one MNQ. Let's trade that NQ 23,480. 74% long in the NASDAQ tilt, Doom. How about that? I think you'll take that.
Ideal.
There you go.
Ideal.
What have we seen? We saw 75% short in the NASDAQ trading around the lows. Man, that turn around, market turnaround, and that tilt turnaround.
Yep.
If so many people are long, I know it's the traders from the evaluation stage and such, but it could be a buy squeeze.
Texas hedge. Texas
be.
Edge Evans.
Shoulda,
Yep.
woulda.
We're right where we opened.
Oh. Yep, and there's the initial balance. So we're looking at like an 18-point range in the ES on that. High of it being current high of the day, 64.74 3/4.
I'm not
Said
seeing any.
first hour, Jack, correct? And Jack, first hour of the New York session, get that initial balance.
Yeah,
Mhm.
some people do different things. Hoag taught me the concept, so I use an hour. Thank you,
Yeah.
Hoag.
Hoag, talk to me.
You-
Initial balance, first hour. Taught Jack the concept. 77% long on that NASDAQ tilt. Hoag, please help me understand initial balance, first hour of the New York session. What are we looking to gather?
Well, it's basically a market profile concept, right? Back in the day in the trading pit, they looked at the first hour of the trading session, the regular trading hour session, before there was any electronic trading. Everything had to happen in the trading pit. So the first hour, there was a lot of information in that first hour of trading. You could maybe get a sense that there could be a directional day. You could maybe get a sense that it's going to be a range bound day there, because a lot of executions are occurring in that first hour. The locals, like us, retail traders, individual traders, the locals would look at that first hour as an area for two-sided trade to try and ensue. So they're looking at the extremes. They're probably looking to sell the high of the initial balance, buy the low of the initial balance. And there's also information as the market leaves that initial balance as well. So there's a lot, I guess there are some IB haters out there, but it's a tool that I've been looking at for 30 years and using with a good degree of success. So that initial balance has always been an important area or level or range, or for me, as far as trading is concerned. It tells you, where that first hour of trade range is. Right? Sometimes that can be the entire range for the session. And then watching what happens as it leaves the initial balance, or leaves it for good, or comes back inside of it. There's good information in that. So, IB haters, go ahead and hate. I love the IB.
I want to get to that. I want to put up a poll. Are you an IB hater? Yes or no? Are you an initial balance hater? Yes or no? We're going to find out who the haters are, who the haters aren't here, Hoag. Let's get to the bottom of this. But yeah, that was a great breakdown. Put that poll up. Are you an initial balance hater? Hoag is looking far and wide, high and low. See, who aren't you haters out there? That's good stuff, though. It's you see the distribution of first hour of trading. ES,
yeah, and it's different for different markets. Like the initial balance for gold is 7:20 to 8:20 a.m. Central Time. The equities 8:30 to 9:30 Central Time. Crude oil 8 to 9 Central Time. Treasuries and currencies pretty much 7:20 to 8:20 Central Time.
Pulls up.
Those are the old pit open hours when all the volume starts to come in.
Nice. A lot of people aren't. I don't think there's many people that hate it. It's a good tool if you know how to use it.
It doesn't work for them, or they haven't tried it and it just judged by looks.
All right,
People usually hate stuff they don't understand.
You an IB hater? You initial balance? Yes, I knew that was going to happen. Did you try? IB? You IB? No, I'm not. No. Oh wow. All right, let that.
So interesting levels around here, where for all of August, pretty much, this is by far the area where the most volume is traded, around 64.70. So it would need some juice, some gas for the goose, I think, to get through here.
Ooh. It'd have to be a headline, man. I don't see this market really going anywhere today unless a
Ahead of
headline
unemployment.
pushes it in the direction.
Headline. Well, let's keep an eye on these speakers. Goolsby's scheduled to speak after the bell. Typically, he does a lot of the mouthpiece for the Fed, if you will. See if he wants to get some. He wants to get some comments out there before the closing bell. We got that poll up. Let that thing cook for a few. Looking for a headline, you say, Dakota. Well, we were talking about tech. We were talking about Google yesterday. We were talking about Meta. We were talking about Microsoft all throughout the week. Heavy tech. I think I know what they're doing for dinner tonight. Bring that in. Big time dinner. Look at this.
Nice.
Major tech leaders will be at the White House Thursday. President Trump is hosting a Rose Garden dinner for a number of tech CEOs. Expected guests include Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, Apple CEO Tim Cook, and Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates. The White House says this is the first event to be held at the newly renovated Rose Garden patio. First Lady Melania Trump is also hosting a rare public event at the White House Thursday, which will focus on artificial intelligence.
I mean,
AI.
Yep, I want to be part of that dinner.
Open that checkbook.
Yeah, is that remember the inauguration?
Do we sell a
Question
quiet
is,
market?
are they going to be serving hamburgers?
I mean, what do they eat? Ooh. New renovated Rose Garden, by the way. Chief Design Officer.
Hey, I'm waiting for that UFC fight on the White House lawn.
Yeah. Yes, Melania. Okay, here we go. Hoag, we get to the bottom of this. All right, we can kill the poll. Hoag, you're looking for those IB haters. I'm not really seeing them. According to the poll here.
There was a person in the chat named Robert that was always saying the IB's done. It doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything.
One person.
It's
Hoag.
outdated.
One person.
But he hasn't been around lately. I don't know where he went.
One person. Hoag remembers.
I like Coach Robert.
Not him. Not that Robert.
Not Coach
Riz.
Robert.
I know, I'm joking.
Not the
Yeah, you
Riz.
still have
85%.
day
Yeah,
jobs.
just be in the chat.
When trading doesn't work out.
Oh, are we going to fill these 400 contracts in the NASDAQ? We're getting
Where is
close.
it? Where is
515.
Thank you, Dakota. Look at that.
They're not.
Ooh, Phil. Nice
Okay.
catch there,
Okay.
Dakota. Cooking new highs ES. Well done. New highs ES 64.76. Those 60s were nice. Pushing higher here in the NASDAQ as well.
All right, now we're pushing above the IB a few points in the ES.
There's information here.
Yeah, what do we got
There
here?
gotta see this
80%
at
long.
27.
80% long in the NASDAQ tilt right now. Trade 23,520.
So yeah, that's
Five,
confused.
I like.
Got the IB high. There's information coming
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
NASDAQ not yet, but we'll see.
400 lot to the upside. 23,538. 538 offered 400 times. In the NASDAQ, we saw that 500 lot filled.
Yep.
Yes, cooking here.
There's another one. 538.
Yes. And
Be curious to see if these start getting filled now. Does that mean that change anything?
question. Something
I've
changed. Yeah. Yes, very, very strong now. Just lifting offers. Hoag, was that negative delta? Did that they unwind that whole thing? They got short in the hole.
Well, yeah, I mean, S&Ps are now positive 2,300.
There you go.
NASDAQ positive 1,000.
They got caught. Handle the cookie.
Unraveled.
Yes, it did. 23,522 last trade in the NASDAQ.
You got to remember, I mean, as we get deeper into rollover, Delta is going to mean a little bit less.
Yeah.
Certainly seems to have worked the last couple of days, though.
I think it's been giving us great insight. We saw it yesterday in Power Hour. Wow, okay, someone's hitting the buy button in the ES. ES not done. Print new high. 64.79 quarter just printed. NASDAQ not quite. NASDAQ closing on that 400 lot to the upside. 20,538 offer 400 times. About 20 points higher from here.
85, I'd get short with Doom.
85s. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to shorts on a day like
Yeah.
today at the top of this.
It's coming soon. You guys were talking about initial balance. I'm an odd cat. I like the 27-minute chart, and it's at 54. So there's one more 15-minute bar. If it doesn't smoke me, this would still be at play, and if it does, I'm absolutely fine with it. Size is right. The day is odd. Chilling. Saw money. Saw heat.
Can't take the heat. Can't take the heat. Get out of the kitchen. I love it. You're seeing the swings right now. You did micros, though.
I'm not at my best score today. I could have utilized kind of scalping the range with a little bit more size and being quicker on in and out with size, but news and kind of wacky. 50 SMA is fairly flat. We either accumulating for uprun or not, or looking at just the decision. Are the participants going to sell it off from here or not? Or this was the Bible dip, and they're coming into realization above the previous high that, okay, this is where we're going to try to catch it and ride it in the next leg up and the next leg up. Still not set here, relaxed, chilling. Another day at the job. You know how it is.
Yeah, absolutely, Doom. I like it. Shout out to Flyer Jim. Flyer Jim, how you doing? Flyer Jim in the chat says, where'd you go? Amazing how I can now. Okay, amazing how I can use the same strategy and make 1,500 on practice, only 350 in a combine. Sykes. Yeah, what's going on? The difference is there, but good realization there. Flyer Jim, keep grinding, man. Good to see you as always. Also, shout out to Brooksy. Saw Brooksy in the chat saying, remember when TopstepTV had only 5,000 subscribers? And here we are on the march to 180,000 subscribers. One more time, please click subscribe, click thumbs up, click like, and click notify. Upper right-hand corner. Got Parv in the chat saying big soft soon.
Feels like just
kind of rejected the IB high there. Yes, bounced a little bit.
Yeah, you got 20 minutes to wait and see if there's any kind of failed auction. Which, with the NASDAQ not taking out the IB high, I think kind of increases that probability. But it's not. It's hanging above that IB high in the S&Ps. Not ready to short it yet.
Yeah, I am leaning a little short bias now, going back to just the middle of the range. If we're going to play a range trading day.
I feel that. Yes. Oh, we got, what you said about the 18 minutes to the top of the hour. Perhaps failed upside auction. We're staying a little strong up here. I know Jack's got his eye on what, 85? You said 64.85 in the ES, perhaps.
Yes. Okay, there we are. We just broke the high, the IB, and the ES. Right at it right now.
It's got range written all over it.
Yeah, we're going to range. It looks like back down to 470s.
More expensive trade.
Sellers coming in. They really popped that thing. Just couldn't find the volume. Couldn't find the push.
Price checking overnight highs on the ES.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Are the market participants, our friends and colleagues, take this as a buying opportunity, or they're like, okay, this is it. Dump it.
Yeah, I just see that 600 lot up at the highs. Duncan locked in. Always, that's my trading buddy. Duncan always got their eye out for that size on the ladder. Using that level 2 data on Topstep. Seeing that 600 lot up at ES 64.79 offered 600 times.
Yeah, those 520s acting as major resistance again. I mean, this is the kind of price action you could take a nap, wake up, and we might be sitting around these 470s to 480s.
NASDAQ turning around now. It looks like it is range. Look at the range going today. We saw that, 80% long? That tilt's been showing a little bit here. That was 498 last trade in the NASDAQ. Topped out. 531. Have turned around from there. What else do we have on the schedule for today? The present's been pretty muted so far. And we have Myron. Myron is testifying before the Senate Banking Committee. Looking for confirmation to take Kugler's spot. What region is that? Or is it Cleveland, Jack? What I forget.
It's a good question.
I've been putting you on the spot all morning, haven't I?
You have. I don't know all these things.
Sorry about that. You're the smart one, man.
You know everything.
You're the smart guy, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know. Duncan, my wife's boyfriend. I miss what happened to my wife's boyfriend? I've been putting Jack on the spot all morning long. I don't know the answers. That's what my trading buddies are for. I lean on them.
Yeah.
They're the cheat sheet.
AI.
AI, yeah, just say AI.
AI.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, but just hold right now.
Yeah,
We're gonna.
I could see this market just chopping the rest of. I mean, we've seen that big spike in power hour yesterday, right? So curious to see how this price goes into non-farm payroll tomorrow. If we get back down to those 440s, 430s, I'm going to be looking for a long. I'm going to play today as a range day going forward right now. I mean, I'm still locked out for another 5 minutes, but a short up at those 520s were very, very tempting. If we get back down to these lower end of today's range, I'm going to be looking for buying. Just buy low, sell high type of day.
I do. Hey, Doom, talk to me about this price action right now. You're still short the ES, still short the NASDAQ, micros as well. What are you seeing over there, Doom?
I'm debating. I'm waiting to get that key information. We're going to hold above these highs here and potentially continue our run up out of this very foggy, I could call, expanding volatility pattern or megaphone.
Foggy.
And,
is it foggy because of the smoke? Is it foggy because the charts are just looking a little? What's foggy?
It's not as clean because we made lower highs,
right,
and then kind of really widen it up. But astrology for men.
That's exactly what this is, man. That's exactly what all this is.
In their own way.
I put that one in the book.
Yes, it is. Look at gold here, 36.04 last trade there. Gold still got a $40 range overnight, making all-time highs yesterday. All-time highs in gold. What was that price? 36.40. All-time highs in gold yesterday. Well, we're trading 36.02. Oh, gets a healthy pullback, right? Needed, right? They get a little overextended to the upside. And
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Expected.
Yep. It'll feed the rally. It's like being long and selling one to feed the rally.
I'll tell you what, Hoag. Luckily, it's not around Valentine's Day. I remember back around Valentine's Day, Hoag's like, if gold gets up to $3,000, we're gonna take that gift back for Mrs. Hoag. He was just joking, of course. He was just joking, of course. But we are well above 3,600, about $600 higher. And
I got you to remember that, Andre.
Oh, man, that was a good one. I liked it. You got lucky, Mrs. Hoag. All right, 64.77. 64.77 last trade in ES. About 2 points off the highs.
Yeah. Yeah.
It might be pushed here.
How long are you going to hold this trade for, Doom? That's my question is, will you let this play to the rest of the day if we just go sideways? Or do you have a timeline?
I will get a key information at 10:54 and past that. So there's about 6 minutes, 7 minutes. Yeah. I know for a fact that I'm going to hold it in the next 7 minutes. And depending from there, I might reverse it, try to jump on a potential long if.
Okay, lots of ifs.
But I like how you put it. Hold it into the end of the day. I'm still looking for that 373, 378 now, 380s range to act on M&Q. And honestly, that should line up with 456 and under or on ES, MES. Yeah, if we get that, good stuff. Probably start trailing it. If not, still good stuff. Can't win them all. I could have utilized a little bit more on this range, kind of, selling, buying, up, down, but
yeah,
it's Thursday, a short week. I'm taking it easy. I'm coming off a fat finger loss. I don't really want to trap myself into a unpleasant day and erase 1, 2, 3, a 4-day green streak.
That's right. I like that. Yeah. How much did the fat finger cost you, Doom?
Oof. I blinked and I was down $2,800.
Damn,
And at that point, it's like, why do anything?
I know.
Ouch.
I blinked again, and I saw the message to watch TopstepTV and the Discord.
Oh,
Hey, that's good advice. It's implemented in the platform. It's good advice. Definitely going to learn some stuff from this show and the Discord.
Oh, love it, Doom. Love you, Doom. No, we got number 82 on the big board. Doom in the house. Got Coach Dakota in the house. Coach Dakota, nice comeback, nice jab. Was down. What, you down about 1,200 in the XFA or so?
Yeah, I was down 1,200, and fat finger, like you said, Doom. You blink and you're like, oh, what happened?
Hey,
and,
you are quick. You are quick on it.
Yeah, I mean, I've learned. You make a mistake like that, you just get out.
Get out.
Whoops. And don't try and hold and hope. If I would have held, it would have been much, much worse. And then grinding my way back. I'm watching this for opportunities. I'm able to trade again here in like 40 seconds. But I'm not seeing too much, to be honest. It's a quiet day. I don't like selling quiet markets, but sell opportunity right up at the top of this range, if it's going to be a range-bound day, is possible. So it's kind of a catch-22. When I'm indecisive, or undecided, the best play is usually nothing. Yeah.
Yep.
We've got the 5-minute watermelon.
There in the
green on the outside, red on the inside.
They just smacked that market down about 5 points in the E aspect, down to 64.75. NASDAQ didn't budge too much, but we did see a little bit of a sell-off there. Hoag, I'm going to ask you a question.
Andre.
Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody mentioned in the chat, by the way, that the CEO of Baker Hughes was going to be on CNBC.
I got to hear what this person has to say.
We got to watch that.
They got to come on Friday. What are they doing on a Thursday? I guess they got to work tomorrow. They got a big number.
Tomorrow's their Super Bowl.
Yes.
I would love to see
Stop. Yeah. Baker Hughes, what a gig. Hey, Hoag, question. Any such thing as a fat finger in the pits? I know MP once got filled on like a 300 lot or something in the spoos. It wasn't necessarily a fat finger. You just say filled or sold, and you're what? Anything like a fat finger in the pits?
Yeah, so if you're like Michael did, somebody put an offer out there and he said, buy them all. Now, if the guy didn't say, 300 at, the price, he didn't say 300 at even, and all he said was at even, and Michael said, buy them all, Michael didn't have to buy them all. But if he said 300 at even and Michael said, buy them, then Michael's buying them all. The only time that you could really do a fat finger is if there was 300 on the offer and everybody was trying to buy them and you said, buy the balance. You're thinking maybe there's 20, 30 left, whatever it is. You say, buy the balance, and he goes 150. Whoops. You're on for that. You're on for that.
Okay.
Now, there were also situations where I sold you one, Andre, and you thought you sold me one. So we both think we're short. It comes out in out trades.
Out trades.
And if the market is higher the next day, we'll both make money on it, because a sell versus seller, a buy versus a buy for one lot is a two contract position. So that would be kind of another fat finger. It's more of an out trade, but if I bought one from you and you thought you bought one from me, we both bought it from each other. So if the market opens lower the next day, well, then we can buy those contracts a lot lower. We'll both make money on it. But if we open higher, we both lose money on it.
I did not know that one. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
No kidding. Sell. Oh, man. Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore. Actually, I think fascinating stuff. See, I'm telling you, who's been around, he sees shit. I did not know that was would be a possible out trade. Good stuff there, Hoag. All right. Good fat finger. All right, you saw.
Appreciate trading from my home and computer and digital trading much more.
It's efficient. But boy, don't doom. Those fellas on the floor, they got paid, man. You should see the commissions roll over. Hoag would be eating steak all week on roll week, man. Just going from this month to the next month. Look at it. He knows it. Steak and lobster and roll week. He absolutely loved it. They got paid what, $3.50, $5 round turn. Anyways, we'll get back to that. We saw the big announcement yesterday. For those that missed it, I want to hear it one more time. Gabe, come on in. Hit him with the news here at Topstep TV. What's up, Gabe?
All right. Well, speaking of fat fingers, you ever fat fingered an XFA day one without getting to a payout? Well, here's an opportunity for our traders that you've been asking for starting yesterday, one bad day or bad trade does not have to cost you your Express Funded account. We've given traders the option to reactivate and go back to funded and take up to 2 more shots at the best payout policy in the industry. You can see the reactivation fees here on the screen for you for each account size. Here's how it works. So any Express Funded account that you lost starting yesterday, you can now reactivate. You'll see a button that says back to funded right in the Topstep dashboard, the new dashboard that is. It's only eligible for Express Funded accounts with no payouts taken. Reactivate each Express Funded account up to 2 times, and you have 7 calendar days to decide once you break an XFA. It's the same simple payout policy, no consistency target, 5 winning days, $150 or more. And this is available now. So that's all I got for you guys. I'm going to send it back to you, but we are getting back to funded.
Thank you, Gabe.
All right, I'm taking a short here at 501.
In the range?
Yeah, I'm going to play this range.
Okay. This is the
How many
XFA.
times have I talked trade? And Coach Jay was on with me last night during slow markets, and we say it all the time. I said, man, we call out some amazing trades that we just don't take.
Dakota, you seen are you playing? First of all, your XFA is unlocked. You're back in the XFA?
Correct. Yeah. I locked
Nice.
myself out for 30 minutes there.
I love
just to settle down and wait. And so I've been
Cool.
patiently waiting for this. And this is a setup. This is a range bound play
There is.
play back to these 470s or the middle of this range. And so I took it.
So Dakota, you've been trading NQ since that fat finger, right?
Yeah, so that fat finger, I had a bigger position thinking, like, okay, I'll get in with like 5 micros, right? A bigger micro size. But that was the NASDAQ. I'm okay with taking 1 contract on the NASDAQ, depending on the
Sure.
setup, but not a full micro position sizing in the NASDAQ. That was the fat
Right.
finger.
That's 10 times. Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's major difference. I think it allowed me into three. Yeah, three minis is a lot different than 3 micros.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, NASDAQ is kind of like, feels like Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill, and then it just falls back to the bottom. And trying to push the boulder up the hill, and then it falls back to the bottom.
Well, Nvidia is up again, but just 15 cents, which is 3 Powerballs in market cap.
That's yes. Hey, Doom, can you update your position, please, my friend? We make sure it's accurate up there at the top of the screen. What's your position? One more time?
I'm down unrealized about $60.
You're flat?
No, I'm not flat. Unrealized. I'm still in.
Short. Oh, you're still short.
I'm still in. Still in. If this we flip over this high, I'm gonna save a couple of bucks. I ain't gonna be too stubborn on this any longer.
Okay, so Doom short 1 MNQ from 23,492, and also 1 MES from 64.69, I believe.
And a half. Yeah.
And a half. Thank you. Okay, there. Top of the hour coming in about a minute. Dakotas, what did you say? We got crude continue to push higher, $63.55. About 18 cents off the highs. Dakota, you're short from 501. What's the downside? If you're playing the range, what time frame are you looking at to take this short?
I'm looking at this 5 minute. I'm looking at this 5 minute. Lots of resistance. Like these 520s is a major resistance from yesterday, overnight, today, and if you're playing range bound, that's what I'm looking for. The only thing is, this is where I have a bad habit of overthinking sometimes, because I don't know if this is PTSD, where I'd say my stop loss is a better entry. Because when you're range bound, sometimes we do get those whipsaws, run some stops up above.
Right.
or at least run the highs and then turn around like we did. So that is what I'm always thinking in the back of my mind, but I can't let that get to me. Can't let it get to me.
All right. No failed upside auction in the S&Ps.
Top of the hour. Yep.
Waiting for 83.
83. No failed upside auction. So perhaps looking pull back to the IB.
Longs want it to hold above 64, 74, 75. 74 in the orders.
Yeah, I'm gonna bail. I'm gonna bail on this one.
I'll
get back in if we do reject.
Guys, ES.
Yields are rising a little bit. 10-year back above 4.2. It's been pretty low. We had like the lowest 10-year yield in the last 4 months. 30 years back to about 4.9. Right now we're at 4.2 on the dot. We got as low as 4.175.
Okay. I think keep tapping. We guess we're looking at 85s up there. I'll get 85s. Euro close, bottom of the hour, 29 minutes. 29 minutes. What was that? Yeah, I saw that, James Hansen. What was that? 4 lot at 23,538. There you go, troops. Troops been locked in today.
Anyone else got the biggest 0-day call level at like 64.75, which is what we're approaching, which would be around 85 in the futures. So that is what I am waiting for.
Got you, Roger that. Dakota, you took this short trade looking at the 5-minute on the 5-minute range. Are you working a bid at 23,500, lower end of this 5-minute range?
No. I don't like to work bids. I'll wait and join bid if we do get there. I always make sure I have my stop loss in, and I'll manage the trade manually.
Some stops. Stops just popped. Grinding higher, 64.80 in the orders. New highs ES. Will NASDAQ go with it? 23,531.
400 lot on NQ at 538. Going for it.
Yeah, I'll get back in this. I'm gonna get out of this one. I'll get back in if we do start to reject again.
5.
You're flat now?
Correct. Yep, I'm flat. Minus 185, 184.
Okay. Dakota down $1,200 in that XFA with a fat finger. Was able to jab his way back. Then took would you lock out for 30 minutes using the manual lockout timer?
Correct. Yep.
30 minutes.
Yes.
Take a cool off.
Yep,
I really love that. Cool the head and clear your mind, and then get back in. Didn't get the trading. Didn't get the trade. Wanted to cut the losses early. Cut the losses early is exactly what you saw right there. Pro ball trading right there. Cut the losses early. Looks like this ES continues to.
I'm just so cautious on shorts anymore, Andre, where it's like if I'm short, just not worth holding on to a trade. Easier to get back in.
Keep them tight. Keep them tight. Keep them right. Know what I'm saying, Andre?
I feel that. I was trying. Oh, definitely. You put me on the spot with that one. Would you get back in?
All right, I'm back in. Let's see if we could.
What price?
Reject through these 30s. This would probably be my last attempt here at this short.
What price did you get short from? You got short from 30?
27 3/4.
Okay, I like that. And this is, again, you're playing off the 5-minute range?
Correct.
Oh, never.
Yep. 5-minute. This is a major resistance zone. If we break it, then so be it.
I'm short with you 5 MES. The thought being that then I can add 5 more at 83 in case we don't get the level.
What price?
64.78 half.
78 half. All right. Last trade, 78 quarter. I was gone short 5 MES, 5 MES. Dakota short. What are you? How short 1 mini?
I'm now short. I added to this. I'm short 2 at 25 3/4.
Okay. 2 NQ.
Correct.
I like this, Jack. All right, take a look at the tilt. 60% long on the tilt ES and the NASDAQ. 73% long crude. You got your close, the bottom of the hour, 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Well, the London close. What do we have on the tap for today, you ask? Oh, yes. We got, of course, morning recap after this. And we've got Trade with Topstep, Coach J, Andrew B, Hope, Shoulder Tap with Jack and Aaron. And we got Ho, Senna G, and Jay, the Lunatics for Lunchbox Trading. Topstep X API session with Coach Robert and Jay. And then myself, Jack, and Mohammed in Power Hour.
Okay. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm
going
gonna
to hold it. I'm not going to hold it into this run. Yeah, I got that one really quick.
Okay,
tightening the ES trade.
Yep. This market's too strong.
Okay. So 400 lot fill. Thank you. I missed that 400 lot. I got the ES ladder up. 400 lot fill in the ask there. Spectral. Let's trade the NASDAQ to 23,536. 536.
Back in.
Scared it away.
We're going. Yeah. Okay. Let's update those PL.
I haven't got a feel. I'll give a little bit more meat, but it's definitely about 1/4 of my stop initially. Tighten the risk on the ES trade, keeping an eye on MNQ. It's now or never. If we see that reversion to the mean, and will the buyers come up and pick it up again, or we're truly going to move up and they're going to start picking it up here? Be like, okay, this is it. Buy for the breakout or something.
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Nope. About 50 or something. People long on crude.
What do we got there?
73%.
Oh, now look at you looking at the tilt. My guy. That's my guy. Look at the tilt. That's my guy.
It's all you, man. It's all you. I usually look at it during Asia. I'll place an order, and if I see it move, it means that I'm like one of the few dummies trading it. I close it and I go away. If I see myself move the tilt indicator, I close everything and I walk. I had to learn that the hard way.
Yeah.
Did you see yourself move it?
Hey, you buy like, I don't know, 12 micros, and you see the tilt move, the position you took. Like, okay, yeah, it's time. Nobody's trading this junk. I'm going to agree with the majority that this is not a tradable market. Out. Come back tomorrow.
One right here, 20,530. Euro close in about 22 minutes at the bottom of the hour. And then top of the hour, you have crude inventories. Get a load of that. That's always a doozy. I'm just showing up the upper end of the range right now. The 5 minute here in the ES for the last 30 minutes or so. 64.73 downside.
Yeah, John Ross, that's what I'm looking at.
See if we get to the downside of the range. Yep. 20,531. Last trade in the NQ. Gold. We got down there to right around Coach Ray's level, 35.92. Now trade 36.07. 76% long on that crude till train crude. Get ready for that number. Oh, we're closing at 180,000 subscribers. 180,000 subscribers. Click subscribe. Click thumbs up. Click bell. Please notify. Wells McMahon says, "What's up, boys? What's up, Wells?"
Wells bells.
Bells. Hey, Doom. What's your position now? You still got
I'm
that?
looking to add to this up there. I'm keeping an eye on Dom. Are people willing to buy the top today? Position is unrealized 126-ish, 120.
Let's go short for 64.78 half. On the range hold, upper end of the range right here. Overnight VWAP in the ES 64.68. That slope is still up and to the right, ever so slightly. It has flattened out just a bit, meaning that volume has taken a bit of a break. We're seeing some volume accumulating here. We might get a push here. Another 400. What's up, Spectral? You've been locked in all day.
Let's see if we could get
That
this
was a hell of
pushed
a
down
mechanical
lower.
move to end the day yesterday.
Yeah.
I wasn't on for
Okay,
power
I
hour, but
added.
it was quite the last.
Yeah.
Okay.
I added
Did you,
again.
coach?
So I'm in. Yeah, I'm short. Total now 3 from 529. Let's see if we get a pushback down.
Go to lower end of this range is 500s. Just saying, look at the 5 minute right here.
Correct. That's where I'm going to peel one off.
There you go. I like it. That's the range. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Okay. Took profit for one.
Beautiful.
Unrealized 1,000 now.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's short the upper end of the range. Peel the one lower end of the range right there. We'll see if some buyers want to step in and hold it.
Right.
This is the range. Look at the 5 minute. Play the extremes.
The watermelon.
Yes. Yeah. Close
Hey,
one off
Coach
right there at
Dakota, I
500,
told you.
Andre. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'll be coming up.
Don't overthink it, right? Market's not going anywhere at the moment. We'll see something maybe about in the hour, 18 minutes. Short the upper end of the range, maybe, yeah. Some off at the lower end of the range. Look, we'll keep an eye on crude right here. You can grind higher, about 18 cents off highs. Off the highs there, $63.56 in crude. Dow hanging out around the highs, 45,469.
I'm looking for these 470s, 480s. So,
hey, why not 380s? Let's be generous, Coach.
Come on. Dude, base hits, man. All right. I mean, this is not.
Hey.
My base hit was 500.
500s are the base hits, if I may. I'm not.
That's my base hit.
That is
I
a
took
base
profit
hit.
there.
Go.
And the nice thing about having multiple contracts, you could leave a runner on, and that's what I'm doing. I'm leaving a runner on. I got my base hit, and
very nice.
Yep, 500 was a base hit. You're right.
Well done. Okay. So you short one or
points.
two now?
I'm short two. I have two runners going.
If you peeled one off here, Dakota. You peeled another one off here. Then you could really have that runner.
Yeah, I will peel another one off here if we get. I'm looking for these 90s. I'll peel another one off.
Are you working the bid? Work the bid, Dakota.
Yep. Okay, got my second one off right there at the 90s. I'm going to move my stop now into some profit.
That is trading the range. That is a range trade right there, Dakota. If only we had a runner. Well, lo and behold, we have a runner now. Now you can really, really manage this trade in the money, move the stop, lock in profits. Nice range trade there. Saying, oh, these markets are dead. These markets are quiet. Nothing's happening. Little base hits there. You go, Dakota. What do you realize on this trade,
Coach? Like taking the small cuts. Okay, this is it. Step on it. That was nice. That was
you guys get to see me watch get chopped up right here near these highs, but it's cheaper to get back in than to hold it. And yeah, got back in. I added when it started going in my favor finally.
503. 503. Michelle the Trash says price action is trash today. Price action maybe just a little bit more muted than we're accustomed to. What we're seeing right now, Dakota took a short top right there around 420 or 527. You'll some off right around 490, 495, 500s, and look, going right back up higher here.
Bounced exactly at the initial balance high, 74.75 in the ES.
All right, we got London close. London close in 15 minutes. I haven't heard from my main man, James Harden, in a minute. Actually, that's not true. I heard from earlier today. James, come on in. What do we got? Welcome aboard. Happy Thursday, James.
Happy Thursday, everybody. You know who it is. It's me, and I'm here to tell you about some things that you need to know to make sure that you stay in the know with TopstepTV. For example, did you know that we stream not only here on YouTube, we also stream on X, also known as Twitter. Our good friend Eddie Horn loves to call it a Twix. Are you a left Twix or a right Twix guy? I'm right Twix guy all the way. Death to left Twix. Anyway, on X, you can watch us, you can hear about us, you can follow us, you can get caught up on the latest information on everything you may have missed. We post highlights, contests, giveaways. And, you know, while you're there, follow Topstep, follow TopstepTV, follow Michael Patak for some little hints and tidbits of what is yet to come here at Topstep. So if you're not already following us on Twitter, we're going to drop a link in chat soon. Please be sure to go ahead and do it. Or just head over to twitter.com and search TopstepTV. We're the ones that look like this. Also, today on Trade with Topstep, that's coming up after morning recap with John Hoagland, we have Andrew joining us. Andrew is one of Coach Hoop's original VIP traders who is still trading in his VIP account from season 1. That's right, Andrew, a pit raider, started off as a VIP trader like many of our season 3 traders, worked his way through that combine and earned an XFA, which he still maintains today. So if you want to get some insight on how you can have longevity in your trading accounts, look no further than Trade with Topstep. That's today at 11:15, right after morning recap with John Hoagland. So don't go anywhere. Join Coach Hoop, Andrew, and Coach Jay, I believe, as they trade it up with Topstep. I'll be back later with some news, Andre, but that's what I got for now.
Thank you, James. Yes. Excellent stuff.
I am flat. Took profits right there at 500, 490s, and got chopped up a little bit. Yeah.
What was the realize? What was the realize on that trade there, Dakota?
So right now I'm flat plus 425.
Well done. There you go. Only had the runner. It didn't run this time. Okay. All good. Took 2 off for profits, right? Had the third as a runner. Didn't go. Boy, locked it in. Also had the potential for a little bit, double or a triple, if you'll talking about baseball terms. But did get I got a little push higher here. What has happened?
This is not the short that I want anymore. 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Out.
I'm flat.
the 483s?
149. I'm cutting it here. This is no longer what I wanted. If it falls like an anvil, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Anyone considering taking a short up here again? Anyone thinking about taking a short here again in the NASDAQ?
No. Not me.
I'm actually debating buying ES.
Not okay. What's changed? Nope. What has changed in market structure in terms of anything that would say no? Not going to short up here because short 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 last 40 minutes or so. Shorts have we're in the range. We're in the range.
I think Jack pretty much said it. The S&Ps bounced right off the IB high. That is the market attempting to accept higher pricing. We haven't seen that same thing in the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ has kind of lost its Sisyphusian behavior. Like it would kind of rally up a little bit and then get whacked. Rally up a little bit and get whacked. We haven't really been seeing that since. So I'm kind of anti-short for the time being because of the S&P and holding above that IB high.
I'm thinking opposite. I'm thinking a breakout to the long side.
I'm long.
Like you were.
I'm long 3. 535 even. 3 micros on NASDAQ. 100 bands expanding.
I like it.
I cannot be short against volatility is kind of expanding on my indicator, and we pushing up. It's a
So,
breakout thing.
We
I
thought the
agree.
same thing at the same time.
64.75 though in the SPX though. I think this is where we can get some resistance around 83 to 85 here. So that's why I entered this trade with you. I'm just holding it a bit longer.
Doom, what's your position?
535, 3 micros.
Long?
Micro NASDAQ. Long.
Yeah.
To the moon, baby.
Kakumba. We do have some headlines coming out from Myron. Trump's variety of policies is quite disinflationary. Nobody asked me to pledge to vote for rate cuts. Oh, here we go. If nominated for a longer Fed term, I would resign from the CEA, not the CIA, CEA. I don't know what will happen if I go to the Fed. Uh-oh. How about that? It's from Myron.
Is this a rinse and repeat trade? Is this a rinse and repeat trade? It could be.
9 minutes to the bottom of the hour. 9 minutes to the bottom of the hour. That was also the London close.
The Euro close.
Euro close indeed.
Or on that Stockholm hammer.
Yes, the hammer of justice.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the tilt. Nothing really doing on the tilt just yet. 60% long. What was it? We have 70% long in the crude.
Yeah, but that 400 contract sitting at 548, like right above the session high.
Mhm.
If we pop up to these session highs and reject, I think that's going to be that would be a decent signal to get into that same exact trade, Andre. And I agree with you. Maybe run back right down to that 500 level. If we run up to these 550s, reject and reverse.
550s would be, yeah, that would pop some. That would be high of session.
Correct. Yeah. If we hit the session highs and then reject off of it.
Yeah, we're going to need some catalyst here. ES kind of just tapping on some highs here. Drifting a little bit. There's no real conviction. I've seen the conviction to really take the top off this thing. Maybe he's upticking a little bit. This is a few times and it has come back into right back to the initial balance high. 7 minutes. 7 minutes till Euro close. 64.82, 64.83 last trade in the ES. 84 is now print.
Oh, well, we filled some of those contracts at 400. They didn't move. It didn't move those 400 contracts. At 548. Sorry, 548 3/4.
Yep.
You bumped into it.
Not nice just yet.
Good.
New high day said Dan Evans. Yeah. What was the new highs with conviction? I did see some stops get popped there. Again, lows in the ES. Hit those lows right. What was that? One of those bells. ISM. One of those ISM numbers. 64.56. Session lows in the ES. Currently trading 64.82. So 26 points higher. Low day in low session in the NASDAQ. 23,410. 130 points higher from that right now.
Just no follow through, man. No follow through.
Exactly.
Let's see if we could get into a possible another short rinse and repeat
Scared
that
the
trade.
85s.
6 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Also, yeah, Jay Hufo. Yes, oil inventories. It is typically it is a 9:30 a.m. Central. I assume you're Eastern time on a Wednesday, but it is a shortened trading week due to the holiday on Monday. So crude oil inventories will be at 11 a.m. Central time, probably noon your time. Yeah, that's always a doozy. Actually, remember last time, Dakota? When's the last time that number came out in line?
Yeah, I know.
Lo and behold,
It did.
Yeah, it did.
All right, I'm back in 537.
Yep. How many?
Short.
1. Yep. I'm just gonna get into 1 and then I'll build the position.
7. What, are you just gonna work 300? Sorry, 500 to the downside?
Yeah, I'll be working that same exact trade. Same trade.
Love it.
Setup.
Love it. Range of a range of a range. Book Heaven says market feels boring. I think the game's going on right now, actually. Boring just because it may not be whipping around. We got this range holding here on the 5 minutes. Real close.
Yeah, let's see.
4 minutes. 4 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Gold chilling on 36.04.
We are short 10 MES.
10 MES. All right, average price.
80 quarter would be the average price.
Yeah.
Like if I can take half off like Dakota if we get a push down here. But 85 is really the level that I am interested in seeing if we find some resistance there.
What price, Jack? If you want to peel some off.
485.
Oh, I'm talking downside if you want to peel some off.
Maybe initial balance high.
Yeah, 74,
that again.
Okay. It bounced right off.
74.75.
74.75. Roger that. 74.75. Sevens. Let's see. 50-50 on the tilt right now. Hey, Dylan Bowles in the chat. This price action kind of expected today with big economic report. Everybody's waiting on tomorrow. Absolutely. Non-farm payroll tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Huge number. All eyes will be on that. Fed will be making a lot of decisions after that. We also have a new boss, BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay,
Let's see how that number.
I added to that.
How many are you short?
Short 2 from 538.
Short 2, 538. Sure, roger that. Let the Dow grind higher, but Dow does its own thing over there. 3 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
I closed that one early. I want to see if we could hit this 300 contract and then reject, and I'll get back in.
You close it all together?
Correct. Yeah. I closed it early.
Yeah, we got 300 sitting on the ask at 23,548. Those were filled, and we're pushing higher. There's that
Okay,
breakout.
now I want to see that rejection.
Nice cut there, Dakota.
Thank you.
Sure. Dakota is now flat. Dakota's flat. Doom is
Yeah,
long.
it looked like we were going to fill those contracts. And we did. Yeah, Doom's long.
Send it.
Send it,
Okay, so
Doom.
we're at 64.75 right now on the SPX. This is my resistance.
I was stubborn enough. Stubborn enough. Bands are widening. I cannot stay short against this. I longed it on a. It's got a risky buy in the top, but this is a somewhat is a setup. I'm looking for a counter right here on the 1 minute. Gotta be quick on this. Make the decision. If it closes halfway through on the 1 minute, I might start cutting it. But so far so good. It's one of those explosive cucumba type of breakout things that if I'm not really aware of what's going on in the market and stuff, I tend to miss these. But if I am and I'm on point, things just work out.
All right, there's that rejection that I wanted to see.
I see that, Dakota. That's gonna still short 10. I mean, yes. We got the Dow grind higher here.
See a little bit of volume piling up here at right around 64.85 in the S&Ps. That's Jack's level there. Lots of kerfuffling going on.
Lots of option hedging going on there.
Yep. In the NASDAQ, about right off the opening bell, you saw these prices print. Sellers came in quite aggressively and took it all the way down to essentially session lows. I did see some stops get popped up here, making new session highs 23,556. Yes, 64.86 session highs there. 50-50 on the tilt. Euro close, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Let's see what happens after this. If anything.
Okay, I added to the short. Let's see if we could get this rejection I was referring to. And if not, this is going to be my last trade of the day. We're coming up to the end of fast markets.
I'm getting there. Dakota, what's your position of?
2 from 547 3/4.
547. 547.
And I'm watching more than just the NASDAQ, everyone. I'm watching Google still down 1.25%. Apple's down 0.5%. AMD's down 1%. Amazon's just hovering around +3. So we're not seeing a lot of follow through on the overall markets. That's why I'm okay with fading this.
I see you playing range.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for those 500s again.
Damn right. Damn right. 2005.41 last trade. Euro has closed. It's gone short 10. MES from what do we got? 80s? 80 half. Jack, are we working? What do you say? 74s? Working 5 down there?
Yeah, I don't work profit targets just in case there's some huge dump for some reason until it's much closer. Unless I'm not going to be at the computer, I don't put in profit targets. Unless I'm in bonds or something where Q position matters. Well, yeah, because what if something terrible randomly just happens and we drop 200 points in the ES? I feel silly if I just said.
Even if you're going to shave 5 though, I mean, shaving 5, you still have 5 on for a runner.
Well, right. I'll take it off. Like I know where I'm going to take it off, but I'm not going to leave it sitting in the market.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about how my thought process is, Jack. There's been some times where it's like, man, this market gains so much momentum. If I had my take profit, it cuts my profits short, whereas entering it manually, and there's always give and take, right? Because sometimes it comes down, hits it, and then bounces, and I'm a little too
that's the
slow.
Thing, this type of market,
get out.
That's the only I thought. This type of market, nothing's really booming right now. Cash register. Who calls this a cash register type trade? Let's see if we go back to those 500s here. Dakota short 2 NASDAQ from 23,547. Let's trade 23,536. 536. All right, let these trades manage. Let these fellas manage these trades.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Backley says Dakota, stop gambling. I'm sorry if it looks like gambling to you. Sometimes
gambling.
Sometimes that's what it is. You don't understand something. It might look different in your perspective.
Hey, how about the high? If you're gonna call somebody a gambler, if you boy do it right here, how about the high? Big balls, baby.
I'll be signing out for recap prep here in just a minute. Dakota, Doom, Jack, Andre. Always a pleasure.
Take care, Alex. See you in morning recap. Crude pushing higher here. 63.69. 4 cents off the highs there. You want to talk about gambling? I love you, Doom. All right, James, come on and let these guys. These guys are locked in on their trades. I want some hard-hitting news on this day, the day before non-farm. James, what do you got? We'll let these guys let them light up a cig over there, dude. Come on in, James. What do we got? Wow, look at this. Oh boy, Hollywood.
Hello, everybody. What's up? Is that you, Andre? I can't see too well. And it all has to do with my first news story. Breaking news, guys. Sun gazing or staring directly into the sun is not good for your health. All right, don't believe everything you read on TikTok. No, see? Yeah. Apparently, Jack, who said that?
That was me.
Oh, Jack, thank God. You're here. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I saw this cool thing that said staring into the sun is an ancient Egyptian practice. And it's best to do it at sunrise or sunset. I don't know how I have to tell you guys. Don't stare into the sun, guys. Don't do it. I don't care what it says on TikTok. I don't care what it says on Twitter. Don't stare into the sun, even if it's in the early mornings. I cannot believe this is a real article, but as soon as I saw it, I said, that's news too. So Yeah,
Don't do
I
it.
don't know where this new trend comes from. I heard that taking your hand and smashing it with a hammer isn't good for your hand health either. So don't do that while we're on the kind of obvious things to talk about. But Andre, if you were thinking about going out and staring at the sun later, don't.
I mean, you remember what the president did when we had the solar eclipse, and he just raw dogged
Yeah.
it right into the eyes of the sun. That was incredible.
It's a show of power.
Absolutely.
It's a shit, you know. Okay, you're right. Don't look into the sun unless you're trying to prove the sun wrong. All right, if you want to prove the sun wrong, I can't stop you. In other news, let's see. California is having a geese problem. That's right, Foster City, California. Gaggles of geese have been creating a poop problem. It's so bad. How bad is it? It's so bad that it's about, 400 pounds of goose waste a day they are leaving along roads, sidewalks, trails, everywhere you go. And wouldn't you know it, how are we going to combat that? Well, they first proposed culling around 100 or so geese, but the animal lover and all of us said, just chase them with dogs. Use lasers. Send drones after them. So,
They do it
yeah, you know, there's a lot of different ways. What do we always say here? There's many different ways to skin a cat. There's a lot of different ways to scare a goose.
Hey.
It does say, yes, one of the leaders of the public there says drones, lasers, and dogs, all of it. I mean, it's an experiment, I guess, to whatever would work. I don't know how drones would work. I don't know how lasers would work. I do know they are afraid of dogs. So,
I guess they are.
You know, good batting average. You know, just the drone doesn't work, hit them with a laser. Laser doesn't work, send in the dogs.
Lasers?
So,
Sounds expensive.
It does sound expensive. The laser is supposed to be more of an inconvenience. The drones are supposed to scare them, and the dogs, well, you know, they just chase. They see animal, they chase animal.
Yeah.
So good luck, California. I hope you guys can do that. Here on the Lake Trail, I know in Chicago, we have a couple geese. Don't anyone ever tell you Chicago isn't dangerous. There's roams of geese out there trying to step in front of you when you're on your bike on the Lake Trail. So careful,
Horses, man.
Very careful. They're mean as shit.
Big elk and deer.
Yeah, they're pissed off. The mama goose, they do not mess around when their kids are around.
No. I was a couple years ago. I was out there jogging, and I guess I got too close to one, and one trailed me for a while. Picked up the pace. it fell back, but I thought, dang, I'm getting chased. And finally, a headline you think would be out of a body horror movie, but in fact was real. A hot mic catches Xi and Putin discussing organ transplants and immortality. They say, let's see, Xi was caught saying with modern technology, they say that it used to be rare for someone to be older than 70, and these days they say that at 70, one is still a child. I can't think of
what respect. That's okay.
Yes, at 70 you're still one is still a child. They say, according to technology, as we find ways to prolong our life expectancy. And I can't imagine two better people to have immortality than featured here on the screen. The three little chums walking along. I'm remiss if I didn't bring up the movie Repo Men. Has anyone seen that movie?
Yeah.
Like stealing organs?
Yeah, it's kind of not stealing. It's what do they call it when they come take back repo? They're repossessing your organs. In a world where you have artificial organs they can create, put it in your heart, create lungs, and all of a sudden you can't own it anymore. The repo men show up and they take it from you. That's all I could think about when I read this story.
They got a 30-year loan on my heart.
Yeah, exactly. So will the secret to long life and immortality be cracked by these three gentlemen on screen? I sure as hell hope not, but we will stay tuned and follow this story as dear leaders live forever, I guess. I think this kind of stuff should be reserved for only certain people. Maybe like Bill Nye, the science guy. He can live forever.
It would be an honor for dear leader to have my liver. I don't know if he'll want it, but it's there.
No, mine's bruised and battered with years of drinking. So, not for you.
Liver go for
it. But anyways,
open market.
On the
Years of drinking.
Start dabbling in some organ dealing, huh? All right, Andre, I'll meet you after the show. We'll start looking it up. I'll take lungs now. Gil's coming a week.
There you go.
All right, guys. That's the news, too, for you. We'll see you later on. Still a lot of bell-to-bell action. Don't go anywhere.
Nice.
I love you.
Wow.
Say it back.
Wow.
I love you.
I took profit for one.
Well done.
Nice
520s.
Well,
20.
2025, man. Nothing can surprise me. Absolute zilch. Like they're talking about immortality, organs. There's a deficit of conspiracy theorists with all that stuff just coming up to surface. Wow.
Tinfoil
I
hat,
wonder
man.
when Amazon will start offering those.
What
year?
organs?
You get a new liver or maybe a heart from Amazon next day delivery.
Prime
and you
Day.
can pay
Sick.
like IKEA, have like a special person to come over, install it for you, put it together.
Hey, you never
in your
know.
house.
You never know. We laugh, but
Yeah,
that was
AI. Why not AI
AI.
coach you how to do your
I
own
mean,
pitches
James
or
with the
leg
sunglasses.
transplant?
So Hollywood. So Hollywood now. Love it.
I'm getting cooked on this long.
All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at these markets. See, got gold. Gold trade 36.07 right now. Much more tame than yesterday. Yesterday making all-time highs. 60 or 36.40 and some change there. Dow right around the highs right now. 45,541. Last trade in the ES 64.82. Last trade in the NQ 23,530. Dakota, let's break down that trade. I know you're still short one, but you got you played the top of the range there, short from 23,547. And
Correct.
you took
Yep.
profits. You peeled off one.
Correct. Yep. I got in short. Like I was talking, I wanted a run of highs and then a rejection. We got that run of highs. Got the rejection. I got in short too. I took profit here at 521 for one contract. Now I have a runner, just identical to last trade. Right. The only difference is maybe a little bit of location, how you get in, position size, and I'm looking for same thing, Andre. Same thing. Retest of these 500, maybe 490 level, leaving a runner on. And yeah, I'm like I said, I'm continuing to watch the market overall. Apple's down, almost 3/4. Google's down still a quarter, 1.25. Nothing's really changed. Like nothing's really moving, to be honest.
Exactly.
MicroStrategy's down 3 1/3.
Like it.
Bitcoin's down 2% in the spot market.
Yeah.
Well, there we
I
go.
did dip.
Crude pulling back a little bit. Crude's seeing a little bit more selling here. $63.48, down about 15 cents or so. All right, crude moved first there. Crude moved first. I saw a little pop here in the equities. That always makes you want to look to the wire. Anything hitting here? Nope.
Oh, you mighty cucumba. Grant me the dinero.
Again, we top of the hour. We do have crude inventories. Are you talking to yourself for the show there, Doom? I love
Oh,
you.
it's my Discord howl when I visit somebody's random voice chat and I call out like the most absurd long. It actually happens. It's funny as hell, man.
You're funny as hell, man.
You gotta have a smile on days like this.
Got to.
I shorted a nice long and
Yeah.
I long the top. Let's go.
All right, that's it. I'm out. I'm just going to take what I got on that one. I'm good. Plus 744. This time it is an all-day lockout. We are at the end of fast markets. A little bit of a roller coaster, but rinse and repeat trade. Plus 744. First day on the XFA.
Well,
Let's go.
Let's go is
Nice
right.
work.
Nice comeback.
Nice work, Coach D.
Well done. Come back from that fat finger. 1,200 now to up 700 or so. Locking it out for the day. We got more Dakota coming at you. Slow markets this evening. 7:30 p.m. 7:30 p.m. Central. Dakota,
right.
You lone wolfing it today on slow markets? 7:30 p.m. Central.
Maybe. Usually Baron joins me on Thursdays. I'll send him a message, see how he's doing, seeing how he's feeling. I know ever since he moved to Florida, he's been taking much needed, touching the grass, relaxation. I don't want to interrupt that at all. But man, I love having Baron on for Thursdays. Always great conversations.
Shout out to Baron. Absolutely. The life adjustments. You heard Doom talk about it as well. Life can, I don't want to say get in the way, but life it's real life. And yeah, moving, adjusting, new surroundings, new environments, new roommates. I like that.
Wait till we get children. Oh man. That takes a little bit of adjusting, especially if you're like a bachelor player. Oh man, it takes a little while to get used to it.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
exactly what you're talking about, Doom.
yeah, Jack can agree with me. The transition is it's a life-changing thing. Not only the birth and the following after, but it's good stuff. Good stuff.
Yep, 10 minutes.
We just chop. Do we just chop and go up and to the right? Just like a slow drift up and to the right.
I don't. I don't know. I'll keep my opinions out of this. What's a natural bid? A lot of uncertainty going on right now. We got Fed speakers. We're not done. Also, shout out to Dre. Dre past 350K accounts. Well done, Dre. That's my name. It's your name. Up and to the right, Dakota. Where's going?
Like I'm just looking at what we've been doing the past hour, and we're kind of just consolidating in a channel. I mean, I'm not seeing much movement, to be honest. I don't see any big breakouts coming unless there's a headline. I'm all for if there's no news, the markets or the equities tend to go up and to the right. So maybe we just see more unpredictable and choppy price action going into the end of the day, into power hour.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm just banking on this 64.75 options level holding. I think it's worth the risk. We're risking $500 on it. Had a good last couple days.
Yeah,
our chips are on the table. I'll leave the screen up to be updated, but we'll see. Especially with NFP tomorrow.
NFP, massive number. Massive number. Well, let's trade. Crude continue to push lower here, about 25-cent sell-off in the last 8 minutes or so.
We've seen some relief on the long side on the tilt. It was at 77% at one point on crude. I'm looking at anything and everything besides my trade.
I've been there, man. You're looking for any indicator. You're looking for anything, any market that would say, give you conviction to stay in this long. I've been there, man.
Exactly. Yes.
It's still valid. I'll hear the phone ringing on my other platform, and if it's not, then or I'll hear Hoag to tell me to take the day off, which initially was, but here we are, TopstepTV. Awesome stuff. Yeah, let's go, man.
Let's go, man.
Yeah.
People lower here.
People, man. People that not lead, they lead the curve. You guys make the curve. Topstep is the one making the curve.
Making the what?
Making the curve.
Curve.
Everything, like every other firm follows, including with the we said the XFA and TV and the discounts and down 150. I could go for days. I believe last month, I think MP showed up for like 7 or 8 times with news, back to back, new things. Take that. Take all you wanted. It was great.
Oh yeah. There's a thing in business, Doom. You know this. It's always better to be proactive than reactive, and that's why I have loved every minute here at Topstep. Topstep is proactive, while we see others react.
So, Dre, really quick, Vietnam Z is going to be in Chicago between Lakeview and Logan Square. Was asking where to get a hot dog, and what's that place where they rip the shit out of you? Over in Lincoln Park?
Wiener Circle.
Wiener Circle. Yeah, check out the Wiener Circle.
Check out the and get a chocolate shake.
Don't forget to order a chocolate shake.
Yeah, get a chocolate shake. They're delicious.
Don't Google it at all in advance. Just
go get a chocolate shake there. You will not be disappointed. Also, take pictures and send them to us at TopstepTV on the X. But yes,
before and after.
Yeah, best burger around there. I'd say Stop Along on Milwaukee.
That's the hipster stuff. Go to Portillo's.
Portillo's good. I miss Portillo's.
If it's not hipster, it has to be owned by a private equity company.
I mean,
it went downhill a little.
You're good. Everyone says that. I know. I turn a hot dog stand. Dick
Portillo
yacht.
I took one of those boat tours around Naples, and there's just a giant mega yacht called Top Dog.
It's a $1 billion hot dog stand. Pretty
Nice.
Pretty impressive.
Only
Hey,
in
Trader
America.
X. Trader X is back past 150K one $50,000 combine. 2 more in the works. Well done, Trader X.
Nice.
You were
Very
fired
nice.
up yesterday, Trader X. Absolutely loving it. Okay, we got another news clip to hit. We got the president. More is coming from the president. Got that big dinner tonight with all those tech titans. But also, we got the tariffs. The tariffs are getting hauled up in the courts, getting argued in the courts. So let's bring that in to get a little update on the goings.
President Trump is urging the Supreme Court to step into the fray over his emergency tariffs. That's according to a copy of the appeal obtained by CNN. His request Wednesday asked the justices to overturn a lower court ruling that found his administration acted unlawfully by imposing many of his sweeping import taxes. The case once again raises fundamental questions for the court about a president's power to act unilaterally and without explicit authority from Congress. Trump's critics note that the last president to raise tariffs under similar circumstances was Richard Nixon, and Congress later pared back the president's power.
Nixon, huh? Tricky
Yeah.
Nicky.
I need a
Did not know.
poster of that. I need a poster of those that cardboard tariff.
Oh man,
Oh,
autograph.
we
You know what's
saw
the thing
those.
with- that was the day. April 7th? April 7th? April 2nd?
April 2nd.
April
Never
2nd.
forget.
Yeah.
What a
I need
day.
a poster.
What a day. All right. Let's go around the horn here. House accounts still short 10 MES 64.80 half. Doom, are you still long up here?
Yes, sir. I'm bouncing like that one seat up and down off my entry. I have 155 realized loss on the day so far.
Down 155? Okay. Could have taken some profits though, Doom, right? You're looking for the home run. I want to talk about that real quick. You were about 60 points in the money there. And you never
You gotta let it run. It was in the
Do you
plan.
know, Doom? Do you have to let it run though on a day like
every
today?
time I didn't follow my plan and initial idea, I paper handed good winners. I'd rather take the smaller loss and be proven wrong than let a good high on me slip or a good low.
Okay.
So it's adjusting to the markets, and you is the only wall in your way. So you gotta learn yourself too. And I've been lacking on some things lately. I'm rereading some books that made me the guy that I am today. And it's constant work, like everything else, to stay present with what you're doing with the markets, with yourself in the markets, execution. Coach Dakota today killed it. Very good executing. And I've been a little bit more laid back, which has bit me a few times, but also granted me good wins. So, constant progress. Work. Everybody thinks that, hey, you learn how to trade, wait for this, boom, you send it, and next thing you know, driving a Lambo. It ain't like that. No.
Next thing you know, you're driving a Lambo,
I mean,
man.
it's how it is.
Yeah. You mean renting a Lambo? Yeah, driving a Lambo. Yes, let's say driving a Lambo. Indeed. There's a reason. Who said it? Market Wiz in the chat. There's a reason. Doom's on the big board, 100%. So love that. All right. So coming up next, obviously we got morning recap with Hoag. Take a look and see how these initial balances are playing here in the ES. We'll probably talk about the Delta as well. And after that, we got trade with Topstep. We got Andrew B joining us. He is a VIP Season 1 alumni from Coach Hoop's Hit Raiders.
Very nice.
Yes. Again, we got more alumni joining us. After this, then we got some shoulder tap. We got the API session, Topstep X API session. We got Power Hour. We got At the Buzzer. We got Slow Marcus. Of course, we got non-farm payrolls tomorrow. Huge number. They're kind of setting up. We also have speakers. We got Williams coming out speaking in about 10 minutes. So we got crude oil inventory. Yes, top of the hour as well. A lot more coming. We got Goolsby speaking later. The president's been pretty quiet so far. We'll see what comes out of the White House. But for now, I want to say, great job, Jack. Keep us posted on this trade.
Yeah,
Last
will
trade,
do.
64.85. Dakota, nice trade in there, playing the ranges. Going from jab, going from negative back to positive. Doom getting long up here, waiting for that breakout. We got Hoag coming up after this. Morning recap, trade with Topstep. Williams, crude oil inventory is coming at you next. Topstep TV, let's go.
Man.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's gonna make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
All right, traders, it is time for the morning recap. A pretty active session here during fast markets. We're going to go over some of those highlights. We'll go over the house account trades, talk about some of the trades that are still underway. And why don't we go ahead and get started? A very interesting day in gold this morning. What a great call by Coach Ray, looking at 35.91.70 as an area of interest where he was going to be looking to take a trade. I don't know if he was able to take the trade, but what a great spot. Now, we also discussed the idea that we needed a little bit of a pullback, right? So we got that pullback late in the day yesterday. Market opened basically in the same spot it opened yesterday as far as regular trading is concerned. Overlapping opening ranges. The 5-minute opening range, thank you again all for voting. The 5-minute opening range broke us short 5 micro gold, 36.06 even. Now, when Ray and I were looking at these charts on the 30-minute, I said, you know what? I said, we got a bunch of probably trapped weaker hands longs at the highs here yesterday. They're underwater. I'm looking for a sweep below these lows here to maybe see if we can knock those out, maybe see some buying coming back in, aligning very nicely with Ray's levels. We closed the gap from Tuesday to Wednesday. That was another level that we were thinking about looking at, so really a sweet level there. But unfortunately, the opening range trade did not play out in our favor. It was looking a little bit like it might see a little bit of continuation, but unfortunately it did not. We're going to take a look at the 5-minute here. This is the 5-minute opening range. 360620, 360930, about a $7 opening range. Broke us to the short side, getting a short those five, again, 3606. We did see a little bit of continuation, a little bit of possible. I was hoping for the sweep that came earlier in the session. We put in the initial balance low. We took out the initial balance high. Unfortunately, after that, getting us stopped out at 36.1050, a loss of $247. We didn't get the big opening range trade like we did yesterday, but still, that's all right. Now let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil, we went 0 for 2 today in the opening range trades. Again, thank you all for voting for the time frame for the opening range. And this is the 5-minute chart. So there's the opening range, getting a short 5 micro crude oil, 63.06 even. Looking like we might see some continuation of the downside. There was a pretty good push, but the buyers certainly came in very quickly off of those, getting us stopped out at 63.35. A loss of $154 overall, the house account at this time down about $401. No big deal. We'll look at the next ones tomorrow. Now, as far as the E-mini S&Ps are concerned, the house account is still holding 10 shorts in the MES, basically one mini at 64.80 quarter. Jack looking at the options levels for a possible return back to the range. However, we broke out above the initial balance high. We had a possible failed breakout that just did not play out for us. We came back and checked the initial balance after two 30-minute bars closed. Well, actually, it's this 30-minute bar that closed above the initial balance high, which was 64.74.75. Once we finished that, we closed that 30-minute bar above there. I'm thinking, okay, I'm really not thinking longs now. I'm really not thinking shorts now. I'm thinking longs. The market came down and tested straight to the initial balance high, again, 64.74.75. And it's been holding, not a big move, not a whole bunch of momentum, but as long as we're holding above there, I'm much more in favor of longs in this. But Jack is really good with those options levels. We'll see how this plays out over time. As always, Jack will let us know as we continue through the day here how this trade plays out. All right. Now, most of our trades occurred in the NASDAQ, and it was a pretty active session, right? So going back to context, we were looking at a day where we might remain relatively range bound, and where we were going to be opening has me thinking that we're going to be having value overlapping to higher by the end of the session. We'll go back and I'll put the profile on here and see if that is ringing true so far. It is a little bit of a different story in the longer time frame without the range extension above the initial balance. It's telling a little bit of a different story. So let's go to the 5-minute chart. We'll talk about a couple of the trades that our traders made today. Doom was the first one with his toe in the water. Short 1 MNQ 223.492. He just wanted to stay short that. He held on to that for almost the entire session. Dakota started looking at this area down here on 23.479. He had a little bit of a fat finger, exited immediately, took a little bit of a loss on that. I think the real standout trades were, Doom was short that whole time and did end up taking a small loss on that, but managed the trade well and started kind of sensing the idea. We were talking about, it seemed like the NASDAQ was really struggling to rally. And at some point it was like, you know what, it's not really struggling that much, and it's still struggling to rally. We haven't really had much of a breakout on this. But Doom took a little bit of a loss on that one. Dakota, here's a good trade that Dakota took, short 3. He added into this position. His average price was 23,529. Got out of those at an average of about 23,500. No, there it is. Got out at an average of about 23,500 on those. He still was a couple other trades throughout the day. Ended the day up about $744 in his XFA. Very nice. Doom, I believe, is still holding longs now in the NASDAQ. He switched from a short to longs, maybe seeing the S&Ps breaking out of that IB high. NASDAQ has been struggling to the upside today, folks. Not going to lie. It's a different market. Trade what you're seeing. But again, we're still seeing the S&Ps holding above that IB high. Just put in a new session high just a few minutes ago. So we'll see if we can get a turnaround and we should make some money on those shorts from the opening range. Now, let's take a look. One of the things we talked about is, all right, we're looking at where the market is, and with the expectations of knowing that unemployment is tomorrow, we had a bunch of other numbers coming out, and anything could happen. But I think the primary hypothesis that I believe both Coach Ray and I agreed on was we're going to find a range, and we're probably going to just have value overlapping to higher by the end of the session. So here is value high from yesterday. This is volume value, 23,465 about approximately. And right now it's looking more like we have a value outright higher. We did get into the value area from yesterday. We did not complete the value area special situation play in TPO profile. We got pretty close in volume. But again, with that excess low, pretty good buyers coming in there. If those buyers are still here, we'll see if they exhaust any sellers that are up here against the initial balance high and maybe see this market continue to the push, possibly to the upside. On that note, let's go to today's quotable quote. All right, this one has a bad word that I don't like to use, but I think it's very important. I'm going to use the word fall for the first one. This is John Burroughs, by the way. A man can fall many times, but he isn't a failure until he begins to blame somebody else. When it comes to trading, if you're taking somebody else's trade, if you're watching somebody and they're taking trades and you're taking their trades, it becomes very easy to blame somebody else for any negative outcomes. And it's very easy to think that we're geniuses when the outcome is good. But you have to recognize the responsibility you have as a trader is to take responsibility for everything you do, no matter who told you to do it, no matter where you saw it. It is something you decided to do. Can't blame others for any outcomes in trading when you're the one pushing the button. Best idea, develop your own strategy, make your own trading decisions, and get a little bit better every day. We all fall in trading in life, but you don't fail until you either quit or you start blaming others. So take responsibility for all the trades you take. Folks, thank you for joining me for today's morning recap. We've got Andrew coming back on with Topstep with Coach Jay and Coach Hoop. Andrew is a Topstep VIP Season 1 trader from Hoop's Pit Raiders, still trading in his VIP XFA. That's pro ball trading. Betcha Andrew's taking responsibility for all of his trades. We'll look forward to seeing them together here again on Trade with Topstep. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Back to TopstepTV and Trade with Topstep. I'm Coach Jay here. We got Coach Hoop and Andrew B, a couple pit raiders in the house. How we doing today, guys? Andrew, how are we doing?
I'm doing great, man. How are you, Coach?
Doing well, doing well, doing well. Coach Hoop, how are you? How the cows treating you?
I haven't messed around with the cows too much. I've been trading gold. Gold's been the show. So up about $600. I do the 100K combine with the VIPs. So just base hits, man.
It's for sure. Gold has been a great market to trade, man.
Man.
Opportunity on both sides, really. Great short
Mhm.
last night. Pretty nice long right after that. Which side did you catch, Hoop? Did you catch the long or the short in gold?
I took a paper cut. I was looking at that, basically that 35.90, 590-ish area, and I'm like, I know gold as much of a tear as it's been on. We went deeper, which didn't surprise me. So I took a small paper cut in there, got back in, caught it to the long side, and I kind of been just, I'm a scalper, so I kind of been playing both sides of it. But obviously, I liked playing it from buying the dip. It busted through VWAP in the overnight, and then it came back through it. It tested it this morning and bounced right off it. So, be a big day tomorrow and everything to me, giving a lot of clarity with non-farm.
100%.
So I'm trading both sides of it.
100%. Andrew, we heard Hoag saying while he was introducing the segment that you are still trading that XFA from the VIP session season 1. So it's been at least 6 months in that XFA. Any trades that you're looking at right now to potentially put on here or any trades for the day so far?
Yeah, kind of a tricky day this trading day. I didn't have a chance to trade this morning, but I was watching the charts a little bit. I like initial balance, and so we're around the initial balance high right now. We technically have a failed upside auction, so you would expect, hey, if we're hanging around that high, we keep dipping back in. Like right now, we're back in it. Shorts are nice little risk around the high. You don't have to risk too much, and I guess longs could be too, but we've really not broken out of those 550s. Really, we're kind of hanging out right around there. So I don't know. I think if we get back above and we hit that 550 level, I'm tempted to go short, but we've already done it now 3 times, and so the more you keep tapping at a certain resistance area, the more brittle it gets, man. So kind of hands on butts right now for a moment.
On butts right now, that's okay. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,540, 64.8475 last trade in the S&P. We got gold, 36.13 half, and crude oil, 63.47 last trade over there. Only real tilt to talk about, 71% long in crude oil. I guess we got 62% long in gold here as well. Coach Hoop, I knew you were coming on for this segment, so I do have a cattle chart up as well, 236.325 last trade over there in cattle.
Near the lows.
Making new lows on the session.
Yeah.
Making new lows on the session.
The cash cattle market's starting to weaken a little bit, so that's kind of what's driving it right now. So can't go up forever, right? I mean, so it's been a kind of a slow grind down though. So
Andrew, I want to talk a little bit about your, being in that XFA. So we call it out pretty much every time you're on air, right? Andrew's still in that XFA from the VIP session. Do you look at it like that, or are you just approaching work every day and seeing what the market presents?
It's a great question. So I don't really look at it as I'm still in the XFA necessarily. I guess I didn't have to pay for it. So I was in the VIP program. Right. I was a brand new trader. I was learning how to trade, and I took my time. I didn't blow through the program, and so I passed my combine with a few weeks to go, and I got the XFA in December. And I looked at it as I didn't have to pay for the combine, didn't have to pay for the XFA or the activation fee. I should probably take my time in the XFA. But I mean, I've got some other motivations too, though. I mean, Jay, like I've got kids, and one of my kids is autistic and he has therapies, and I look at this as a job. Like, I have a full-time job, but I look at this as something else too that is could help supplement income. I don't want to blow that, so I try to take
Right.
my time and
Mhm.
treat it like that.
Great to hear that, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
And for any of our VIPs in season 4 that are listening in right now, take that, right? You didn't have to pay for the account. The only thing you paid for was your time and your attention, right? Paying attention to Coach Hoop, whatever he was saying over there. Something stuck because you're in that account. Coach Hoop, what did you tell these guys that?
I'd love to take all the credit in the world, Jay, but I think the traders get more out of being around other traders. To me, as a coach, Jay, you've coached hoops, I've coached hoops. Ultimately, you try people in positions to succeed, but ultimately they make the calls. I don't hold the mouse. So I just think when other traders keep sharing, hey, I messed up last night, I YOLO'd it or whatever, I think when you're not alone and you're sharing the journey with other traders and somebody shows a different setup they're looking at, hey, I kind of like that. I just think there's a lot of that. Plus, I tell people it's free if you want to test a strategy out or try a different market. And me, Jay, you're like me. You look at 30. I hear you say every day, there's 30 some markets we can all look at. It's just, those type of things is just trying to give people some more tools so they have a chance to succeed. Like you said, Andrew, it's not costing anything. If you want to try a different strategy, try it. So.
Spoken like a true coach, not taking any credit there. We do have Fed Williams speaking right now. We had some comments as we were coming on air. I expect inflation to get back to the Fed's 2% target in 2027. I see gradual cooling in the job market. We know we got some jobs data out tomorrow. We had some out pretty much every day this week, but we have non-farm, that big number tomorrow. U.S. tariffs nope, that's not Williams. Labor market is still in a reasonably good place. So we'll just be keeping an eye on these headlines. If we get anything out of Williams, again, the Fed has a decision to make in about 2 weeks, September 17th. 97% probability of a rate cut right now, but the Fed is paying attention to all of the data out there, paying attention to inflation and the jobs numbers for sure. Coach Hoop, man, this is cow hour. I think we need to rename this segment. Look at cattle right now. Since we've started, it is down 0.75%.
Yep.
So what happens around this time, right? You look at that market all the time. You look at a bunch of different markets, and I'm on air a lot at this time.
Right.
What is happening in the cattle market? Is it a settlement thing?
No.
Why are we seeing volatility pick up at this time?
Here's one thing that's changes, especially in the meat quadrant: hogs, cattle, feeder cattle, which is something we don't trade here, but feeder cattle is what's kind of created the whole issue with cattle, because this is the cattle that basically starts young and grows to larger cattle. So that's been the whole inventory issue. So basically this time of the day at top of the hour is when kind of the cash news kind of settles in through the Midwest and through Texas. So when you see these moves start to happen like they do now, and that you can see in the dome, I mean, it gets moving. That's just that news kind of comes in on the cash. So if the cash comes in a little weaker than what everybody was talking about coming into the day, that's probably why you're seeing a push. Plus, everybody, I mean, fundamental guys are always, and Coach Paul will tell you this, are always late to the party. So they take a lot more heat than any of us would take on a trade. But they can do that because they have deep pockets. So this time of year, I mean, cattle shouldn't probably be this high, but once again, we all have to trade in what's in front of us. But this is just cash news that's probably weakening the market here.
Gotcha. The meat quadrant would be a great steakhouse. Andrew, you were looking for a short up here. This initial balance high, trading 23,533. Any trigger? Are you in any trades at all? What would get you to click the button here on the short? Looking decent so far.
Yep, it's not bad. So I was hesitant. We'd already gone up above the ID. 1, 2, 3. We just peaked above 4. Just in my limited experience, the more we hit resistance levels, typically the more brittle they get, the more they break, which make me a little bit nervous on getting in a short right up this way. But obviously, we're still hanging around the same area. Let's say we're in a range. So I'm probably going to be more apt. If we get back up to the IB high again, I'll probably be more apt to go ahead and get in. It looks more rangy than it does any kind of breakout.
And that price, I'm looking at 23. Where is that?
Sorry, man. It's
23
548
quarter.
Yeah, 48. Okay, yeah, you got
Okay.
48 and a quarter. I got about 550, but yeah, close enough, man. So, yeah.
Okay. All right.
So you
Gold
still
selling a
trading
little bit
too
here.
much? Still, I know
is that for
you
me, Hoag?
kind of swore it off there for a while, so curious.
Yeah, I'll still trade it. I took a trade in the NASDAQ today. I was down a little
Okay.
bit after trying to buy gold a little bit too early. Made back some of the loss with a NASDAQ long. Got long around 506 up to these 550s here. So yeah, I'll trade it every once in a while if it presents a setup. But I'm honestly
Just on a,
really starting to like Russell a lot.
it moves. Yeah, it moves
It does.
for sure.
It does.
It's
Gold
been
selling
kind
a
of
little
the
bit here,
sleeper market
10
too.
half.
You know.
The Russell?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look
I
at
mean,
Dan Emmons.
so Paul and I do the market recap every day, right? And we'll see it. The Russell is usually the percentage leader to the upside or downside out of the equities, which not a lot of traders trade it, but that means there is some movement going on there for sure. So not a bad market to trade, and especially for Topstep accounts, right? It's $5 a tick. It's not going to move as wild as the NASDAQ is, but yeah. I'm going to
Dan
have a
Evans
NASDAQ
in
chart
the
up
chat.
every
Okay.
feeder cattle
That's a
auctions
great
in the U.S. Central
explanation,
Time.
Dan. I didn't realize Dan was a cattle. But that's basically what he says here. Feeder cattle auctions in the U.S. basically times vary by location with specific schedules depending on the auctions, usually between 10 and 12 Central. So that's what happens is that all that from all the different auctions come in, and that's kind of why you see the price kind of get a little whippy. Kind of like a number in the NASDAQ, or tomorrow's non-farm is going to be could be a doozy.
So we're selling a little bit here in the equities. 23,528 half last trade in the NASDAQ. 64.83 last trade in the S&P. Fed Williams saying 4.2% is a pretty good unemployment rate, relatively low, but it's clear that risks to the labor market have increased.
Mm-hmm. There's no way they don't cut.
Yeah, 97% probability right now. Of course, we've seen that change based on the data, but the closer we get to that meeting, Fed blackout period, higher probability that we do get that cut.
And Andrew, you don't take a lot of news. But I remember as a newer trader, you're pretty much just a price action and what your chart kind of guy, aren't you?
Yep. I like price action. Obviously, news will move it. But price is going to do what price is going to do. So, yeah. I mean, I would have thought it would have moved more this morning. I mean, we know we have non-farm tomorrow. I was kind of surprised the market was pretty muted with some of the reports that came out.
The rollover is going to keep these range tighter more and more as September contracts roll into December too. It's just going to get, it kind of all goes into like a funnel where the ranges you're going to see a lot of volume and you're going to see ranges get tighter because it's just easier for institutions to get prices. They don't like volatility when they're trying to shoot 500,000 lots. And that's just what rollover is. But we still have a little bit of time. I mean, I think tomorrow's non-farm will be a mover one direction or the other pretty good.
We're seeing the equities sell here. Sell just a little bit back down into the middle of the range. I got a VWAP, New York session VWAP at 23,499 in the NASDAQ, 64.73 in the S&P. Looks like a pretty good target to the downside here. It's been a pretty big range day so far. Andrew, you called it, held that initial balance high. What would be
Dude,
your,
it's
if you took that
frustrating
trade
not
up
to
at
take it.
550s, right? Yeah, I know.
Oh.
If you took that trade up at 550s though, what would be your
Mhm.
target to the downside here?
Right where we're at, the VWAP.
Yep.
And what I would have probably
Gotcha.
done is, because I'm in micros, I would have taken 2 at VWAP and left the runner just to see if we can retrace to the IB low since we came back in it. And I would have trailed the stop a little bit. But, you know, one of the lessons I learned the hard way, Jay, I almost blew the XFA twice in the spring. And it was for moments like this where, okay, I'm seeing a setup that I want to get into. A lot of times I'll sacrifice position because I want to make sure it's where I want to go. But in the spring I would chase it. And when you chase something, like what's it doing right now? It's turning around.
Oh yeah.
So if you chase it, it blows you up. And
Yep.
so as frustrating as it is, like, oh crap, I missed the trade. The
So
best
be
thing
it.
you can do is let it run all the way till it's gonna stop, and just watch it go, buddy. Don't chase it. You'll ruin too many accounts that way.
There's always another one.
Maybe you paper. Yeah, always gonna
Yeah.
find another one. Maybe you paper trade it. Maybe you assess it, but then you ask yourself, okay, the next time, what do I have to do in order to execute that trade? And just click the button the next time it sets up.
Mm-hmm.
250 trading days in a year, so missing one isn't going to kill you. 23,520 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 64,8075 last trade in the S&P. Still a 71% long tilt in crude oil, 63.61 last trade over there. Crude inventories, they pushed it back, right? We got crude inventory?
No, they came
come
out.
out right?
It come out.
They came out.
It
Came out right at the
top
top of the hour. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was
They
looking
were-
for on the chart to see where the response was, and it, like D says, storm in a teacup. You can barely see the reaction there.
It's such a range bound market. It's from one of the biggest markets when I first joined Topstep. It's just it kind of at times breaks my heart to watch the market it's become. It's just, I listened to you and Coach Paul talk about it yesterday, and they're just like, it's stuck. It's just stuck.
It's stuck.
You know.
Speaking of stuck, I think we got some news. Take a look at this shit. Speaking of stuck, Gabe, what do we got?
Uh-oh.
Watch police pluck a Chuck E. Cheese mascot from the restaurant following allegations the man in the mouse mask may have committed credit card fraud.
We detained Chuck E. Cheese.
Newly released body cam video shows officers arriving at this Tallahassee area Chuck E. Cheese after police said the man working as the restaurant's mascot was ID'd on camera as a suspect in an alleged credit card theft and fraud case. Officers moved into the crowded eatery, detained and escorted the man outside, still in costume, and now in handcuffs. Police say the alleged stolen card was found in the suspect's pocket during the arrest. He was later booked into the Leon County Jail and released on bond.
Oh my God. No. Not the Chuck E. Cheese mouse.
They got Chucky.
They got Chucky.
Yeah, that's Jack says nothing good happens at a Tallahassee Chuck E. Cheese.
There you go.
When's the last time you've been to Chuck E. Cheese?
Surprised there weren't free slices for everybody.
Terrible.
Pizza's not
My
good.
kids love it.
23.5. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, every dad had a kid's birthday there. Come on. My son went under the table with the old mascotted Chuck E. Cheese mouse because it was scarier than crap.
Oh, that's funny. Let's see.
See a little bit of a bounce here, Andrew. That's why we don't chase.
That's why we don't chase. That's right. Yeah, but now it's interesting to see. Okay, this is where I have marked down as the overnight high, and it was resistance. If you go back earlier in the morning on the chart, you had some resistance up here. Is it still resistance? That'll be interesting to see, man. Does it go back to the IB high, or do we resist right up here? And this is the level that I've got at 535 right now.
23.535. So if we push up there, reject, would you get into that short? Same kind of trade idea as that initial balance trade, or are you looking to just wait to see how the market responds there?
I'm waiting to see how it responds right now. It's pushed up against it. It's enticing to take because I'd be looking kind of the same thing. I'm still looking down probably towards the VWAP down that direction. You might see the range being lowered here a little bit.
It's the
Shorts
beauty
are
of trying to
fun, buddy.
learn range trading, right? It's just every time you think you take the trade, it's the one time you take it and it blows through it. Like you said before, test it once, twice, 3 times. And then, instead of trusting it, it blows through it. So it's definitely a Dolby special. You have to have a different mindset when you range trade for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely. So see what happens, man.
Question I usually have is when we get towards this time of the day where the volume slows down, is that range tightening now, right? Where
Yeah.
Right.
we could look at initial balance low is all the way down at 23,410, but are we
Right.
seeing a tighter range just for this hour, right? Where it may be a good trade, but time of day, like D says, time of day is a level. Is this
Big
a
time.
trade that may just play out later in the day?
Right.
Yeah, because that volume is so thin. You could be stuck in range purgatory of like 10 points for an hour if you're not careful, right?
It just feels like this time of day, the algos just like somebody turns a damn switch on and they just keep, kind of bouncing back and forth.
P looks like it's trying a little bit to break the low of that range. Let's take a look at the Dow and the Russell. Russell holding up pretty well. The Dow off its highs on the day, 45,576 high in the Dow, turning just a little bit here. Look like a rounding top on the Dow. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. Maybe a little bit of a pullback here. Find out which market is leading us. The Dow percentage-wise is leading up 0.49% on the day. We got the S&P up 0.37% and the NASDAQ's somewhere around there. It's the NASDAQ. 0.34%. Bitcoin hoop. I don't know if you looked at micro Bitcoin recently, down 2.63% today.
Yeah, I'm also looking at my Topstep daily level that I put out to 235.40.
Oh yeah.
I got to pin them to the. Yeah, I'm just looking at my last level was 235.40. No, it's 235.35.
You looking at
Yep,
Bitcoin
once
or
in a
is that
No, that was cattle. I'm sorry, it was cattle.
cattle? Got you.
My last, Jay, when I do levels, I'll usually take the ATR of the day, the daytime one. So let's say in, micro Bitcoin, it's maybe 3,500 is kind of been the range. I'll just put numbers on both sides and maybe extend one further in case something gets dicey. And that's the other thing about levels. And I know, Jay, you do them too. So, I mean, it's one of those things that a level, as it hits it once, like a weekly kickoff, when it comes back up there, it tends to go through it. That level, it's kind of the same thing Andrew said, hits it once, comes back through that a second time. It might be just an area where it blows through it too. Just like right there, it rallied off of it. Now it's coming back down. Cattle.
Some more comments from Williams here. The Fed needs to keep the economy on track and allow tariffs to pass through.
Yeah, these guys are all getting their last words in before they're silenced.
For the big day, for the big day. But
Yeah.
I mean, last time we saw a rate cut was when was that December 2024? I
No,
believe
there
that's when
wasn't
the
one,
last one was.
right?
When was that last
That was
cut? I
the
got to look back at
What was
the.
that last cut? That's a great. You know what,
Remember?
Jay? It seems like it's been forever. You're probably right. Seems
I
like
got
we've been on
December
pause
18th.
forever. Yeah.
December 18th, 2024, last
Oh,
Fed
okay,
rate cut.
okay.
And if we look at the markets then, kind of started a little bit of a sell-off there in the equities. We recovered some of it, but
Well,
kind of started the sell-off. Yeah.
I think the other thing that once again depends how much pressure the president puts on it too. There was that little inkling there for a while that we were going to get a half a point. So my question is, the number comes out crappy tomorrow. And once again, I'm just, it's how it's perceived in the market. So I think not so much everybody's agreed that the number is going to be for September, but how the next one looks at the end of the year, right? I mean, the probability, if you look at the Fed Watch tool on that, see how that changes, could have a big. And once again, the summer's over. Supposedly, all the Goldman interns have made it back from the Hamptons, and the players are back in town. So we'll see.
Coming back up to this initial balance high up here.
This is a
That price
magnet
was
today.
23. Yeah, it is
There's a magnet.
23,548, 550-ish area in the micros. Last trade 23,538 half in the NASDAQ. Seeing a tighter range, holding in the upper 50% of the day so far. Eunice asks, want to ask about the bias for the NASDAQ for the month. Is it bearish or bullish?
Still weak.
For the month, if I zoom out, I'd probably have to say bullish, just off of a guess that the equities just go up. I'd have to say bullish. Does that help me day trade the equities? Maybe not so much, in that we're going to see some up days, we're going to see some down days, but I'd just have to lean bullish just because equities are meant to go up. Of course, data can and will change that, but
well, and seasonally, September is a weak month, right, Jay? I mean, it just, it's just September, October, is where all the, the big moves down. And once again, it's always off. I said it the other day to VIPs, and Andrew's probably heard this, is that everything looks the greatest at the top, and we're a perma bull market. I get it, but this time of year, the drafts down tend to be a little deeper, and the news. I don't know what the news is going to be that causes us to pull back, and that we'll probably get an 8 to 10% pullback at some point. And what the news is on it, I don't know. And like you said, I just have to, as a day trader, I have to trade what's in front of me. I used to be that crystal ball guy for years, and I'm like, gets me into trouble with the bias.
100%. At the end of the day, we don't know, and saying we don't know is okay, right? It's admitting you don't know, and you're not trying to guess where the market is going to go, keeps you on your toes and paying attention to what the market is actually saying. Right now,
Andrew, in the short,
we are in this initial balance. Go ahead, Coach Roop.
So Andrew, I got a question for you. From when you started trading as VIP, what would you say the biggest aha moment for you a little bit was, in terms of, I'm starting to get a better idea. Like initial balance could be one of those things, but is there anything that kind of, especially being a new trader, I'm always curious to see, what feel kind of got you in a better, obviously keeping an XFA and picking your spots. I don't know. I'm just curious to see what kind of triggered it for you.
Yeah, it's kind of evolved a little bit. I mean, going back to the VIP, going back to the combine, from October to December of last year, it was some of the basic technicals. It was VWAP, an anchor of the New York session. So I'd use an anchor VWAP. It was establishing initial balance high and low. And then, Coach Dakota, 3-bar reversals, right? So I learned that. That was the very first pattern that I learned to recognize. That got me over the edge, and got me to pass the combine. And then once I passed the combine, I continued to read, man. So I think the last time I was on here, I talked about how I read Best Loser Wins, massively influential book for me. You're reading Jim Dalton, those types of guys. I even if I'm not training, man, I've got Topstep on just to try to learn. So now I've got to the point where some of these basics, I know they're basics for a lot of people, but it's just, don't chase trades. Have a location you want to get in, whether it's putting in a bid or market order or whatever. Just have a set location where you'd like to set up at, and then define what's your plan going in. What's my risk? What's my take profit target? Am I scalping? Am I going in long? You know, are you okay giving up a little bit of position for confirmation in a higher reward with your trade? So this doesn't all play out overnight. Like I learned a lot of that through, unfortunately, trial and error. Like I said, I almost blew the account twice. I got to a point where I was only $500 away from the account being blown, and I worked my tail off back. I remember Hoag has said time and time again, if you find yourself with your back against the wall, don't YOLO it. Like dig yourself out of the hole, you'll be a better trader. I mean, whether or not I keep this account another 10 months or whatever, I'm a better trader, at least for me, because I learned how to dig myself out of the hole. And I learned a lot of things along the way, man. So, you know, I think from a psychological point too, it's the big aha moment just mentally was I'm running my race. So I'm not, don't compare to anybody else. It's what you're comfortable with and what your plan is, and run that race. And you can stick it out and you can keep your account. You don't have to blow it. You don't have to lose it. You trade your plan. You do what you're going to do. You can have a long life in the account that you're in.
Yeah. Yep.
I want to ask you about that. So you had that account that was, you know, $500 away from drawdown. Did you make many adjustments to your trading, or did you just, you know, were market conditions, you know, better facilitating the setups you were looking for?
So I made a great Bitcoin trade.
Okay.
And that got me out of the hole. But I didn't really learn. Sometimes, you know, you make a great trade, right? But you don't learn anything. You got lucky. That was what that trade was. It was luck. You didn't learn anything. So I found myself not 500 away the second time, but I found myself pretty deep not too long after that. And I had to go back and say, okay, I don't want to lose this account. I want to be in this account. I want to better my family. I want to do some things. What in the world can I do? And I began to do a ton of practice trading, a lot of paper trades. I know it sounds boring to people. Like I made some paper trades before coming on today. They're profitable, and you can be like, well, yeah, I've been in my account with money. I get it, but that's also how you get confirmation. That's how you understand your plan is working. So I made some adjustments early, and I said I'm going to scale down, and I'm going to have tight stops. I have a $300 stop loss, which I know sounds crazy when you trade NASDAQ, but you know what? I can trade tomorrow with $300 stop loss. So I made some of those incremental changes. I began to go for the base hits and not the home runs. So if I walk away and I make $200 in a day, $250 in a day, that's a great day of trading. Maybe you would like to hit 1,500, 2,000. That's up to you. But for me, if I work an 8-hour a day, I make $250. That's a pretty good wage I made for an 8-hour workday, and I can do that in a span of 10, 15, 20 minutes, you know? And so I would much rather walk away. So I began to put a lot of that into practice. And if you look at my screen, like you'll see I have a trailing daily loss limit. It's $200 right there. So if I get a trade that goes decently well for me, I'm not going to lose more than that $200 in a day. So for me, it was just minimize risk, manage it well, and live the trade another day. And eventually all that compounds over time. You know, and don't be afraid to not trade. Sometimes to not trade is the trade. So
a follow up to that I want to ask, but we're going to throw it over to Gabe real quick for some on this day little history lesson. Gabe, today is September 4th. What happened in the past?
Man, we are taking a trip back to 1972 to the Bob Barker era of The Price is Right. It began September 4th, becoming one of the longest running game shows on American television. Bob completed a 35-year tenure with the show, won 14 Emmy Awards for his hosting work, and in 1999, he received a Lifetime Achievement Award. He was inducted into the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences Hall of Fame in 2004. Shout out to Bob Barker. Used to watch that at my grandma's back in the day. Back to you guys.
What did I, Gabe? What a throwback.
Just remember, the price is wrong, Bob.
What a great quote. Great quote from that movie. So Andrew, back to this point, right? We are seeing gold sell off just a little bit here as well. 36.0960 last trade in gold, while the equities push that
Strong
initial
push
balance
up,
high,
yeah.
23.550s, right back up at the top of the range.
Yep.
Back up here, about a
Does it stay
30,
at the top of the
35,
range?
40 point range in the NASDAQ. Yeah. At some point,
Strong
I
push.
think it has to
Strong
break.
push up.
We'll stay locked in here. Andrew, if you take any trades, let us know. I was going to ask a follow-up question to that, making the adjustment, because a lot of times what we see traders do
There you
is
go.
when they're back. Yeah, there we go. There's the pop.
Going
New
pretty
highs on the day, 23,564 in the NASDAQ, S&P, 64.8575 last trade over there. A couple points off of the high. Seeing some extension here.
And this
Ed
is
Williams
where
is
my
done
theory
talking
is
right
out the
now.
window now. So
Say that again, Andrew.
so this is where you see a big pop up like that. My theory is out the window. Maybe it turns around and comes back in the range, but that might be the new floor of a brand new range. We start moving up a little bit. So this is where you keep observing.
I want to say, even if you do not take a trade here, Andrew, you took a winning trade by not chasing that short.
Exactly.
We were talking about it. It kind of played out to exactly what you were looking for, but didn't get the execution, and you didn't chase the trade. And that is a win for sure. A lot of traders may have had FOMO. Oh, I was supposed to make 35 points there, so now let me go make it now. And they're doing so with a lower quality setup. So good no trade there. Good no trade.
Sorry, Jay, I keep interrupting you, man. You
50-50
got to follow up.
Well, yeah, market started moving. So with the follow-up, I wanted to ask, so we see a lot of traders, when they get back against the wall, they make adjustments. And then when they get back to even on the account, then they go back to what got them in that drawdown initially. Are there any things in your trading that you said, hey, I'm not going to do this anymore because it got me to this point? Sometimes we'll see traders trade the minis, initially go through drawdown, dig their way out of a hole trading micros, which I don't even think sometimes people understand how difficult that is.
So
Right? You may
hard.
go down $2,500 and then you go to micros and you're able to make that $2,500 back. And then it's just like, okay, well, I'm back to even now. I can go back to the minis.
Yeah.
When sticking with the micros could, give you that progress that you're looking for. Anything that you said, hey, I'm going to leave this behind after learning these lessons.
Yeah. So I changed the strategy a little bit with minis and micros. Funny you bring that up because you're right. Like you get up, you're like, okay, I'm back in the black. Let's go, gangbusters. You can't do that.
Right.
I scalp.
Mhm.
I'll scalp the minis. And when I say scalp, if you've had Mandy up was in my season 1 VIP with Coach, you'll see Mandy on.
Mhm.
And Mandy is your Salt Lake City sniper, 5-10 points.
Yep.
I'll scalp with a mini, maybe if I want to do that. But most of those trades, if you're going to hold them, you got to do micros. You got to have some length to it
Yep.
if you're going to do some risk management. So, for me, that was one of the big adjustments I made. Was like, hey, we're gonna go scalping with a mini, not 3 minis. We'll do a mini. If it's a high confidence level, every so often I might do 2, but mostly it's 1. And then you're going to use your micros. And then from mental, and this is for me, I think the biggest adjustment was mental. All right. It's probably not exciting to talk about because we always want to talk about charts and technicals and setups. But honest to goodness, man, it was the mental side for me. It's the FOMO. I had it bad, because the problem is as a new trader, you'll hit a home run trade, right? You luck into it and your brain begins to think, dude, every trade can be like that, or if it pops up, like we saw it pop up that quick, the NQ pops up above the IB. This is a great opportunity to go short. I've seen it so many times pop up and then turn around and drop 20 more points. And, if you just go all in like that because you're afraid of missing out, you might have dumb luck or you might open the door to really busting your account. So I had to make a mental adjustment to not have FOMO on a trade, to not have an ego when I trade either. If you have an ego, don't worry, the market will destroy it. You won't keep it very long.
Oh yeah.
Right.
And so that was my baseline. Made a big difference for me.
Let go of the ego. We don't control the markets. Markets are going to market. And it's our job to
Market's a
just
good market.
get in the flow. Get in the
Yep.
flow with what the market is saying. That's what we get rewarded for. 23,559 last trade in the NASDAQ here. We just did see it make a new high a day, pulling back just a little bit here. But still kind of sitting on its highs, slow grind up. We got big news coming out tomorrow, NFP tomorrow. So I'm not surprised to see the markets a little quiet today, if you will, but still decent ranges to trade. In the New York session, we got 150 points in the NASDAQ. Coach Hoop, how do you approach the rest of your day here? So looking for any trades or gonna go play golf?
I think the way I look at it is I've been looking at gold. I think I'm done for the day. I think the only thing I'll look at is to see how the overnight reacts, to see how Asia, you've seen that, Jay, how Asia reacts to the day session today a little bit. Might see if there's any opportunities there. But once again, big number tomorrow. So a lot of sideways quiet market wouldn't surprise me at all. There goes
Absolutely.
NASDAQ.
Absolutely. Don't need to force a trade. NASDAQ continuing to grind higher. Andrew, what about you? How do you approach the rest of your day? You called out that one potential trade opportunity, didn't play out, didn't take it. Do you continue to look for trades? Do you wrap it up and you just come back tomorrow?
Well, it'd be nice to see IB be support now that we're ahead of it or above it. That's what I'm going to be looking for. But honestly, in just a little while, I'll be taking my 6-year-old son to his speech therapy, man. So I'll be hanging out with him this afternoon. We go kind of make an afternoon of it. I grab him lunch, get him out of school, and hang out. And markets will be here tomorrow. So
that's right.
Here we go. It's dad time now. It is dad time now.
Right.
Markets will be back tomorrow. Great stuff, man. Well, Andrew, great talking to you. Coach Hoop, you as well. Stick around though. We do have shoulder tap coming up with Jack and Aaron, and then after that, we got a lunatic joining the stream. Cena, you may see Cena in the chat, joining myself and Hoag for Lunchbox trading. This is Topstep TV. Stick around for shoulder tap. Let's go.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Shoulder Tap, and welcome to Aaron, manager of risk. We got a bunch of people in the risk department, but Aaron, welcome to TopstepTV. How you doing?
Doing really well. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to have Shoulder Tap be a part of TopstepTV again, and happy to be a part of it. So excited to go over some trading cards today and highlight some traders.
Well, we were just talking in the green room. The only time you've been on TopstepTV before was coming in to explain the lock limit down someday. So this will be a lot less stressful. We'll just talk about some traders. But how are there any live traders who've put up numbers of notes today that we should give kudos to?
Yeah, we've got two traders that have been performing relatively well today. Two that are above $10,000 worth of profit. They've both locked themselves out in Topstep X, which means they are locking in those profits as well. One of which actually had a $1,000 DLL, so grew the account pretty substantially compared to what they would have been risking had they hit their DLL.
Impressive to start. And well, let's just dive into it. You brought a trading card for us today for James T. Let's talk.
Yeah, James,
tell me a little bit about James.
Yeah, James has been in the program for quite some time. He's been in a 150K live account for just under 50 days. Today is actually day number 50. But he started with us back in June of 2020. So he's been with Topstep for quite some time at this point. Went through some trading combine perils and then went to an XFA, finally got him up into a live account. And he's been trading really consistently since he's been in live. And that's what I want to really highlight with James's trading card today. Looking at his average daily P&L to get started, he makes just over $100 a day, which to a lot of people you might not see a comment in there, but it's substantial nonetheless, because if you pair that with his 63% winning days and 56% winning trades in those trading dates, it's a recipe for success. And you can see after looking at his trading card, $50,000 in payouts since he's been in live. He's taken the right steps. He's taken little bites of the pie every single day, not going for these home run hits, which keeps you alive in the live markets and in a live account here at Topstep.
Yeah, I mean, looking through the account, it's funny. We had a trader on the other day, or just yesterday when we did Shoulder Tap, who was also averaging about $105 a day, doing it in a very different way than what I see James doing, where he's definitely, as you can see from that average, I don't know if we have it on there, but his average loss, we know the drill here. His average loss in his 150K is $3,000. So the daily, he's well acquainted with the DLL, but it's been consistently, he's been on a bit of a ripper the last couple days, that's for sure. Does have a number, I think the biggest day I'm seeing as I'm scanning through, made 18 grand yesterday. You got us on the radar.
Yep.
Got a 16 grand there, but it looks like I think he's got to be careful a little bit with the slippage, because I definitely see some of the days where the loss limit goes decently far. I mean, $700 is $700 if you get slipped. I don't know what size he's trading, but when I see someone in one of these accounts lose, like 3,700 in a day, or in this case have an average losing day of like 32 down, that they're definitely letting things go into slippage. So definitely try to avoid that. But will say it's interesting with a card like this to see a 63-day winning percentage. So he's not doing the thing where people DLL 90% of the time and go for huge winners. So that's definitely a place that I appreciate. Trading the E-mini and micro E-mini NASDAQ. Average trade times duration 28 minutes on the losers, 25 on the winners. Looks like he's holding. So, yeah, I think there's definitely things to work on, but he's been in this account for a long time. So great job.
Yeah, I agree with all that, Jack. I think one of the suggestions I would make for James is to decrease the hold times on those losers and possibly increase the hold times on those winners. as well as incorporate the use of a stop loss rather than relying on the DLL to get you out of a position, to your point exactly. With slippage being a factor in the live markets, if you rely on that DLL to get you out, there could be a scenario where you go past your DLL when things actually calculate out. So one suggestion for James is make sure you're using a stop loss in your trading every single day, as well as, when you have a trade working in your favor, try to hold on to that, like that $18,000 day yesterday, and cut those losers a little bit more quickly so that we can make sure we're holding on to those profits as much as possible.
Well, in case we haven't mentioned as well, James has taken $50K in payouts from this account. So as I say on here sometimes, Aaron, he's already won the account. So great job there. Maybe just tighten things up a little bit, but otherwise, great card. I wish we could have found a more intriguing photo of Sunnyvale, California, because I'm sure there's something nicer there we could show. At least it's not a jail like we did the one time. But great stuff. Any final words you want to say about James T here?
Just the consistency. I'll harp again on, it's important to make sure we're trading for tomorrow. Little jabs are more important than trying to hit those home run hits, and that's what keeps people in the markets long term. So keep doing what you're doing, James. We want to see it, eventually get to the point to where we can expand some of these risk parameters for you. I know we've, introduced some new parts of our program late in July to where you can perform well enough to where you get the risk department giving you a shoulder tap in a very positive way, and we tell you, hey, you get an additional expansion on your daily loss limit or something to that effect. So in parting words, keep doing what you're doing, and we'll make sure to reward you.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Welcome to the show. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you. In the meantime, stick around, because coming up next for Lunchbox Trading, we got Senna, we got Hoag, we got Coach J, Lunatic Time, Lunchbox Trading. This is TopstepTV. Have a nice lunch.
right, friends, it is time for Lunchbox Trading. Hopefully you've got your ham sandwich or whatever it is that you're going to have for lunch. And we've got a very special guest today. We've got Senna, who is one of Coach Jay's lunatics, a VIP member. And we're looking very much forward to getting to know Senna. He is currently already in an XFA. He has locked out for the day with the first the first day with some good profits. So if Senna's going to take any trade, it'll be in a trading combine. But great day, great first day for you, Senna, in the XFA. Coach Jay, how are you holding up? How are things?
Doing well, doing well. Good to be on here with Senna.
I just entered.
Just heard an order filled.
Oh, I recognize that
Somebody's
voice.
in a trade. I thought that was you. Senna, talk to us a little bit. You are trading in that VIP combine right now. You are in a trade. Talk to us a little bit about what got you into this one.
Right. So we've just bounced off an area in the volume profile where there are more sellers than buyers. I'm going to keep a really tight stop here. I mean, a really, really tight stop, because if it gets rejected, it could, it could drop through that area. So I'm going to put a stop at 23,553. And there we go. Essentially, the reason that I took that is because the area above, from about 23,560, there are more buyers than sellers, by more than 5%, which I'm getting off an indicator here. And then above it, it kind of tails off because we haven't really done much there. So there shouldn't be that much resistance if we manage to get up there. If this doesn't work, then it's just a paper cut. And I'll just see how that proceeds.
And you're long 1 MNQ?
I'm long 1 MNQ, yeah.
All right. And your entry price, I'm looking at, it looks like it's about 23,558.
Yep, 23,558 exactly. Yeah.
All right. And just 5 ticks of risk on that trade. Very very tight risk.
Yeah. I mean, I tend to move into, if I'm doing it manually, if I'm not letting the bot trade, I move into break even very, very aggressively. So I can end up taking a lot of paper cuts, but when the trade goes well, then it's fine.
Pays off.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this one right now.
Well, let's hope.
We'll see.
Not out of the woods yet. Yeah.
Well,
good. Long from 558.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I mean, we're above the initial balance high. We're seeing the S&Ps continuing to try and push to the upside. I believe the house account is still
looks better to me, actually.
Yeah, it does, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well,
I mean,
you and I speak the same language. You're a profile guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, once I discovered the profile, I kind of got it. And then most of my failures have been down to, behaving like a basic ape and, clicking and, just getting the endorphin hits and going on tilt. But being a technologist, I just try to remove myself from that. So I rely mostly on bots if I can, and Copilot.
Copilot. I've heard that before. Is this something you've coded?
Yeah. So I have a few Copilots with some AI based and some, they're both AI based. One's using a time series model, which tracks time series data, a bit like a language model, but for numbers. And the other one is using a mixture of that time series and a vision model, one of Google's vision models. So I've got the motive wave guys kind of allowing me to see the contents of the screen. They're looking at that now. They're adding that feature in motive wave 7. So that I can actually feed this stuff directly into some of my models and let them see and react directly.
So when you're not a trader, what do you do?
I'm kind of a tech guy, tech founder, I guess, involved in kind of cryptography and identity. And most recently, just because I've been doing trading with another Topstep trader, actually, Cochiolo, as he's known, or Mateo, as I know him. We've just kind of, because I've had a lot of issue with trade copiers, so we've built a kind of trade copier and execution engine, which we're currently testing, and that kind of can talk to some of these bots and things that we're talking about. So yeah, we've been working on that as well. A lot of tech stuff, basically.
So what you're saying is you're really smart.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't say that. I like tech, right? And it's luckily I get paid for doing what I'd basically be doing for free in a garage, right? So it's a nice position to be in.
Nice.
I'm going to
Speaking of a nice position to be in, this is a nice trade that you're in right now.
Yes, it is.
Senna, I was going to ask you, similar to we had the VIP meeting the other day. Clearly, this is a good trading setup. But one of the questions we had asked the other day, when we were taking that setup, and you were saying you were in a trade and managed this trade as you see fit. What would you grade this setup, letter grade wise?
This is a B.
And the reason I asked that question, Hoag, one of the things we've been trying to focus on with the VIPs is, taking high quality setups. We had Senna, in, a power hour meeting that we did the other day, came in and said, hey, I'm in a trade. Asked a very similar question. And I think, just for all of us, right, it's good to have that awareness. I asked, Senna, what letter grade is this trade? He said a C. So I asked the follow-up questions. Okay, so why are you in it? And cut the trade, and then immediately got back into the trade after validation of what would have been a stop out, and got back into the trade and got back into it. And then that trade was a B as well. And I think clearly we're seeing here, this is a trade that is working out pretty well. You got 10 points in the profit right now on what is, somewhat of a breakout trade where some traders may be scared to take this. But I think from your volume analysis perspective, you saw some trapped sellers for some opportunity here. So great trade you have here, man. I'm glad to hear that one was a B as well. Great trade here.
Yeah, I mean it sure is, and you're already in profit with your stop, pretty quick.
As you keep saying, and which I like, $10 is $10. If I was in here with a mini, I'd still have moved it up here. So for example, on the XFA today, I was just using micros, very small, to try and get to the 150. But I've got a 150, I think, which I'm up 800 combine today as well. And I'm trying to move to ticks. I still haven't figured out quite, or I keep forgetting to move this stuff to ticks rather than having the money on there, because it's always been the monetary amounts which screw me up, or when I'm copying across multiple accounts. And I know that that's the case. That messes me up. Whereas the bots don't have this problem. So that's kind of why I prefer not to necessarily trade kind of raw dog the markets, as it were. I need help.
If you want to change it to ticks, I can help you out real quick. You see preferences over your chart? To the right. Actually, go right back to the charts. You have preferences up there next to add chart link.
Sorry.
Next to your indicators tab. Just go up a little bit on your cursor.
Yeah. Oh, here? To
the right.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going, and you'll see preferences. There you go. Click on that, and then change the last drop down, change it from dollars to whatever you want there.
Yeah, I think. Thanks. Yeah, that's better.
Now you're in points.
Yeah, that's great. So I'm just.
I got a follow-up question to
please
this being a B setup for you, Senna. While we manage this trade, we got Blue Boy in the chat asking, what makes this a B setup for you? And then there's another question, how does one go about grading their setups? What are you looking at in order to take this trade? I know it's a lot of volume analysis.
Okay,
what made this a B setup for you?
Great question.
The B setup is, rather than an A, which is what I've got in the ES, actually, I kind of wish I was in there, is that there wasn't a clear place where I knew there were loads of sellers, which is where I would put my risk, right? Because I could say, okay, I'm going to cut my risk off at that point. Where I actually cut my risk was where the where the buyers stopped being the largest number of players in the market, as far as I could tell. So if it then it was neutral directly below there rather than being red. If it was red, it's kind of like a hard cutoff. So yeah, it's essentially that. I wasn't expecting. I don't know whether there would be a reaction like a bounce just before that area. Also, because there's a bit of a peak. Okay, I'm out. Small profit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice
So
trade.
it's essentially
And
not,
about what?
yeah. Thanks. It's essentially not knowing, and not having a very obvious place to put my risk. Essentially.
But
So
you,
the
you
more
had enough
defined the risk
validation to
is.
get in there.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just asking. So the more defined the risk is, the better the setup.
Well, the more defined the risk is, and what the risk to reward ratio. So
Sure.
ideally, I would have an area directly below me, below where I want to take the trade, where I know I can't go any further below. But that is also the edge of a high volume node. If you look at the bell curve, just kind of slightly on the slope in the other direction, so that I can place the risk there. And then above me, I would like to have a void in the volume or loads and loads of buyers. Either works, because that means that I should shoot up or down through it, depending on which direction I'm attempting to go.
You want it to, right?
Yeah.
How long have you been trading?
Oh God, on and off. I mean, like seriously, about maybe a year or two now. Well, actually, about a year, seriously. But I started trading, I don't know, when I was at school with shares and things. Like,
Okay. So futures,
some,
maybe a year or two.
Yeah.
How did you find out? How did you learn about profile, volume profile, market profile, whichever profiles you're using? Where did you get that education?
So just going online, searching for things, and looking for something which could. I kept hearing people talking about order flow, and this being one of the tools in there. And on reading about volume profile, it just totally clicked with me that this would show me how the market was actually behaving, rather than just trying to prognosticate with a chicken's head or something, right? So yeah, that's essentially why.
Well, I've been accused of using chicken bones, so
hey, if it works,
if it works,
it works.
Yeah.
So this is your first time on TV, and again, thank you very much for joining us. We like to ask everybody their first time on TV. Where did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you?
So how did I find it? Yeah. So basically, I was looking around prop firms because I've used my own money in the past and occasionally do. But what I don't like is the idea of unlimited risk, which you have in futures due to the leverage, right? Especially to the downside. And that being the case, I heard that prop firms were a thing when I was searching. And some other people were using a prop firm I won't mention on here that allows you 20 accounts. Essentially looking at the way that their intraday worked, it just seems insane and quite predatory. So somebody else suggested, have you heard about Topstep? I think it was, it was somebody else from the kind of trader group that I was in at the time. And I had a look at your rules, and it all seemed very reasonable. So I kind of signed up and haven't looked back. It's especially because of when I used to be in that trader group, I was much less prone to sitting there in my own head, behaving like a baboon, because nobody else was. I wasn't listening to anybody else, which is very easy to do. So one of the great things about TopstepTV is that it lets you avoid that, endorphin rush clicking kind of thing, because you're engaged in something else until your alert goes off or whatever. So that's really valuable. Plus, there's good education on it. So
awesome,
yeah,
awesome. And now you've got a great coach in Coach Jay.
I do.
VIP.
He said something really good the other day, which really clicked with me. It was he was using, it's usually sports analogies, but this one was an analogy about running a business and why you should pay yourself and when, but how much you should pay yourself, because somebody else in the VIP group asked him about it. And he made a really good analogy about running a shop and then basically spending all your money and then having to go and look for capital, because you've essentially turned your business into a pop-up shop rather than something which is able to restock and trade again. It really kind of clicked with me, and so I'm being super careful on the XFA. I've had them before, and I've earned payouts from various places, but this has been really useful. I've had a really good week or two here past this one, looking to pass some more, and it's good, really good. I'm really enjoying being a coach.
Coach Jay, can you tell us what that analogy was and what you were telling your team? Or you saving that for your team only?
Got to be you got to be a lunatic to know. But no, Senna just said it exactly there, Hoag, right? If you were a pizza shop owner and you sold 1,000 pies today, you're not going to spend all of that money, because you need to, have enough to purchase inventory for your next time, the next time you open up business, right? So for any of the traders that have accounts that are eligible for payouts, we're telling them to, yes, pay yourself. You want to pay yourself for the work that you do, but you want to leave enough in there to continue to run your business, right? So the suggestion I made was, once you clear the drawdown, if you've never taken a profit, once you clear that drawdown, taking 50% of whatever your balance is above that drawdown, so you can continue to grow the account, but you can pay yourself along the way. And glad to hear that resonated. I'll try to sports analogies, they just come easy to me, Senna. So I'll try to mix them up every once in a while. But the sports ones are usually pretty easy to go to.
Yeah, they work as well.
Thanks, man. I wanted to ask you, what's if after the 3 months of our VIP session, if you could say you changed one thing in your trading or improved one thing in your trading, what would that be?
I hope it's my ability to execute myself and not need to rely on bots so much. I mean, it's fine, because you know how traders think, like trader maths and all that kind of stuff. Trader maths doesn't work if you're worried about the amount of contracts that you're running, or the amount of accounts that you're about to blow, and that's why bots can be good for that kind of thing, especially if they can size for each different account individually and do risk management that way. But I would like to be able to have conquered my discipline issues with regards to just trading just because the mouse mat happens to be there, and I'm doing better on that, certainly. But it's a constant fight.
Senna, would that include keeping your hands off of your bots when they're trading? I know that there's probably a pretty good temptation to optimize things while the bot is actually trading. Do you find that you're able to keep your hands off the mouse a little bit better now?
So with the back test of my automated strategy currently, and it's slightly different with with Matteo Yolo's bot. We both have a problem with interfering with the bots. And if we'd left the bots, we would have just made more, right? So I've now learned to let go of that and just let them do their thing. But in my volume profile based bot at the moment, right now, it needs to be co-piloted, because it's got an above 2 profit factor for this June till I think the 22nd of August, which is nice. But if I try and run it from January, it's not consistently profitable enough to just be left on its own. Right? It wouldn't have blown anything, but I might as well have not done anything. So I need to give it more information about when not to enter. And part of what I'm doing at the moment is giving it that information so that I can leave it for, I want it to be able to do, 200, 300, 500 trades and be able to stay profitable, not just a 3-month period. And, April, for example, was just any strategy essentially would have worked in April. So I kind of need to take those outliers out.
So what's the difference between like the last month with the profile bot and, going back to January where it wasn't performing as well? Is it just market state or is something else changed?
It appears to be, well, it looks to me, and this is kind of anecdotal because I haven't done all the analysis. It looks like the stops are far more difficult. So essentially the profiles are in such a state that it knows where to enter, but it's not waiting to get down there because there's not enough to stop it from entering immediately. So it knows pretty much, yeah. It knows there's a better entry, but it's entering immediately. And I do have code to stop that from happening, but I've yet to backtest it. That's what I'm going to be backtesting this weekend. See what happens.
Very interesting that you're able to create some sort of if this then that type of system just looking at volume profiles. And I know there's probably other things involved in it, but I think you're the first person I've heard that has really tried to kind of create some sort of automated system based on volume profile. Like I said, it's probably not just volume profile. There's probably other things that you're putting into that. But I find it very interesting that you're using the volume profile as part of your bot. I'm not a coder. I'm from another generation, I guess. So coding is still a little bit of a mystery to me, but I can't figure out how somebody would be able to take all of that information, which is, it's market generated information, right? You should be able to use it. Very interested to hear more about how you're able to do that. Maybe not today, but love to be able to kind of sit down and hear how you're doing that using the market profile. I'm a profile guy for years, mostly market profile, which might be a little bit easier to code, perhaps.
The market profile, kind of the TPOs, the time
price
opportunity stuff. Yeah. I tried that for a while. I haven't tried building a bot around it, but I'm wondering about correlations because part of it is a lot of this is knowing when not to trade, right? That totally changes your results. So I am wondering whether I can try to use that as well as some other filters like trend filters, for example. Don't try and fight the market. I've got some multi-time frame analysis stuff which can stop me. I haven't implemented it yet in this bot, but I have other bots. So I'm kind of trying to see what works and what improves the results consistently. Yeah. I'd love to have a chat about it at some point. I do enjoy your segments. You seem to have seen a lot of stuff.
Seen a lot of stuff.
Were you around for Black Wednesday?
You mean like 87? Black Monday?
Yeah, because I was at school. Yeah, oh, sorry, Black Monday. Yeah, I was at school, but I was trading at the time, and I got pulled out of an economics class because from a call from my father saying, "Yeah, you got to get out of class. You got to go and trade, dude, because it's hit the fan."
Yeah,
and I was just wondering how the pit was then.
Well, I wasn't actively trading, but I was working in the pit as an arb clerk. So I was working for brokers, flashing orders back and forth to the phone banks outside of the pit. And it's probably that Friday and that Monday were probably the scariest days of my life, even though I didn't have risk on, but I was working for guys that had a lot of risk. and any mistake that I made, could have cost them tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. We did it. We did great. We survived. We got everything done. No problems. But remember that at the end of the day on Friday, everybody sat down. Everybody that smoked just lit cigarettes on the trading floor, which you weren't supposed to do. And everybody's went, what the heck just happened? I think we stayed there till about 10 or 11 o'clock that night, trying to make sure that all of the trades that we had taken were checked with the people that we had taken them with. And then Sunday, there was, I think, an afternoon out trade meetup. And then Sunday night into Monday morning, there was a 2 o'clock in the morning out trade call. So you had to show up on the floor at 2 in the morning that Monday, which was Black Monday, to make sure that all the trades were cleared and that if you had problems, you knew about them. But yeah, I mean, it was 2 weeks of bell to bell, hair on fire, scary, nasty. We thought the world was coming to an end. A lot of people that made a lot of money. A lot of people lost a lot of money those days. And I can still remember certain orders that I was concerned that that there was something wrong with. And, it's pretty stark in my memory that period of time, even though I had no risk on personally, but the guys I was working for had a lot of risk, and we had to make sure and get it done right. Yeah, there were some people that really profited. And you had to have the intestinal fortitude to take the whole package. If somebody had 100 to sell and they were offering the market down, if you only bought 10, they still had 90 more to sell. They were going to be pushing price against you. And it was the ones that had the intestinal fortitude to take the whole package that were the ones that were able to make the money. And, there were people that made millions that day. I know of a couple of them that flew to Switzerland the week after that to maybe stash some of that money in a Swiss bank. But yeah, it was pretty wild. Allegedly, yes.
And there's some people like that.
Yes.
Yeah. I hear that quite a few people were using the betting odds to try and read those things. So I've got a friend who used to be a trader, and he was looking at the betting odds. I think the last time he did this, and it worked that time as well, was for Brexit. And he used the betting odds to front run and made, an unholy amount.
Wow.
And he did something similar when the pound crashed out of the exchange rate mechanism. Yeah, it was nuts.
Well, you're talking about betting odds. There was a member of the exchange who was a member of a family of mobsters. He was short 1,500 S&Ps. Now these are big S&Ps, and we're talking twice the size of the big S&Ps back in 1987. Short 1,500 contracts a week before the crash. His clearing firm went to one of the brokers and said, "We need to buy 1,500 contracts. We're going to liquidate this guy." So they didn't even tell him they were doing it. The broker starts buying all these contracts, and the guy's in the pit trying to sell them to him. Finally, the brokers, because he's avoiding buying them from him because he knows they're for him. And finally, the broker's like, "I can't trade with you. They're for you." And that's when he kind of dawned on him that he was being liquidated by his clearing firm. They liquidated him, and a week later, the crash happened. He would have been, billions of dollars if he bought the lows.
Jesus. Yeah,
so
wild.
In essence, his clearing firm lennied the trade for him.
And, and saved him, right?
Yes.
Or no.
So that was it. We didn't see him anymore, but a lot of stories. There was a lot of rumors going around that Friday that like Prechter and a couple other like big fund managers were expecting the crash to continue on Monday, and that's when the real crash happened. It started on Friday and just completely collapsed on the Monday. So I had heard this rumor, and there was a trader on the floor that used to give me orders for my brokers to fill for her, and she heard me mention it to somebody, and she's like, "Wait, what did you just say?" I told her, I said, well, I heard a rumor that Proctor is expecting the market to open significantly lower on Monday and continue to go lower. So she went home that Friday, short 10 big S&Ps, and just cleaned up that following Monday. So she was like, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I hope she bought you a drink.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. She was a nice lady, but I mean, imagine that's fortitude, right? I mean, you're in a extremely wild market. You're going to go home over the weekend after the beginning of a crash on Friday, short 10 big S&Ps, and you can't do anything about it until the open on Monday. What happens on Monday when we open 100 points higher? You're taking that risk. But she came from a very wealthy family, so I don't think she was worried about the risk. She was actually a really good trader. In 1987, there weren't too many women on the trading floor, but she was a great trader.
Yeah. I mean, was there a lot of OTC kind of skullduggery as well over the weekend, as it were? Positions changing backwards and forwards.
I mean, you couldn't do that. That's illegal. Number one.
Well, that's why I call it skullduggery.
Doesn't mean it didn't hours, right?
Yeah.
And you couldn't trade. There was no trading on screen. So, I mean, back in the day, there were guys that were sitting in the bar trading with each other. I think S&Ps are going to go higher. Well, yeah, I think they're going to go lower. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll buy one from you. And, you just make the trade in the bar, which is illegal. It is illegal. But
there's a buy here, by the way, I think.
Okay.
Speaking of S&P, I don't think I'm going to do it. I don't know. It's basically there is a very small kind of kink or a node in the volume profile at the moment, and if it gets past it, then it's pretty clear upstairs. It's neutral, followed by buyers, followed by neutral, and then sellers. In the S&P, the sellers start being more than 5% at 6497.5.
Are you looking at a composite profile?
Yeah.
Well,
not just today. It depends what you mean. No, it's not just today. This is looking back 1,000 bars of 15 minutes per tick at the moment. And it's building everything up. I didn't write it all myself. Some of it's a commercial thing because I knew what I wanted, but I went and looked for things which did it rather than build it myself and then have to debug it and maintain it. So I'm taking some information from this, and then I've got logic which I either execute myself in my head, or I have bots which look at this as well as some other indicators, and then one of us makes a decision as to whether to trade on.
So why the no take on this trade? It looks like it might be
just because we're having a really nice conversation that I was enjoying. Yeah.
Good reason. There's always another trade.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, this is there seems to be a trapdoor above here. If they manage to breach this, they could go for a bit. I don't know if 6,500 is likely though, but it would be nice.
A trapdoor.
Yeah, I just call it like when they're neutral, when there's neither buyers or sellers in charge, and there is there's a bit of a void in the volume, or the volume is dropping off. I just call it a trapdoor.
Low volume node. Okay.
Yeah. So you kind of jump through there if you're sliding down, or you climb out the top, John McClane style.
We're climbing so far.
Yeah, it's nice.
We are seeing gold sell a little bit here as well. 36.0170 last trade in gold. Gold selling off while the equities are rallying. 23.580 last trade in the NASDAQ. 64.91 evens. So, Senna, with this trade, I'm going to ask you the same question that we did before. I know we're not taking this one, but if you were to take this setup, same thing, what letter grade would you give it? And this is kind of going back to your point of, you want to more manually click buttons. What letter grade would this one be?
If I'd taken it in the right place, it would be an A. But the right place isn't now because we're having the conversation. Okay. So if I'd taken it, then I should have taken it in the MES at 64.86 because the stock would have been 64.86.75 because if I'd done that, the stop that the bot would have given me would have been 64.86, so 3 ticks.
Sure.
Yeah. And
Precise.
you know, so,
No, what
yeah.
what time frame chart are you looking at?
So that's a 15-minute, but that's just because I've
Gotcha.
moved it to that. Yeah, but
Okay.
things will move depending on. I can run this on a 1 minute as well, but the levels don't get respected as much. So
I wanted to ask actually, how much does time frame really matter to your trading because you're paying so much attention to volume, right? Where the volume is going to trade either way. So do you
but
care
the
really
amounts of
about
volume.
the time? Okay.
Yeah, because the amounts of volume, which kind of decide how much a level is respected, even though they look large,
Okay.
they're not. If you go to the smaller ones, right? That's why if you look at some resistance for you look at resistance, 1 minute resistance, it's going to get overpowered by 5 minute, 15 minute, half an hour, right? So yeah, it's all relative, but if you levels aren't respected as much at lower timeframes, which is a bit of a problem for me.
Look at trade right now. Good looking trade. You called it, you call that long 64.91 when you said, hey, this might be a long here. 64.94 last trade. I know 86 would have been your entry, but just for you, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in the VIPs, but if you want to get, I think, better at manually executing your trades, it's as soon as you see that setup presenting itself, I would ask myself that question, right? If I had to give this setup, not the result, right? Because the result is always going to be a 50-50, right? We're either going to win or lose the trade. But if I'm getting ready to click the button, I can ask myself, what letter grade would I give this setup? If it's an A+ to a B+, just go ahead and click the button, right? And accept the risk on the trade. If it's anything less than, if it's a C, maybe we even consider whether or not that's actually a trade setup, or are we trying to force our own thoughts on the market. And then if it's a B- or anything around there, maybe better trade location or timing. But here you have a clear example where you called out an A, and the market's doing exactly what you were looking for. So, asking yourself that question, I think, helps a lot. Great call out, though.
I mean, I think that's really useful. Yeah, really useful comment. Thanks. So,
Seeing the NASDAQ push up here.
We're seeing some pretty good delta divergence here in the S&Ps. Negative 3,600 delta on the highs. Senna, is delta anything that you've ever talked about or anything that you've looked at?
I have a volume. I have a delta volume. What do you call it? I've got a delta volume indicator here. It's not currently being used as any kind of a filter, but I feel like maybe it should be. Yeah, I mean, it's going for it now. It's about to hit some, like the ES. There are more sellers from 64.97 or so above there for a bit. But if it could get through there, there is there's hardly any volume if it was to keep going, but it seems late in the day. So kind of around 6509, if it was to manage to get up there, it could really go for one. I doubt it'll happen today.
There we go.
Yeah, and there's there's a resistance zone at 6523. I don't know when that's from. Just going back through this. It's from ages ago. The last time.
Sure.
It hit that. Yeah. So yeah, it could really go. I mean, is there any news causing this? Do you know?
Not that I'm seeing. I've been watching the wire here, not seeing anything new as far as news is concerned. Something about
quite as frisky though.
No, not seeing anything.
So you said something about
same here.
Well, an hour ago, but it's about the Fed cook, whether they're going to let him fire or what. I mean, that's not what's doing this. I think this is just technical, and we're seeing some delta divergence. The negative delta is probably And you got to watch that, especially during rollover. But the negative delta is more aggressive sellers using market orders to sell into the market, which logically should push price lower, but price is moving higher. There's an entity or entities that are just replenishing bids, squeezing the short time frame market order sellers higher and higher. So we're seeing it happen now, and they're still trying to sell into this move to the upside. We just increased delta by about 500 in the last minute or so, and you're seeing a lot of absorption of that aggressive selling by just traders, an entity or entities just placing bids and replenishing them. We do have a little bit of a short squeeze going here.
What?
Senna,
sorry.
This has been a wonderful opportunity to get to know you, and I will look forward to having you back on again. And I want to have that conversation about how you're using volume profile to kind of automate this strategy. I think that would be very, very cool. Jay, what would you say to Senna, your team member, you're a lunatic?
Sounds like you're trying to poach my traders, Hoag. But no, it would be great to have a conversation. Senna looks at profile, which I know you do, Hoag, and a lot of volume focus as well. So I'm excited to have that conversation again when we get the chance to. Senna, great stuff today. Great call outs with your trading. Hoping that I can continue to help you with your trading journey while we're here. But it's been a great time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you again, Senna. Come join us again. I'd love to keep this conversation going.
Definitely.
All right. So, we've got the trade with Topstep coming up. It looks like it's going to be a 3-man weave. Coach Jay, you can still be with us. I'm still going to be with us, and we're going to have Gabe on with us. So stick around for trade with Topstep. Senna, again, a great time talking to you. Great time getting to know you. And again, we'll look forward to having that conversation. Come back and join us on TopstepTV very, very soon. Folks, stick around. We got trade with Topstep coming up. Let's go.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller, quarter, half, the orders, and even.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Topstep TV and Trade with Topstep. Gabe has a huge smile on his face. Gabe, what are you smiling about? Who got you smiling like that, Gabe?
Man, chat always has me smiling like that. Just got me geeked out all the time.
Good to see you, Gabe. Good to see you. It's been a
Likewise.
while since we've been on air together. Hoag and I are back for another hour of trading with Topstep. Gabe, your first time on air today outside of doing some of the news clips. How are you reading the markets right now?
Well, I haven't been reading them at all today. So kind of first time taking a look at things. I know I'm looking at a 1 hour chart. We've got a kind of a 1 hour level of supply that I'd be looking at, just a little area of consolidation before we had a pretty good sell off back on the end of August, the 29th, from about 612.5 to 681.5 in the NASDAQ. That'd be the full supply zone that I'd be looking at. Obviously, we've got a number coming out tomorrow. I don't really anticipate a whole lot of continued movement into the end of this day. So I'm maybe looking for an opportunity to see price go back and revisit the range and kind of get back below maybe the 550 level. So I wouldn't mind, looking at shorts possibly from the 600s, depending on the rejection that we get, if we get a rejection at all. It very well could just be a slow grind higher. But that's kind of the idea. We took out a recent little swing high from the end of the month, which was the kind of 553 level. We're also up in a little fair value gap for all my, ICT guys out there. But yeah, the supply level from 612.5 to 681.5 is kind of the 1 hour level that I'm looking at for a possible top here towards the end of the day.
So it's Mo CT now, Gabe. I
Oh,
don't know if
that's
you heard
right.
Mo
It
on
is
air the
Mo.
other day.
I
but,
did. Yeah, it is
he's-
Mo CT.
He's renamed those concepts. Hoag, we were just on with Senna. I had a pretty great talk there. Senna was talking about a long here. Looking at the S&Ps, we're 5 points off of 6,500. Anything you're looking at for a potential opportunity, Hoag, to get into a trade here? How would you be looking at these markets? I'm seeing a little bit of an extension from the New York session VWAP. We're about 20 points off in the NASDAQ. Sorry, in the S&P. How are you looking at these markets, Hoag?
Well, I mean, the S&Ps, if you look at, where the level is in comparison to where the NASDAQ is, we've already kind of come up and taken out all of these single prints or fair value gap in the S&Ps. We're at the high of the Powell bar, right? That we could go last Friday when Powell spoke at Jackson Hole. We've looked at both ends. Didn't quite get to the bottom end, but that's a pretty good stiff rejection down there. We're at these highs. We're above the initial balance high, and whenever this happens, and we have a failed upside auction. In other words, a successful upside auction above the IB high. I'm always looking for longs in that regard. We do have some supply possible, some kerfuffleation above this level, but it's the S&P that's been leading the NASDAQ higher. And as we were just talking about in that last segment, Jay, we got negative delta in the S&Ps. We are at the highs of the session, and delta is still negative 3,800, which tells me that there are buyers that are continually putting bids into the market, getting the shorter time frame traders that use market orders to sell into those bids shorter and shorter throughout the day. We've already seen a little bit of a squeeze from this little consolidation area. Now, these are 30-minute charts, so this is 2 hours that we consolidated here. We broke out above negative delta, continuing to pile in. Unless Elvis leaves the building, which I would call the longer time frame buyers that are currently in this market, they can push price higher, and at the end of the day, we can see that blow off top as all of those short time frame, market order hitting sellers decide they've had enough. They want to go home flat, and then what's next? We're at all time highs in the S&Ps. We're a long way from all time highs in the NASDAQ, but if we can hold up here, if we continue to see delta increasing in negativity without the market being able to pull back very much, then I'd like to squeeze to the upside. Not saying we're going to hit all-time highs today.
Right.
That would be a heck of a big squeeze, but it's possible. I mean, anything's possible. We got a naked point of control up there too. Let me figure out where that is. I'm going to put that on my chart so I know that. That is where it is.
65.23 is that all-time high in the S&P, Hoag? 65.23 even is what I'm seeing. Yep.
Yep, that's it. I got it. I've got it right on my chart in the blue line right here. It's last week's high, all-time high. We got that naked point of control, 65.0375. 65.0375. I'm going to put that on.
You got 24.068 half, and the NASDAQ is the all-time high. But you do have, if S&Ps do make that push for all-time highs, I wouldn't doubt we, at least in the NASDAQ, would follow suit. I know NASDAQ is kind of lagging in that regard. But the high from the 28th, you look at the daily high, it's about 23.803 3/4. I think that's a pretty realistic high to take out if buying follows.
Last week's high.
Yeah, exactly. Last week's high.
Yep.
So I don't know if we'd make it to the all-time high in the NQ, but at least if S&Ps go first, I think the NASDAQ could pretty easily take out those 803s.
The NASDAQ has been beaten down compared to the S&Ps.
Yes, it has been.
I mean, we were almost 5% off the all-time highs early this week.
In the NASDAQ with that sell-off?
Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday was the day we traded through the low of the Powell bar. What was the low there? Let's just call the low 23.027 and 22.864 is 5% off the all-time high. NASDAQ's been beaten down. It's when it turns, it's going to get ugly to the upside. I don't mind ugly to the upside. I like ugly to the upside.
Buy it and hold on for the ride, Hoag. Buy it and hold on for the ride. Tilt pretty much 50-50 across the board. We got a 67% long tilt in crude oil. I don't know how many traders are still trading crude oil right now with it getting ready to close in about 15 minutes. 63.50 last trade there. In the NASDAQ, 23.595 last trade. 64.9475 in the S&P. And we got gold, which has settled already. But gold does still continue to trade as well. 36.0240. Last trade over there. Hoag, as we get close. What happened, Hoag?
No, just looking at opening call, right? I mean, we talked about the market needing to pull back, put in a new all-time high yesterday. We opened at the same place we opened yesterday. Yesterday's open was the dead ass low. We kind of needed to fill this gap, which was from Mondays, Tuesdays, Tuesday to Wednesday. What day is today? I don't even know what day it is.
Thursday.
It is
Thursday, Wednesday. So from Tuesday to Wednesday, we had that session gap. We looked at probably a lot of weaker hands, laggard buyers got long up here. And we talked about getting a sweep below these lows. And Ray put that level out there, 35.91.70. I'm like, okay, I like that. We're going to close the session gap from Tuesday to Wednesday. We're going to take a look at, what's down here. We're going to sweep these lows. That might be enough to squeeze out all the laggard buyers that came in yesterday. And then I could see this market kind of returning back to either range or a little bit higher. And look at where the market went. I mean, traded two weekly kickoff high, which it was supportive yesterday, now became resistance. Came all the way down to that level, back to weekly kickoff high, and back to the center of the range. I mean, if that was the plan that we had this morning, which it kind of was, we could have, we looked and said, okay, we can't hold above weekly kickoff high resistance. Let's sweep those lows and see if we can't take out the high. Now the market's basically closed. It's a neutral day as far as profile is concerned. We traded both sides of the initial balance, which tends to keep the market rotational, which is what happened. But where Ray came up with that number, it was within 5 ticks. It's like he's putting the weekly kickoff levels out there or something.
See a possible
good, or
bear
what do you think?
flag in their Hoag. You look at like the
Yeah.
1 hour chart, it's probably a little clearer, but so you get, leg down after all-time highs, take out a prior low from the third.
I see it.
So structure shift a little bit, at least a lower low. Come back up, retest, a little bit of supply in the 3613 to 21s, and then possible break of this little trend line, back beneath 3600. I think we could rotate maybe back down. I got a demand level around 3558. I wouldn't mind seeing another rotation lower, retest some demand, get a little healthier of a pullback, and then maybe continue
would
back
love
to the
that.
all-time highs.
I would love that. You're singing to me, Gabe. You're singing to me, and you sound like Johnny Cash.
Maybe not as smooth, but
S&P's new high on the day there, 64.9775. The NASDAQ did not take out that high, but does have a high on the day up at 23. It's that 23,608 quarter high of the day in the NASDAQ. S&P looks like it's leading right now. The Dow actually looks like it's the leader right now, kind of leading everything up. Just a 55% long tilt in the NASDAQ, up near these 600s. Gabe, you were talking about a potential short here. Is this a trade where you like the price, but you need to see some type of price action confirm whether or not the market agrees with that short? Or is it just,
Yeah, I
hey, it's
mean-
at the level, I'm going to take it?
no, the key level itself is, that's about 70 points of risk without any sort of buffer beyond the zone. So if I was going to trade this level, I would probably need to break down to a smaller time frame, look at maybe like a 5-minute, and start looking for some invalidation of demand that's taken us into these highs of the day. For instance, like you've got a nice little base between 575 and 566. So that would be, if I was to get short, one, I'd want to see us come back into the level first of all. So let me take my magnet off here. So come into supply, start seeing a little bit of a smaller time frame shift in highs and lows. So go from making a higher high to a lower high, followed by a lower low, seeing a little bit of smaller time frame structure change, and then have a target at least initially of like 575. So not looking for a huge home run, but no, I wouldn't really want to risk all the way up to 700 if I were to trade that whole 1 hour key level. Also, that would put me in a different purpose of time, like time required to see that play out. To risk 70 points, 2-to-1 would be 140 points, which would need to take me back down to, sub 500. And we're definitely not likely to get that by the end of the day today. Could, but it's, I think that'd be a lower probability outcome.
Sub 5, yeah.
Yeah, sub 500, just to get a 2-to-1.
I'd agree with.
We've got
I would
Williams
agree with you
speaking
there.
again right now.
Oh, do we really? One of those
Yeah.
comments coming off the wire.
Yeah, I just put a bunch in the chat, but markets are coming to their own conclusion on September move. In other words, yeah, they're going to cut. Not going to opine on whether the market's right or not. I see reduced upside risk to inflation from risks, reduced upside risk to inflation from tariffs. All right, no, that's good. May take longer to gauge the full impact of tariffs and inflation data. Of course, that's going to take some time. It's good to see tariffs not thus far driving persistent inflation, and he declines to comment on if September rate cut view is correct, but he did say that the markets have pretty much made that decision in the market data, and it's like 90+% that they're going to lower rates by 25 basis points.
Okay. Should be an
It's
interesting
coming out of the Fed.
next few weeks. When's that blackout period, by the way? It's typically right before FOMC,
Yeah, it's probably going
right?
to start like Monday.
Okay.
Usually it's like 2 weeks, but they got to get their chirping in before they start getting in trouble for it, I guess. I don't even know if they get in trouble for it.
Right. Looks like
What
we
is
just
the
got
fine
another-
for the Fed speaking?
Go ahead, Jay.
Go ahead, Gabe.
I was just going to say I had a Trump admin. Trump administration is to end Russia-focused European security aid. It's the latest here from the administration just a moment ago.
Comments out of Microsoft too. There's a lot going on right now. Today at the White House
There
AI
is.
Education Task Force meeting, Microsoft announced a new set of commitments to support the presidential AI challenge. We know a bunch of the tech leaders are supposed to be meeting with the president right now or this week.
Apparently, Trump is hosting a dinner closed to the press. I don't know if you guys got your invitation. I know I didn't.
I definitely did not.
They didn't send me one, Hoag. I did move though, so maybe they sent it to the old address. I got to check. But I did not get anything.
Well, we may have to crash it.
That sounds fine with me, man.
See you in DC.
Dinner crashers.
See you in DC. 23,597 last trade in the NASDAQ, kind of just chopping around here at these highs. And this is kind of what we've seen the market do really all day. Hoag, I think, and we see it especially in the S&P Delta, traders trying to call the top, hey, this is it, selling into it, and really not getting any favorable price action. And then there's just this slow grind up. Right now, I have the NASDAQ Delta positive. I don't know if you're seeing the same thing. I'm seeing positive 2,700 in the NASDAQ,
Yes.
but that Delta in the S&P is increasingly negative.
Yeah, but again, we're coming into rollover. You got to kind of take it with a grain of salt. But
Right.
we're right at the front end of rollover. As we get closer to switch day, it's going to mean less and less. I'm still putting a little bit of weight into this negative delta here in the S&Ps.
As well.
I think we might get a little bit of pop here above these recent 1 minute highs. Coming off of these 590s. See if we can get a run back up into above 610. Tap into that level, 612 half, and see how we respond from there.
Okay.
What's everybody out in chat up to? Chat, y'all short or long? What's going on? Yeah, what's the trading activity been like today?
I think I see Richard Harris looking for a short, looking for 64.9275 in the S&P. Let us know, chat, if you guys are in any trades, what market that you're in. We see the Dow. The Dow is, looks like the leader to the upside, probably the cleanest price action right now. But what are you guys in, chat?
Short, long, short, crap. Apparently, Steve's in some crap right now. Shout out to Steve.
Yeah.
Let me hold $1. Says long 495s. Man, that's
floater day.
About 100 points of profit there. You're long from 495s. Good stuff, guys.
3602, pretty much closed. Crude oil getting ready to close in about 5 minutes here. 63.40 last trade there. Seeing some selling in crude to end the session. The house account trades this morning. Did we get stopped out of both of those pretty quick? Those opening range trades?
Yeah, let's take a look, see here. So the gold trade, I took the balloons off of here, but the gold trade was short. We were in this for quite a while. The stop was up around 610, so we were in that for basically an hour before the stop got hit. This is what we were looking for to happen off the open, was this sweep down here, but it had to look higher before we really got down to that sweep. The crude oil was, let's take another look at this. I think we were in both of them for a while. Crude oil, we were in for an hour and a half. I mean, we were short 63.06. The stop was just above there. Looks like, no, we were in for about an hour, about a half an hour on that one. And it looked real good at first. We got a nice push to the downside, but that rejection down there in that 5 minute, that was if we were paying attention, we probably would have said, "Oh, that's not good. Let's get out of this."
Yeah, kind of swept
Get out
the
of the way.
last week's low and then closed right back above.
Yep.
Yeah, not a great sign.
Swept weekly kickoff right there too, 62.90. Yeah, there was some good rejection there. You know, got to pay
He was in the
attention.
chat looking for 23,650s here in the NASDAQ. Last trade 23,602. Shout out to Jen in the chat. Says been long in the all day on the Dow. Just got out about 10 minutes ago. That is a great trade there. If you look at a Dow chart,
Nice.
it's just been grinding to the upside. So great trade there, Jen.
Yeah,
We've
shout
kind
out
of
to
just hanging out
those.
here.
We got D Nice as well. Was down 1,700, back to plus 11, down 700 again, then back up and finishing in the green, 214. What a day!
I like Nestor's.
I would go
Nestor's
ahead.
level.
Yeah,
That's gonna.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna come right back to that Powell bar high, 23,650.
I like it.
After that
Just
type of
doing
roundabout
nothing.
day, Gabe, I would suggest hitting that lockout button.
Oh, yeah.
There's potentially a lot of emotions in a day like that. You're up, you're down, you're up, you're down, and then to end it up, not a bad idea to go ahead and hit that lock button. Nice recovery though.
It's exhausting.
Absolutely. Big mental
Yeah, it is
capital day for sure.
for sure. Sure. 64.94 quarter last trade in the S&P, 23,598 in the NASDAQ. Kind of just chopping around here.
I was just looking
Vanity
at the
says,
profile.
Vanity says, Gabe was definitely called a cupcake as a kid. I don't know what the hell that means, but hey, I'll take it. Anybody know what we call a cupcake is? I know in Minnesota, if I lived, because I was born and raised in Edina, Minnesota, and they are known as the cake eaters. So I don't know if that has anything
Maybe
to
that's
do
what
with
they
the
meant.
fact that, yeah, I don't know why they're called anybody from Edina the cake eaters, but that's hilarious.
Well, Gabe, let's see if that little nickname cupcake sticks.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it's not like y'all have ever seen me eat cupcakes on air, so
No.
it's not the compliment you think it is. I know it's not. I know it's not. I love y'all though. It's a blast.
Gabe, I'm using Google right now, but apparently there's a cake eating tournament in Edina. Have you ever heard about this?
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Maybe that's why, right? I think we need to send Gabe back home for the cake eating tournament for content. What do you think, Gabe?
I'm down. Let's go.
Should be a good show. Should be a good show. Let's throw it over to James real quick for some news. August data not painting the best economic picture. What do we got, James?
Early economic data for August is not painting the best picture of the economy. New metrics released on Thursday showed private sector businesses sharply reined in hiring last month. Payroll company ADP's report shows they added only about half the number of jobs as they did in July. The Labor Department reports first-time claims for unemployment benefits also rose to an 11-week high. And last month was the worst August for layoff announcements since the Great Recession of the late 2000s. The latest data tees up an August jobs report that, when released Friday morning, is expected to show another month of lukewarm job gains.
So thank you for that, Gabe.
Oh yeah.
Vanity actually sounds like they're from around your way, Gabe. I think they're from your state. So maybe they knew something that we didn't know.
Maybe.
20, maybe so. 23,597, 64.94 here. Kind of just shopping around, market shopping around. Again, don't get lulled to sleep. Andre says it all the time, right? Just because the markets may not be moving right now doesn't mean that they. Go ahead, Hoag.
I'm looking at the E-mini S&P profile here. And while it could be said that it was a quiet, slow day, the profile says something different. The profile is exuding at least some degree of emotion in this move to the upside in the fact that the initial balance high, there's an anomaly there. There's one little TPO that sticks out. Okay. That's probably not going to be a lasting level. We also have a low volume node here around 64, 79, 78. That's a 79 quarter. There's a little single TPO there. Right about there. Right there. Right on that little low volume node. So all of these little holes that this market is leaving on the way up and these little anomalies that are popping up are signs of emotion. And emotional decisions typically aren't the best. We actually have some single prints right here, right near the highs. Some of you would call this a fair value gap.
This is that Hoag. What range is that? I think we lost your audio, Hoag.
64.91 quarter to 64.92 quarter.
Okay.
Excuse me.
It's right around where Senna. It's right around where Senna last segment was talking about looking for a long here. That it ended up playing out for about 6 points, coming back and kind of testing that level now. So a lot of chop. Maybe we see some price action into power hour. Seeing the NASDAQ try to trade above these 600s. Not a ton of volume trading up here, but we got an hour and a half left in the day. We'll see maybe how traders want to go positioned into non-farm payrolls tomorrow. But looking pretty bullish. I'm looking at a 15-minute candle, 15-minute chart in the NASDAQ, and since 11:30 Central Time, we haven't taken out a 15-minute candle low in the NASDAQ. So pretty much a grind up. Yep.
Yeah, just took out that 608 quarter high from about 40 minutes ago.
Delta's now negative 4,300 in the S&Ps. We're right up against the highs. Delta increasing in negativity. There is an accumulation going on in the S&Ps in longer time frame. I would be very surprised if we don't see an increase in open interest tomorrow.
New highs there in the NASDAQ, 23,613 half. Brad Sims in the chat, all caps, says stop shorting.
Absolutely.
Stop shorting.
If you can't buy it, don't sell it.
You're just grinding higher right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't short here just because it's at a level of interest. Like, I need a little bit more information to see how price responds once we get up here. If we were to fail as we come back up into this 1 hour key level for me and then reject very quickly and get back beneath, 600, maybe take out the little area of consolidation that we just made that caused a break into those highs. We trade below, 595, then that's where I could start seeing a possible entry, trigger for me. And then just look for a first target of 1-to-1, which would be those 575. So essentially, break above, take out this high, which we just did, tap into that 1 hour key level, get price to run and make a closure back beneath 23,600. And then as soon as we get that, would trigger probably a first entry for a little taste and see kind of what the market produces from there. Because we do have, some pretty easy resting lows right beneath, the 600s. You got that low 586. You got the 579s. Hoag said there's been some single prints left behind along the way up into this rally this afternoon. So definitely could just get right back into the range. But the question is, how does price really behave as we get back into these, higher prices that we haven't seen since last week?
Where is that horizontal line? Not the upper one, the shorter, the one down there, down.
This one
right there. Yeah. What level is that? What is that?
This was at around 595.
What time frame is that chart?
It's a 1 minute time frame.
Oh, God, no wonder.
Yeah, just a little 1 minute time frame, and I was just simply looking at kind of a very simple level of support resistance, just like a prior high
Sure.
turned into, a place where we might consider some maybe a little retest.
Mhm.
Some people might call that an order block. Some people could refer to it as an area of demand, just a bigger time frame level of demand, just consolidation followed by a breakout.
Sure. Almost a
However
little
you want to
bull
refer
flag
to
in
it.
there.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of ways that you could potentially perceive that level.
All right. I was wondering because there is
We are just
one little single TPO 581.
581.
The
Okay, so that that would
581.
kind of correlate with the low from pretty much the top of the hour.
Yeah.
I like it. I would take us right back into 5-minute demand as well.
Mm. The low volume node, single print.
Yeah. I like it.
You get below what? 573, and that negates the long.
taking a look around the markets. Nvidia pretty much flat on the day, down 0.05%. We got Meta up 1.57%. Let's take a look at Alphabet, Google down 0.07%. So not a whole lot going on there either. We just heard some comments out of Microsoft, up 0.46% on the day. Let's take a look at Tesla, up 0.5%. So it sounds like Meta is doing the heavy lifting right now for these markets, kind of just grinding higher, just continuing to grind higher. Hoag, I hear you say it all the time, don't short a quiet market.
No.
And this is why these markets are meant to go up, and they're just continuing to grind up.
So what does this tell us about? What does this tell us about how the longer time frame have digested the earlier employment situation information, jobless clams, and ADP? I mean, ADP wasn't that good, right? A lot of focus on unemployment. The jobless claims, I don't think were that bad. Well, obviously, all the news so far today, markets are accepting them, and have attract buyers. Tomorrow's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward
to. Didn't forget about Amazon there. Thanks, Brad Sims. Amazon up 4% right now. Gabe, so you're looking forward to NFP. How do you approach those numbers with trading them? Wait for the volatility to pass.
Yeah, typically, if I'm in a position leading into an economic report like that, I'm usually flat 15 minutes before, just to avoid any potential chaos. Pre-market jitters or pre-report jitters, low volume. Kind of the depth of market getting really thin, and then I will revisit. Typically, 5 minutes, I'll start to kind of see how the market's starting to respond. But usually, it's a 15-minute window on the front end and the back end. That's usually my sweet spot, is go revisit 15 minutes after the report comes out, let price stabilize, and then from there, see if there's a light bulb setup. I've been really interested though in wicks, like data wicks that get left behind. So like really quick spikes, like highs and lows that get made that don't get revisited immediately. I usually have been looking at those more recently as potential targets for the market to gravitate to. Like if it, the initial report spikes and leaves a wick that on the higher end, and then immediately rejects and leaves that wick untouched, and then takes out the low, let's say like a session low or like another, previous low that we just made, and we get a sharp reversal at those lows, I'll look to target that potential data high as a kind of the next area of interest. But it's something I'm still kind of going back through.
At the market's response to data. We got a question from Cato in the chat. What is NFT? We were saying NFP, non-farm payrolls tomorrow, but Gabe, have you ever bought any NFTs? And do you see any value in them?
I did.
Do you know what NFTs are?
Yeah. Yeah, man. I got my butt handed to me in an NFT market the first time I participated, man. Keep it
Really?
real. Oh yeah. Yeah, I shelled out, I think, what would be today's value of about $2,000 worth of Solana on an NFT, and got rug pulled.
Went straight to zero.
Yeah, the project was a complete sham, and that was, it kind of goes back to, an unfamiliar territory, a market that I'm not familiar with, a project that I didn't do a lot of due diligence and research on ahead of time. So I really don't dabble in crypto a whole lot anymore, just because of the amount of crap coming out nowadays. I find to have a better edge in futures than I do trying to dabble in like perpetual futures in crypto. Like, I'm going to trade right with the exchange here on very liquid, high participant products that are global, and avoid some of the perp futures and NFTs and that whole space. I haven't really done anything since like 2017, 2018. That was the last bull run that I really actually enjoyed being a part of.
NFTs.
Do you know what NFTs are?
Yep. Non-fungible tokens, right? But I mean, they can be pretty much anything that somebody puts value on. I mean, it could be a piece of artwork, could be a cupcake duct taped to a wall.
Anything. It could be anything. Some of them had value. I heard a Gary Vee interview the other day, and he was saying that we're still early to NFTs because they have a ton of utility. But I guess I'll have to see it to believe it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit. I mean, you think about the type of things that could actually be tokenized or put onto a more trackable or traceable, transparent kind of ecosystem like that would be more tangible, real use case, maybe assets potentially too, versus just like a digital picture that somebody whipped up in Microsoft Paint. Like, you know what I mean? It's I think it's a little different ball game.
It's a whole new world, man. Unbelievable. Whole new world.
And you know how quickly you can create images with AI nowadays? Like, there's so many AI generated tools that you can literally cook up, 100 versions, 1,000 versions, 5,000 versions of a very simple graphic in a matter of a minute or two, and then go put that onto a chain and, try to build a little quick website for it. And, it's just so easy to manipulate information nowadays. And then all you need is a little bit of money or influence to push something in front of enough people to make it pop. It's a crazy world we live in.
We take enough risk in these future take enough risk in the futures markets. 23,619.75 last is the high in the NASDAQ, and made a new high there, trading a little bit off the high, 23,611.5, but just continuing to grind higher here. We got about 15 minutes left here before we get into Power Hour. Gabe, you want to talk a little bit about some of our traders? Are we ready to do that now, or?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, let's hit it.
Let's do it.
Here are your jabs. Shout out to Flyer Jim, man. I haven't heard or seen that name in quite a bit, but Flyer Jim, hope you're doing well, man. Good morning. New combine today, $250 target per day. Micro gold, micro ES, locking it up, plus 322 over that goal. Nice job there, Jim. We got Shubham. Reach my target, locking it up for the day. Jab. We got Evans, just passed my first combine after a year and a half. Shout out to Evans, great work. Ain't make it, $821 in profit, locked it out. Shout out to you there, Ain't make it. I think you made it today. Boogie Boo, up $1,300 on the combine today. Thanks, gold. Yeah, man, gold has been a ripping market. Glad you're taking advantage of it. And shout out to T-Bert, $1,700 in profit today. Locked myself out for the rest of the New York session. The market is full of traps. If we missed you today in chat, we see you. Shout out to all you guys coming back and gals day after day, persevering, showing up, and taking another stab at these wonderful markets. Let's take a look back at the, speaking of markets, we got the equities kind of rolling over just a little bit off this level that we were looking at. I'm starting to maybe revisit some of these 1 minute single prints between 603 and 608. Would love to see a closure back beneath 600. I think that would pretty much validate a potential short opportunity in the short term for me, at least. And then using the prior kind of 620 high that we just made as a possible stop, looking for about a 1-to-1, a little over a 1-to-1 back down to that kind of 580 level. Jay, you're muted.
Well,
Muted. There we go. Thanks, Gabe. I got the $5. I'll send it over to Jack right now. It almost feels like if there is a short in this market, it's an end of the day trade, right? Where we get a quick little flush of, just inventory adjustment. Outside of that, price wise, it looks like a decent spot, but it's looked like a decent spot, I'm sure, for some sellers at 23 550s, 23 580s, 600s. Each one of these has looked like decent spots to sell, and the market continues to grind higher. So you don't want to try to fight it. And if you do, if you have a setup that calls for taking a short there, just manage your risk, right? We don't know what the markets are going to do, but we have to manage our risk in the meantime.
It's like all day, like the S&Ps, every reversal pattern that I see since we put in the low has just been walked right back through. Like, let's just talk about 3-bar reversals, right? So, where do we have one? We have one here, almost 3-bar reversal. I just saw this is EES. No, 3-bar reversal here, just about right there, just came right back up. A little bull flag there. 3-bar reversal here, right back up. So a couple of 3-bar reversals in the daytime frame here in the S&Ps on the 5-minute chart. Every one of them just came right back up. You remember in the NASDAQ earlier, we were talking about it, just acting like really struggling to go to the upside. I called it Sisyphus. Every time it would get up near a high, it would just crumble, get up near a high and just crumble. And I guess it's done crumbling. I could easily see 23,650 today. Somebody was mentioning something up around 670s. I don't know about that today, but I mean, every little pullback has been met with buying. Here's a 3-bar reversal for sure. Buying. The 3-bar reversal.
BTFD. BTFD.
But the NASDAQ has been lagging. For short anything, it's going to be the NASDAQ. But I'm not ready.
Hey, what are you giggling about over there, Gabe?
230 fade.
Check your DMs, bro.
Might be the 230 fade. I think Gabe, are we gonna have to dig back into your dating life? Who's texting you over there, making you smile like that?
No. I said check your DMs, Jay.
I saw. Oh,
my ears, man.
Who is Sisyphus? What is Sisyphus?
Sisyphus is a mythical character that made the gods mad. So the gods made him spend all eternity pushing a boulder up a hill, and every time he got close to the top of the hill, the boulder fell back down. So he'd have to try and push the whole boulder up the hill, and when he got close, the boulder would fall all the way back down. He would have to do this for eternity. And that's what it felt like in the NASDAQ, making the NASDAQ rally today. It was like push, and then drop, and then push, and then drop.
Does he ever make it to the top of the hill?
No, he's still doing it today.
Man, what a life.
What a life.
Yeah. Right?
Trade the future in chat, by the way, got what I was hinting at.
23,624, new high on the day in the NASDAQ, 64.9775. in the S&P is still the high of the day. Oh, look at that picture. Where'd that come from?
Oh man,
You Hoag,
oh,
you
you're
pull that
quick
up?
with it.
It's
with it, Cam.
Sisyphus, not. Oh my God!
Not the other one.
Not the other
Not
one.
the other
Oh my
one.
God!
Yeah. What a life that is as well. But not the other one.
Jeez.
Oh man, what are we doing? What are we doing?
All right, so these markets, huh? We're breaking highs,
Yeah,
621.
back to the markets. Back to the markets. Still no tilt to really talk about here. 50-50 across the board, 69% long in crude oil. And just grinding up here, grinding up. We got about 5 minutes here before we send it into Power Hour. Stick around with us for Power Hour. We have Andre, Mo, and Jack coming back. Andre, Mo, and Jack for Power Hour.
You know what I think when you know what my brain thinks of whenever we say like Mohammed? You know, like the O'Reilly auto parts.
Auto parts. Ow!
That's what I'm gonna just change that. We're gonna do a new jingle. We gotta get Eddie back on his AI sounds there. We're gonna do a new Mohammed jingle. It's
Just
gonna be
need Eddie
the
back.
O'Reilly.
Mohammed. Auto
And then what
parts.
we say?
Now.
I say, what do we do after that?
It was good. Gabe, we were saying in the green room, you know, we weren't sure if the markets were going to really present any opportunity for us to trade. So we're going to play some music. Hoag was going to pull out the guitar. I was maybe going to sing, and Gabe was going to dance. I didn't know you were actually just going to take center stage there, Gabe, and break into song.
I told y'all you don't want to hear me sing, and that's what happens there. You hear a little voice crack when my voice
Wasn't
gets
bad.
above a certain octave. It's terrible now.
A little pitchy, but not.
Yeah. It's all right. Throw a little
You're on the
auto-tune
voice.
on it.
I would spin the chair.
The chat's got it. Mohammed on the charts.
There we go. Yeah.
That's
That's a
good.
good one.
That is good.
I like
That's
it.
good.
Do we have to pay anybody for that?
No,
we
stole
don't.
It's not an NFT.
Circulation, right?
Yeah, we might need to hit up the legal team. I think there might be there might be some licensing issues with that jingle.
On the charts. That's pretty good. 23,617, a little pullback from the highs, but these pullbacks have been very shallow in the NASDAQ. I'm looking at, 15 points, maybe 20 points max pullbacks here. So are there short opportunities? Maybe, but they've been few and far between and not giving you a whole lot.
I don't see any
Not giving
wooden
you a whole lot.
buyers here. I don't see any wooden buyers here. These are real buyers, at least so far. If they leave the building, things can change. But in honor of Mo, these are not
Those are
paper
still
buyers.
negative.
These are not wooden buyers. Steel.
Delta's still negative in the S&P, Hoag?
Negative 3,400 right now. We just peeled off about 1,000 on this little pop to the upside. We were down around minus 4,600 approximately 4 minutes ago. We just squeezed out a whole bunch of those new shorts right there. New highs.
7-point pullback in the NASDAQ, and we're getting ready to test highs of the day again. And this is a hard trade to look for if you're looking for a short in this market. We do have VWAP from the New York session all the way down at 23,520. But sometimes the roads don't lead back there. That would be a pretty nice trade to the downside if it was to happen. But again, it feels like a time of day trade, maybe reconciling the inventory for the day. But for right now, this market is continuing to grind higher. Try not to get in front of it before it is ready to go. Again, I'm looking at 15-minute charts in the NASDAQ since 11:30 Central Time. We have not taken out a low of a 15-minute candle. So pretty bullish market that we are seeing here. The NASDAQ right now, up 0.72% on the day. We are going to send it into Power Hour in just a minute. Gabe, anything you want to say to our audience before we close this segment up?
Oh, just give a shout out to Billy Joe in the chat. Another great suggestion. The 3 words after Mohammed, hit that like. That's another good one on top of that. So between the two
Sing it, Gabe.
that we've seen so
Sing
far,
it.
I'm not going to sing it. No, it's okay. You guys have heard me try one more time today. But no, it's the end of the day. You know, we got one more hour, power hour. Obviously, you know, we got At the Buzzer coming up with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Close up the day strong, manage your risk, and come back. We got one more day of the week tomorrow, big number tomorrow. So just preserve your capital and live the trade another day. Outside of that, good to be here with y'all.
Some stuff, Gabe. Hoag, wrapping up the day. Anything you got for our audience before you go for the day?
Yeah, don't sell a quiet market. Don't sell a quiet market. This thing is just, there was emotion in today. It seemed like it took forever for this rally to go, but it's going. And there's emotion in these profiles. And negative delta, be careful. You're going to really have to time it right to get short this shit, if at all, folks.
Time it right or don't take the trade. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a fun day on Topstep TV, but we still got another hour. We got Andre, Jack, and Mohammed on the charts. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's Topstep TV. Let's go.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
Oh, look who it is. My man from Riyadh joining us. Look at that smile on a 9-day win streak, taking small payouts in the XFA. Mr. Mo Mohammed in the house. What's happening, my friend? How are you doing? Welcome back to Power Hour.
Yeah, I'm doing great, actually. It feels good when you see your results is getting better and better every day. And when you see that consistency over time, so everyone can have 1 day win, 2 day win, 1 day loss, but consistent with 9 days, it starts to feel that you are doing something good. So the hard thing that I'm trying to do now is to make sure that I don't change anything at this moment. I should not change anything at this, because usually when you are doing well, you got to find something better. Oh, I can do this. No, don't change it. If it's working, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So it's working fine. So I have a checklist every day. I have made a master sheet that I go through it. I make sure what is my exact goal of today. Don't think about tomorrow. Don't think about the payout, anything. Just what you are looking for today. So I'm being consistent with this new entry pattern, which actually I try to not to get all the profit on it. So for example, we have this opening range in ES between 6,474 and the low 6,463. So when the market tapped lower in the 5-minute, that was the 30-minute opening range. So when it shows that fair value gap in here, that give me an entry. So this is about 16 points in ES. 16 points, man. This is if you get it every day, that's more than what you need.
Yep.
So what I tend to do, I tend to have smaller loss in the smaller time frame. I go to the 2000 tick chart and find an entry, and I put my stop just smaller, and I take from that small entry almost 1.5 to 1, and then exit. If I get another chance, we still are not in the target, I get entry again. I get entry until we reach there. So that helped me to minimize my risk, achieve my daily goals every day. My daily goals is around 500 up to 1,000. Before, at my bad days, I was shooting for 4,000, 3,000.
I know.
And
that's not there.
I remember that many days that I blow up my account. All of the days that I blow up by my account, I did achieve that 1,000. I did at some point.
Sure.
So I said, okay, 1,000 a day keeps doctor away, correct? so that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, good stuff, Mohammed. Okay, I love it. Let's break down. Let's take a look at these prices. New highs just printed in the ES, 6,500 even. Keep in mind, we got all-time highs in the ES, 6,523. 23 points to go there. Can we get to new all-time highs by the end of the day? Take a look at the NASDAQ trading 23,620, about 6 points off the highs. There, we got the Dow pushing higher here. Gold been very tame today, trading 36.03. Who is at the door? None other than Cupcake himself. It is Cupcake in the house. What is up?
Son of a
what?
Dre.
I saw that. I mean,
oh my gosh, dude.
I don't. What is? I mean, no. Is that not what they call you?
Apparently, that's my new nickname.
Oh, it's so good. Love it. Look at James in the chat. What's up, Gabe? Before we get this party started, I'm gonna throw it to Mohammed. We'd like to play a game above below here. I'm gonna ask Mohammed what will the closing price in the ES be? And the chat's going to vote. Will it be above or below that price? Last trade, Mohammed, 64.99 half in the ES. What will the closing price be?
Yeah, I'm looking for this. Today is a range day. Actually, started as a range day and then runaway day. So this is a reversal, only buy day for me. There is a measured move, not achieved yet. I think the market will close at it, especially if we are not getting there, which is 6,505. 6,505.
6505. You heard it there from Mohammed. 6505. Last trade. Call it 6500s. Gabe, are you going to vote above or below 6505?
6505 in the S&Ps?
ES. Yes, ES.
6505. I'm going to go below.
Going below. Okay. Let's see.
Go below.
Below. All right, last trade. We'll throw it up there in the chat to see what they want to. There it is. You're voting.
We are in the third extension of that
yes.
range, of this ES range. We are at the third extension. Exactly, we touched the high of that range, 6,500. So if we close above it and the market acceptance above it, we can easily see 6,510. Actually, this is the next stop for it. But maybe we can find some pullback here that we can buy. After we close above 500, I need to see some sort of a pullback, and then I buy the retest of the 6,500. I don't know if I'm Chinese here talking. So what I mean, if we close above 500, I wanted the retest, and then we continue to 6,510.
Okay, so 6510 for a measure move to the upside. All right. Let's see if we can get there. We got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner of the screen. 48 minutes till the closing bell. 48 minutes till the end of power hour. 38 minutes till MOC. Right now, we are going up and to the right right now. The zombie rally is underway. Mohammed, huge number coming out tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Non-farm payrolls. The number of the week. The Fed will definitely be watching that very closely. Make sure you stay tuned into opening call of wall-to-wall coverage of that. Mohammed, we continue to grind. Here we go. 6,500 and look at this thing grind. New highs.
Markets are becoming data-driven market now. Any headline moves the market aggressively, actually, where you don't. And after a while, that news, it looks like it wasn't there anymore. So it is momental effect. It's not sustained effect, let's say. So maybe that news is for that day and forget about it. Look for what's next.
What's next is we got the squeeze going on here. Also, take a look at that Delta update in the ES. Came into power hour minus 3,400. It is now peeling back a little bit, now minus 2,900 as we continue to grind this thing higher. Gabe, those that are looking to get in on the trend, how do you get in? How do you get in on this?
Oh, well, find a little pullback. I mean, most of these pullbacks have been about maybe 10, 15 points at the most.
Negative delta, it's squeezing the sellers.
Oh, yes. We're seeing it happen right now.
Yeah, I still have a little bit of a bearish bias back into the range for the end of the day today. I think there'll be some profit taking coming into a pretty major news event tomorrow. But, once again, biases are biases, and they can be proven wrong pretty quickly by the market. So, I mean, I'm still looking at, we're just waiting on a signal. At the moment, though, there's just nothing saying short right now. Everything, every bullish little, PD array or signal is currently being respected pretty quickly.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is a very interested area to short. Look at it in the 5 minute back into the 29th of August. This is a range actually. It was a range there. Now we are entering in that territory. No, it was a range at some point in 29th of August, 28th of August. It was a strong range that the market fall off from. Now we are back to it. The high of that range is 6,505.
Okay.
See?
Okay, Mohammed, well, here you go. We got
chart here.
Yeah, we push higher here, right? 6504 just printed new highs in the ES. If we get that pullback to 6,500, perhaps, is that the setup you're looking for, Mohammed?
Setup for what?
For a long.
Buy?
I thought you said, if you want to see a
not
push
yet.
higher here.
No, I need to see a comeback of something. You know, I need to see the price coming back to, let's say, where is the yeah, I need the market to come back to 500, maybe 6,498, and then show me some strong green candle, and I will take it up to 505. The good thing that they are not achieving it yet. Good. If they achieve it, it start to be difficult, you know?
They're pushing this thing. Look at this. They are pushing this thing higher. Could be the shorts taking this thing higher again. See that negative delta in the ES, and they're taking heat. So what do they have to do? They got to get out of their positions and actually buy it. So these shorts could be fueling this rally as well. We got a 500
Just
lot.
get in, Mo.
Yeah, you see that?
Chris is
65.05.
saying, just get in, Mo. No, I cannot. Even in my practice account, I cannot do it.
Now take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ 4 points off the highs there. 23,634. They're pushing this thing higher. Dow doing the exact same 50-50 on the tilt. Right now, the push is to the upside, Mohammed. See what happens if we get to those 6,500s. I want to hear about this checklist you have, Mohammed, but right now, let's watch this price action if there is an entry to be had. Gabe, you could, yes, I can see that Gabe taking some profits up here. Or maybe closer to the bell, perhaps.
Yeah.
I see some profit taking.
I mean, that's very possible. Could just squeeze until the last few minutes, you know, MOC. And we start to
maybe we
take
can get some quick drop in the MOC that we can buy it. So what I'm looking for, a strong red candle that we can buy. So in the 5 minute, if we see a strong, as you can see, every 5 minute candle is getting bought. Whenever 5 minute candle come, they buy it. 5 minute red candle, they buy it. 5 red minute, they buy it. This time they get 2 of them, but again they bought it in a strong engulfing candle. 2 engulfing candle. So until something change, I'm gonna buy the 5 minute strong candle. Not even strong, maybe a weak one.
How deep can the pullback be, Mohammed? Looking at this on the 5 minutes, on a 2-point pullback right now in the ES. We just printed 65.04 quarter.
Yeah, I'm looking for 99, 98, 99, 98.
Dre, I got a question in chat. Tova Trades asks, how do you set up a practice account on the new Topstep dashboard? Well, if you have a trading combine active, in the add-ons section of the new dashboard, you will see the ability to add a practice account. So just look for the add-ons button. You do have to have a trading combine subscription active to be able to find the add-ons, though. That is your best way to do so.
Thank you, Gabe. Seeing some offers stacked up here at 65.04 in the orders, as well as 65.05. Call it about 800 on the ask up there. I got some work to do to get through those. Those would be new high of the session. Hey, we have all-time highs, by the way, 65.23. 65.23 would be all-time highs in the ES. We'll call it about 20 points or so. And when we get there, Mohammed, a little bit of pullback here.
Maybe this is the maximum that we can hope for.
I know.
Do we have to trade? We don't.
Nope.
Do we have to trade?
No. Trading's
optional. A rule.
No.
It's optional.
Not have to trade.
It's optional.
We got the poll. We can close that poll. Let's kill the poll. Mohammed, he said the price on the close will be 65.05. Chat's saying 58% are saying above 65.05. 58% above. Right now.
Okay.
On the tilt.
30 seconds left for this candle to close. If it close red,
for the 5 minute,
might find some setup to buy it.
Okay.
At least 500. Come on.
Oh, you want to pull back to the 6,500 evens? All right.
This pullback is only 4 points.
I know. And there's your new 5 minute. 5 minute candle closing. A new one has begun. Started 65.02. The buyer's going to try to step in here, continue to grind this thing higher.
See?
Look at that.
Immediately after this 5 minute candle close, immediately they bought it.
Look at that.
See? You can see. I mean, you can just take 2 points here free.
So, what could have the entry been?
It looked like they're waiting for that 5 candle to close.
02s we could have got long from if we paper traded this. New highs NASDAQ.
Man, yeah. I mean, how do you get in here? I mean, what would your risk be if you do get in?
Yeah, the
Just
risk
so
is
late
to
to the
wait
party.
for me, if I entered into this red candle buy, my risk got to be the low of the previous candle, the previous green candle, which means if I'm looking to the high, there's a very bad risk to reward. So it's not worth it.
Yeah, good question, Gabe. Where would the risk be? Somewhere, I mean, a lot of stops are probably beneath 6,500, probably the 98s and 97s. Well, we got that negative delta going on right now. If you're there, let me know if they continue to unwind that thing. Last time we checked in, that about 5 minutes ago, it was minus 2,900. We started power hour, it was 3,400. Okay.
If we look to this strong candle, 5 minute candle, if you limit by the middle of it, you will have this stop and you will have this target maybe to the high. That could be a nice entry. But I didn't back test this pattern, so I'm not sure how is the win rate in that one.
What pattern? What pattern are we talking about, Mohammed? It's just trending, right?
So if you have a strong green breakout candle like this one, this is if you just look at this and this and this, they are small, but this one is a monster candle. Now you want to buy it, but there is no pullback today, and the market is so strong bullish. Maybe you can go and find where is the 50% of this candle, just using Fibonacci, whatever you want.
Yes.
Okay, so we go from the low to the high. Where is the 50%? The middle is this one. You can see you can buy the middle of that candle in here with a stop at the low of the candle. So you are basically 50-50 that you will go to the high of the candle before you go to the low of the candle. And because the day is so bullish, so that will give more probability for the upside than the downside. Simple.
Look at that. Simple. I love it, Mohammed. Mohammed in the house right now. Oh, we are on the march to 180,000 subscribers. If you'd be so kind, please click subscribe. Please click thumbs up and click the bell. We just put in new highs in the NASDAQ. 23,643 quarter. Is the ES going to go with it this time? I know, 6 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
You can see it. It's the same pattern in here before. You can go 50%. You buy the middle of that monster candle. I call it a monster candle. From the high to the low, not the body. You buy the middle, you get the high before getting the low. Let's see it here. Maybe here it's, the same thing. This one. Monster candle. Maybe this one didn't get to the 50%. Let me check. No, this one didn't get to the 50%. So you might miss some entries.
Right now, it looks like the NASDAQ might be leading this ever so slightly, right? Just grinding higher. As we just put in new highs. ES, not so convinced. We got those offers stacked up at 65.04 in yours and 65.05. At the bottom of the hour, coming in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And we also have MOC coming in 25 minutes. All right, we did have
everybody. Everybody waiting for a pullback, correct? So don't chase this trade, because when that pullback comes, you find yourself you already bought the high. So just wait. I know it's hard, but it's part of trading to wait.
It is part of trade, Mohammed. We will be patient. Right now, Gabe, I can see why. Is this thing going to roll over, right? Is this going to roll over in the ES? Starting to kind of channel around these highs. Let's see what that delta is looking like here after this. With that being said, just want to catch everyone up on what happened earlier this morning. We did have Myron getting confirmed by the Senate Banking Committee. So we always got to stay in tune, right? Tip of the week, to keep yourself educated, right? Always stay in tune with what's going on. So I'll do that. Let's bring this in, see what he had to say in front of Senate.
If I'm confirmed to this role, I will act independently, as the Federal Reserve always does, based on my own personal analysis of economic data, my own personal analysis of the effects of economic policies upon the economy, and act based on my judgment of the best economic policy possible. That said, I'm always happy to hear views from every source possible. It's important to me to hear a variety of views to make sure that I really do think that the things that I think, to challenge my own views and interrogate them, and hearing a variety of views on that matter is always helpful.
There you go. Saying all the right things. Guessing he will get confirmed. That is replacing Kugler, right? Kugler replacing that. That kind of got swept on the rug. Haven't heard much from that since. But yes, Myron. Is he a robot? Yes. Yeah, it definitely sounded like it. He had the script down. Here we go, Mohammed. 65.02. Now it kind of looks like the trend has perhaps, slowed down. And
exhausted a little bit, for sure.
Exhausted is right. So,
yeah, but this is a triangle. This is a bull flag, actually. As you can see here, it's an obvious bull flag in the 2000 tick chart. I would love to see some trap low, and then we go higher.
You say obvious, Mohammed. I see it as well. I'm looking at the 5 minute. It's been in this channel for about 15 minutes. Is that enough? You identify the pattern, right? Bull flag. You see it channeling right around the highs here.
Mm-hmm.
What's the pullback? Yeah. Where do you?
The pullback, usually you see some sort of stop run for the buyers who bought the highs. So whoever bought this high, most likely that their stop are below maybe this wick or this candle. So this is why I want to see that stop run. And then when the market decides to go higher, I want to ride this with a new risk to the new low that I will see. So I want to see some low that I can put my stop below it when I want it to go long. Here we go. So
that's, I know, Gabe. Yeah, that delta is pretty much gone to zero, or it's gone down minus 290 now. So pretty much unwound that whole thing. Minute till the bottom of the hour. Mohammed, do you like what you're seeing right now? Seeing a little bit of pullback, 65.01.
Yeah, I like it. And also tilt are 63% short.
They are short.
Which is...
People trying to call the top right here.
We're seeing a pullback right now in the NASDAQ as well. It's 23,630.
Okay, now we're getting this 500. The good thing that we haven't touched the 505. 6,505. Still at target.
Yep.
Then an objective for the buyers.
These may have happened.
About 30 seconds to the bottom of the hour here.
Yep. See where they want to take this thing. And we'll see 20 minutes. And we'll see 20 minutes.
This would be the extent of the pullback here, by the way.
Heavy,
10 to 15 points. What's up?
No, I say MOC yesterday, heavy buy side, correct?
Yeah, it was all buy side. I think S&P started out like 2.5 plus billion, and then NASDAQ was like 1.6 billion buy side. I think Dow and
There you go.
Mag 7 were like 800 million. All right, so there's the
let's see.
5-minute closure there.
Yep.
Bottom of the hour has come and
Now we have
gone.
5-minute red candle. Now we'll see whether they will buy it or maybe they will buy the next one. I'm ready in the 2000 tick chart to see a strong green candle. I see a strong green candle.
Here we go, Mo. I'm looking for a strong green candle right now. 6,500 even last trade in the ES. NASDAQ pulled back about 15 points off the highs just printed last trade. 23,629.
Yeah, so this pattern looks like it will fail. This one, because they didn't touch the high of
take this
of the strong candle. They are going to the low of it. So that would create maybe a new entry after taking stops. Still valid, but looks like it will not.
This line of sand. Here we go, Mauve. There's maybe grind this thing lower. They're gonna roll this over. Here's your they call it a 5-point pullback in the ES. Trying to figure out what to do. What are they going to do with these 6,500s, Mohammed?
Let's see now. Is this profit taking or this is change on direction? So until 6,495,
yes,
this is all could be a profit taking. We still can buy this market. Below 6,495, this is serious correction. We can see lower pricing. So if I am long, my stop should be below 6,495.
Okay.
I mean, the risk. Not stop. I mean, maybe I will buy it here. I will get out. I will try again. I will try again until we reach 6,495. Here we go.
Okay.
This is the strong green candle that I'm waiting for. I need to see a close above 500. Close above 500. Still have 1,000.
Arthur Gill in the chat. Here comes the rock fight. I agree. That's pretty much what we're seeing here in the ES. All right, Mohammed, hang tight because I want to throw it to Gabe. Gabe, big stuff going on around here on Topstep and TopstepTV. You had the announcement yesterday, did again today. But for those that are just getting caught up to speed, tell them the new amazing updates here at Topstep, Gabe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you didn't hear already, we have released Back to Funded. Back to Funded is a program that MP and the community have been chopping up on Twitter. If you don't follow MP on Twitter, I think that's a great opportunity to not only kind of share feedback with us, but I know he goes back and forth with traders and their ideas, but Back to Funded. So the idea is if you lose your Express Funded account before taking a payout, well, you now have the opportunity to reset it, to reactivate it. And that's it's going to obviously have a reactivation fee. You can see those listed here based on the account size. You can reactivate your Express Funded account up to 2 times. And it's going to be available right in that new Topstep dashboard. It'll be a Back to Funded button right nearby your Express Funded account that is now, let's say, ineligible. Great opportunity. You have 7 calendar days to decide whether you want to reactivate an Express Funded account from the time that you blow it. And then from there, you're back in the game, chopping it up, looking for those payouts and getting you back to, taking the opportunity to skip the trading combine if you decide to do so. Obviously this is an option. It's not a forced decision. It's something that now traders have the choice to decide, hey, do I want to go back and fine tune and sharpen that sword in the trading combine again? Or do I want to go straight back into funded where I'm eligible for payouts if I believe I'm ready for that? So check it out. We'll drop a link in the chat. Actually, it's pinned in the top of the chat. Shout out to Coach Hoop. You can scroll down to the bottom of that page that's linked in chat. You can get some, the rest of the details and information for that.
Thank you, Gabe. All right,
I'm placing a stock market buy Stop market buy at 6501.25. We had that nice green candle. It's not bad. They closed at 6500.5. So I'm waiting for a trigger for this candle. So if they trigger this candle, that means we have a buyers that are ready to break any resistance in the way. If they couldn't trigger, that means they are failing for this easiest resistance, which is the high of the candle. So this is why my entry 6501.25.
And a quarter. Okay, he's got a buy stop in there. If we catch the move to the upside here, let's see if we can.
And the stop is only 1.5 point. 2 points. 2 points.
I've got a 600 lot on the bid here. 6,500 bid. It's what I'll call 700 times in the ES. Let's see if they want to go fill that thing. About 2 ticks away from that.
Very close.
Yep, here we go.
Very close.
They're going to front run that. They're going to lean on that. Seeing some size on the ladder here in the ES. Got 700 on the bid. 6,500.
Okay, I triggered in my stop at 6499.25. I take a profit at 6505.
05?
Yeah. So I'm risking 2 points to make almost 4 points.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if the market's going to maintain this aggressive kind of really small corrective cycle of this trend that we've had today, I think this is the right location to do so. But if all of a sudden things change, then hey, you just take a paper cut and you move on to the next trade. If it decides to roll over from here.
Tight stop right now. Yep. We got NQ pulled back a little bit. Billy says NQ looks weaker. It does indeed. Got about 19 points off the highs. Last trade 23,624. Anything else popping in the other? We got gold trading 3606. Gold pretty quiet.
Even in the 5 minute tick chart.
Yeah.
Also, we have 2 red candles. Now they should. I mean, they used to buy it. So if all day long they are buying any red candle in the 5 minutes. Now we have 2. So it is expected that they will buy it if the behavior continues. If not, it's better to get out because they changed.
$22 minutes. Are they going to take profits up here? But yeah, 3 points off the highs in the ES. They're trying to hold the line to these 6,500s right now. NASDAQ, yeah, about 20 points off the highs. Or are we just going to go sideways? Sideways into non-farm. Again, tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Sure, you're going to be at opening call, wall-to-wall coverage of non-farm. This is going to be a very, very big one. Will definitely influence and have an impact on FOMC policy decision 2 weeks from today, I do believe.
There is almost 600 offer.
What's up with it?
At 6505, 6504.75. It's 300 and 300.
Yes. We got up there.
So 2 orders. I mean,
those
2 big orders up there.
Yep.
6505.
That's
above
the
and
number.
below.
Yep. Hey, what are you seeing?
You definitely need to see buyers come in quickly here.
I'm not in a hurry. All the sellers now are saying, "Oh man, what I have done! I did it again."
Oh, here goes Mohammed. Mohammed's in. Mohammed's long. He's looking for that upside of target of what? 05's Mohammed? 65.05. Last trade 65.02 half.
Yeah. And quarter.
And a
Just
quarter
for
for
the
good
chat.
measure. And a quarter for good measure. Get through those 600 lots. That's 600 off again. 65.04. The orders in 6505. Gabe, you said the buyers need to come in here shortly. And why'd you say that? Because it looked like they did. But how much conviction do you want to see from the buyers to keep taking this thing?
If this trend is going to continue throughout the end of the day, I think it needs to continue repeating the same pattern. I mean, if we start taking profits on the day, and I mean, we're at a key level that I'd be interested in looking for shorts. And there's, a lot of Hoag was talking about a lot of single prints beneath the market and where we are right now towards the back end of this day. So, I think there's some realistic downside targets to get us back near, let's say VWAP, which I saw somebody in chat was mentioning is at the high of the opening range. But we're looking like we want to approach some new highs of the session, which is what we do. Buyers would want. Very quick response.
I'm out.
Nice trade, Mohammed.
Nice trade.
And out. Well done, Mohammed.
They make a new high, 6504.75. So I'm not gonna be a dick for a tick.
That's my guy, Mohammed. You heard Mohammed's not gonna be a dick for a tick. Coming at you from Riyadh, my guy, Mohammed. Can the NASDAQ also print new highs? About 3 points to go. We got 8 minutes till MOC. All right, let's take a pause. Let's take a quick pause here, see if we make new highs. With that being said, Andrea, road to you. It's time to go to a little Series 3. Let's go. Mohammed, love you.
All right. Here's your question. Okay. Options on Treasury futures are quoted in, A, 30 seconds of 1% of 1 million. B, 64ths of 1% of 1 million. C, 30 seconds of 1% of 100,000. Or D, 64ths of 1% of 100,000.
Andrea, honestly, do you understand the question?
No.
I hate this one.
Me too. What is the 30 second of 1%?
Nope.
Is he there, Steve? Got the poll up. Man, I hate this one.
Second of one. I mean, the question is easy. The answers are hard.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see.
If you don't know, you just go C, Dre.
Is that right? Okay, I like that.
I think that's what we did back in school, right? You don't know the answer, you just go with C.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's go C.
Let it bake here. All right.
Got a little mixture.
Yeah, what are we seeing?
Yeah.
They're going C as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
It was D.
is D. There you go.
D.
I hate this one.
Shout out to Yorkshire. Yorkshire Reefer in chat is the first one to actually say
done.
D.
And that was well done. Chat, 17% taking D on that one. D. That's brutal.
Maybe Jack will if Jack is here, he will explain it.
Nice job. There you go, chat. 16%. 16%.
All right, so we got a little divergence on the S&Ps versus the NASDAQ. S&Ps did break the prior little 5-minute high, and NASDAQ did not. And we're kind of rejecting right now. If we get a closure beneath these 23 640s in the NASDAQ, that possibly could be a point of which we might start taking some profits and seeing a little bit of a sell-off. I still would want some structure in the smaller time frames to support it. Like a 5-minute closure below 625 would be ideal. But that lack of new high in the NASDAQ versus the new high in the S&Ps, I think that's notable for now.
I would agree. Mohammed, anything you're looking for a new setup here at all? We got MOC in 5 minutes, Mohammed, so keep that in mind. Right now, it's
no, I have nothing. I run out of ideas actually now.
That's it, Mohammed.
Yeah, I mean they achieved the target which I was looking for since the beginning of this pullback, and they are there already. Selling this is the last thing that you want to do today. And buying it, I already did.
Yes, they did.
I mean, yeah. I see this MOC will shuckle the market up and down and will stay
like that.
At the end at 6.5.
Shuckle
The market indeed, because they keep tapping on these highs. They keep tapping on these highs. 3 ticks off the highs in the ES. NASDAQ, 3 points off the highs as well. A little selling just came in there. What was that?
A little selling, Dre, like
Ooh,
a 5-point little wiggle in the NASDAQ.
Stop it. Gotta do something here.
Oh my gosh, would you look at that?
Would you take a look at that? There was a little selling there. Yeah, about 7 points. Indeed.
Would you just look at it?
Would you take a look at it? Yeah, we're talking about a point sell off there. You can check gold. Gold's just grinding higher as well.
They haven't tagged my target, by the way, you know.
Oh, fives?
So if I'm still in the trade, I will be so frustrated, you know.
There you go. Thank you, Hoag. Shorts did try to come back in.
Yeah, they're trying. I wouldn't be sold quite yet on it, but
they are still trying to hold this. Thank you, Hoag.
We ended up failing to make that new high in the NASDAQ. So I think we were about a tick shy. We closed underneath. Not out of the woods yet, though. I think shorts could still get potentially squeezed.
Just going to hold it up here with 13 minutes to go into the close. See what happens here. 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. What are they doing? NASDAQ. NASDAQ plus 2,900. Nice Billy.
Megaphone in the making right now. After this lag, now we have a megaphone possible with this MOC. Maybe we can see some.
Yes, they are still trying to sell this thing. What are they going to do? NASDAQ plus 2,900. Plus 2,900 on the Delta. What does that mean? Aggressive market orders are coming in and lifting the offer. Those are buy orders coming in and don't care about price so much. They just want to get in. And be long, even up around here at the highs. So see how that plays out. We got Crude grinding lower. $63.
Less than 3 minutes for MOC here, Dre. I got it pulled up and ready to go.
Oh, man, well done. After the bell, let's keep in mind, we do have Broadcom earnings after the bell, but also this evening here in the States, session 6 p.m. Central Time, we have Goolsby speaking. Goolsby is
really,
mouthpiece
in the evening.
Yes, for the Fed. Keep an eye on what Goolsby has to say, but definitely will tune into that 6 p.m. Central Time. If you want to get caught up on that, you happen to miss it, taking away from a little screen time, tune into opening call. Get your recap there. Then we'll see coming in here in 2 minutes, Mohammed.
Let's see what will happen. Let's see what will happen if this 5-minute candle closes red. This is the last candle before MOC. So maybe they will do it again. Strong red candle, MOC green. It's possible. I will not take it.
Yeah.
I will not. But it's an
Okay,
idea.
here we go. Justin in the chat says, no chance. People will take profit before the non-farm numbers. NQ to go under 23,600. Okay, there you go.
No chance.
I still like the below. Of our poll earlier.
Yeah,
Oh,
possible. After we, you know what? There's unfinished business up there. 6505. One more tick is missing there. A lot of orders at 505.
Tick, Mo. Okay,
yeah, they will go there.
Feels like the chat's leaning bearish here. A lot of people say, look out below. Brace for NQ sell-off.
60 seconds.
60 seconds. Here we go. It's going to go ES, then NQ, then NASDAQ. Look at that ladder.
Before selling this market, any day, every day you come to the market, the first question you say, where do I buy it? This is the default. This is what the market built because of going higher. That was the reason. That was the default movement for stock market. I'm not talking about commodities and all. I'm talking about stock market. Where do you buy it? Making a case for a sell, it has to be very strong, man. It has to be very strong
20 seconds.
to start selling.
All right, well, now the chat's, longer, short chat. Longer, short, bearish or bullish, Mohammed. hang tight. 10 seconds. I'm throwing to Gabe. Gabe's got the MOC market on close numbers coming at you here right now.
5 minutes is closing grid. Closing grid. Let's see. They buy it.
And
You see?
all right, 2 billion buy side S&P, 861 million buy side NASDAQ,
This is a nice
565 billion buy side Dow,
Nice.
500
I might
million
take this one.
buy side Mag 7.
Well done,
So
Gabe.
2
One more time.
billion S&P, 2 billion S&P, 850 million NASDAQ, 556 mil Dow, 500 mil Mag 7, all buy side.
Okay, bye. What happened in the markets? Let's take a look.
I buy it in a practice account. I buy it in a practice account. I will not gamble with my XFA. Not today. So just to see it, this is why I took it. Not because it's practice. This is a nice setup. Strong green candle after testing the moving average. After MOC, after red candle, they buy it again. And we have 505 is not tested yet. So
Mohammed locked in. Absolutely love it. Okay. In about 4 minutes, we'll see another injection of liquidity. 5 till, but Mohammed we almost got to those 65.05s, Mo. Almost got there. Again, all-time highs in the ES, 65.23. Can we make new all-time highs? Oh, hell. With the Asian session.
They want it to be
dollar, man. Oh, I love this.
They
Let
want
me
it
hold
to
the
be the
dollar,
close.
man. So happy I locked out. I'm itching. There you go. Use that lockout feature on Topstep X because here we go, Gabe. There we go. New
Here we
highs.
go. And
Mohammed.
new session highs NASDAQ.
Nice. Go.
New session highs. Yes.
Keep trying to sell this.
10 minutes. Hold on at 6505. Just stick there. Stay there.
All right, cooling off just a little bit. 1.5 billion buy side S&P, 570 million NASDAQ, 377 Dow, and 350 Mag 7. So we're cooling off just a tad here. 1.2 billion buy side S&P now.
Right.
Started originally at 2 billion.
All right, Gabe. You know what? You're doing such a kick-ass job of driving this thing. I'm going to bounce. I got to jump into a meeting. Mohammed, keep doing this thing. Gabe, you got this. Good seeing everyone. Get back to the markets. We got another injection of liquidity in
Dre.
about 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Take care.
Later, Dre. All right, we'll see what we got here, guys. We got new highs here. NASDAQ's wanting to make another push here above these 45s.
Yeah.
Low still
Target
long in
for
a
this,
practice account.
Practice. This is the practice long. The target is 6508.5. And that's 1.5 for the risk. The risk is 3 points. Target is 5 points.
Okay. You might end up closing above those 6505s, Mo.
Yeah, maybe we touch that 6508 to fill my order and they go back to 505.
We'll see. All right, guys, another about a minute and a half here until the last 5 minutes. We get another little injection of liquidity. Not seeing a whole lot of size here on the dome. Let's take a look at some of these other markets here.
Beautiful market. Beautiful market. We always say, oh, what the heck of the market? Market is difficult. Today, market is nice with me, at least.
Let's see.
Here we go. One more point.
All right. 6507 half last trade S&P. 650s trading out the NASDAQ.
Okay. 08. Discount. 08. Come on. Do it. Yep. Fill me. I'm out.
All right. Nice job there, Mo. And about 15 seconds here into the last 5 minutes. All right. 08's just traded out in the S&Ps. 56 is last trade in the NASDAQ. And all right, last 5 minutes, another little volatility injection. S&Ps still hanging around 1.8 billion to the buy side. NASDAQ 1.2 billion and growing to the buy side. Dow 561 million buy side, and Mag 7 750 million buy side. So a little bit of an increase there in the last 5 minutes. 660s just traded out in the NASDAQ.
Maybe we can see
S&Ps.
6510.
Yeah, looking for that whole number. All right, real quick before we wrap up, I want to throw it to Andrea. We got some Power Hour content. How do we do today, Andrea? What would you give it for your rating?
Oh, I thought it was pretty good today. It seemed like the theme of the day was very much risk management. So, I don't know, 4.2.
Okay. Okay.
All right, first one up. Got big milestone unlocked. Just received my official Topstep 5K Club hat. This one feels special, a reminder of the discipline, patience, and consistency it takes to grow as a trader. Every step forward, no matter how small, is proof that sticking to the plan pays off. Shout out to Topstep for the recognition. Proud to be part of this journey and looking forward to the next milestone.
Let's go. Good job, Amine.
Got this one from Johnny Moolah. This Topstep risk settings and lockout saved me today.
Amen.
So, very good. Play it safe. And we got me again saying nothing shreds your soul and sanity quite like a choppy market. Glad I set a risk limit ahead of time. Will bounce back. Very nice. And this from RLTW Strategies saying, morning update. A lot of data was released this morning. Scalped both long and short. Can't complain. Watch your risk. Let's go.
Let's go indeed.
There we go. And then Overbig Cap says, Topstep remains the best in the game to me. Payout request to funds sent in under 24 hours. There we go. All 5 accounts. Wow.
Love a nice payday. Great job.
Yeah. And then last, I got SJR Trade saying, this is a milestone I've been chasing for a long time, and today it finally happened. Trading is not easy. The grind, the discipline, the ups and downs, it all adds up. But moments like this remind me why I keep pushing. This is only the beginning. Bigger goals ahead. Follow along for the journey. So they took their first ever 10K in a single session. Nice.
Good stuff.
All right, that's it for me.
Thank you, Andrea. All right, so guys, we are continuing to pump here. Let's see, I think we actually traded out at 680 here in the NASDAQ. S&P's pushing above Mo's level of 65.10. Last trade 65.12.
Yeah.
We're getting nice little grind here into the end of the close. Coach Hoop said there's a huge order on the ES 1600 lot at 65.05. I don't anticipate that to get filled right now, but there is.
That's me.
That's you, Mo.
Below.
Nice.
Just to bring the price down to my level.
Oh yeah. 1600 lot.
Wow.
65.05.
Have this. They are going there, man. They are going there.
Ooh, yeah, little pullback here.
1
A couple
minute.
points in the ES. 65.10. I think your 65.05 still in the cards. Got about 60 seconds. Can we do it?
Yeah.
Can we get back to the 65.05 level? Shout out to all the traders who chose above, because you're looking pretty good right now. About to make some new highs again on the session. If y'all bought the dip 15, 20 minutes ago, good on you.
Yeah, we did buy the dip, but we exit because one contract, so cannot trail it, you know.
All right, guys, 20 seconds until the bell here. S&P is still holding off on making new highs a session, getting about a 3-point pullback right now off the highs. NASDAQ making about a 10-point pullback off the highs. And 5 seconds.
4, 3, 2, boom. You close that.
And there it is. 65.11-ish, somewhere on there. But shout out to all the Bellers. Thank you guys for tuning in. Mohammed, as always, great to have you back, my friend. Really great to be trading with you again. Folks, stick around. We got At the Buzzer coming up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. But in the meantime, I believe, am I tossing it to James? I think I am. James, take it from here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gabe. And thank you to everybody who's watching. Whether you've just tuned in for Power Hour or you've been here since 7:15 a.m., we appreciate you. We love you. We're happy you're here, part of the Topstep TV crew. But like Gabe said, don't go anywhere. At the Buzzer is coming up right after this. That features Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to recap the entire trading session today for you and get you ready for the open at 5 p.m. tonight. And later tonight, 7:30 p.m., Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Be there. Coach Dakota will take you through the slow evening sessions. And then stick around until Aaron trades with London Open at 1:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. Now remember, tomorrow's Friday, so there is no Euro trade with Deanna. She'll be back on Monday morning. But we will be here bright and early, 7:15 a.m. It's a big day tomorrow. We got the non-farm payrolls coming out bright and early, so there's only one place for you to tune into, and that's TopstepTV. So don't go anywhere. At the Buzzer's coming up right now. I'm James Harden. You have been the chat. And as always, this is TopstepTV, baby. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.